That was odd. Hello! Welcome! Get my screens in place. I lost track of time. Lost track of time. I didn't mean to be late. Didn't mean to be late. What's going on, chat? I started debating people in fucking Discord. And I was like, I got zoned in. People are talking about like Helldivers 2 and how like the debate has popped up again about how people don't want to fight bots in Helldivers 2. And like one of the things that I've kind of like come to recognize more recently is that I need to get my water here too. One of the things that I've come to recognize recently, especially like playing other games and stuff like that, is that though I love Helldivers 2, I fucking love that game. With that said, one of the key issues, and I think one of the reasons why people avoid fighting bots over bugs, is because of the fact that the gameplay loop is still the same for bugs or bots, and that's that you use movement, right? So when you're fighting bugs, you're kiting them. You know what I mean? You're kiting them. You're using positionals to try to like maneuver around them to get to their weak spots and things like that. However, when you are fighting bots, well, bots have firearms. They're shooting at you the entire time, right? So movement and kiting doesn't really work the same way when they're shooting at you. It's not nearly as fun or engaging. And I think that's because it's coming from like the original philosophy of the game, which was the twin stick shooter, Helldivers 1, which that was all based on movement and kiting and things like that. And that same kind of philosophy was then put into a third person perspective, but I don't think it really works there nearly as much. And the reason why I say that is because if you take just a few seconds to think about Helldivers 2 and think about how much more engaging and how much more enjoyable the game would be from a tactical and realistic and just playable perspective, if you could actively take cover, if there was an actual cover mechanic like there normally is in a third-person shooter, all of a sudden the dimensions of the game change drastically, and fighting bots would be way more fun. They'd be way more fun. That's just my take, but I think it's a relatively sound one, because a lot of people keep trying to make like other qualifiers for it, and I really don't think, oh, well, no, it's because, you know, people don't want to be tactical and people don't want... No, it has nothing to do with that. It just has to do that it's just not as fun. That's it. It's just not as fun. I'd love to call in cover. No, I'm talking about like actually like active cover mechanics like we've seen in just about every other third-person shooter. If there's a wall, I can come up behind it and put my back on it and then fire over the top over it or fire over the side or something like that. I can actually like peek on the cover. You know what I mean? It allows you to be able to take a breath and actually aim at stuff, things like that. You know what I mean? There's like Gears of War or The Last of Us or Uncharted, 50 Cent Blood in the Sand. There's a whole slew of them, man. There's a whole slew of them. Mass Effect had it. Yep, Mass Effect had it as well. It's one of the reasons why so many, the reason why so many games picked up on cover mechanics is because players really enjoyed it, because it's fun. It's engaging. It's engaging gameplay. You know what I mean? And that's one of the reasons why it became so popularized. It's as simple as that. A lot of games have cover mechanics. Also, the other thing is too, is that, and I brought this up in Discord, is that like one of the things that I find really odd is that for some odd reason, and I'm sure there's other people who probably agree with this, like peeking doesn't really work that well in Helldivers. Like for some odd reason, like when you're trying to peek with I really like using the anti-material rifle, right? So when I try peeking, like I have to put my whole body around the rock to be able to shoot. So my entire body is exposed anytime I'm trying to like peek over a rock or around a rock or something like that. And I don't understand why it's like that. And there's a lot of cases where you'll try to you'll try to like peek a shot, and it'll get caught on the like hitbox of the rock that you're sitting in front of. Speaking of, those 50 Cent games had no business going that hard. 50 Cent Blood in the Sand was an absolutely fantastic video game. It was so good. It was so good. That was one of the best third-person co-op experiences that I've probably ever had still up until this point. Because in Call of Duty, in 50 Cent Blood in the Sand, they had a, because it was kind of like Army of Two, right? It was a two-player co-op shooter, third-person shooter, Gears of War style, cover mechanics and stuff like that. And you, every once in a while you guys are doing a mission and you're progressing like the main campaign, there would be a challenge that would pop up at the top. And at the end of every mission, it would tally your scores and say, you know, who's the better, it'd show you and your buddy and like, who had the most kills, who had the most headshots, all that kind of stuff. But during the actual gameplay, randomly a challenge would pop up and it'd be like first to 15 headshots. So then all of a sudden you and your buddy are like, oh shit, like who can get 15 headshots the fastest? And dude, it was cool. It was super cool. Peeking full body, Rainbow Six style. Exactly. But I'm not saying it needs to be like that in depth or anything like that. It's just an active cover mechanic would go a long way in Helldivers 2. It would go a long way. It's something that you wouldn't use if you were fighting bugs, but it's something that everybody would want to use all the time if they were fighting bots. And the reason why is because there's so many enemies that spawn and they're shooting at you. So maneuvering and running and trying to kite isn't really going to do a whole lot for you when they're shooting at you. You're just serpentine, run back and forth. Hopefully I don't get hit, and then try to peek super fast to get a headshot on one of them. And then, yeah, it's not that it's not doable. Obviously the game is playable, but it would be greatly improved. I think a lot more people would play and want to fight against bots if there was a cover mechanic in the game. I think it's a blind spot that I think the developers I didn't think it's something they didn't really foresee, and it might be something that they probably haven't even thought of still up until this point. And one of the reasons why is just because they're operating on the same philosophies that they came off of Helldivers 1 with. This is Helldivers 2 after all. Wait a minute, there was a good 50 Cent game? Yeah, Blood in the Sand? Are you kidding me? The premise of the game... Hold on, let me find it. The premise of the game was 50 Cent went to, I think, like Egypt or the Middle East to do a concert, and they were going to pay him in a diamond skull, and then the diamond skull got stolen, and him and the G Unit went after them to get the skull back. I'm gonna show you guys.
10 million guaranteed, that's the deal. So what you got for me? I don't have the money. You still owe me. Wait! Start talking. No, please, leave.
Keep in mind too, at the time, like this was absolutely like it was really good looking. It was really good looking too. Dude. I just love the premise of 50 Cent in the Middle East. It's so goofy. That's the guy that stole the crystal skull. There it was right there. I love how there's just no context. There's no context at all here. Zero context. It's just 50 Cent in the Middle East. Where somebody's skull. Where's that? Oh my god, it's too quick. I can't get it. It's too fast. I'm not fast enough. He's built different. Dude, it's just so funny. Why is he fighting Eminem? I don't know. I just love that it's a trailer with like zero context at all. Other than like at the very beginning, you can hear 50 Cent talking to somebody and he says, where's my money? You still owe me my money. And he's like, what the hell's going on? And then the next thing you know, it's just him in the Middle East getting shot at by like RPGs and dodging in a vehicle and fighting people. It was so good. It was so good. It was, you know, the funny thing is, it was one of those games where like, I can't remember who made it. I don't remember who made it, but whoever did and whoever he paid to, like they just straight up just went like as hard as they could. Like they just kind of leaned into like how ridiculous the narrative of the game was, obviously, and just played it up as hard as they possibly could. But the actual gameplay was fantastic. It was so good. I thought that was Pitbull from far away. Yeah, it looks fun as hell. It was actually. It was super fun. Yeah, it's not on Steam. I think it was a 360 title. I remember that. It was a 360 title. Swordfish Studio? What do they make? Probably nothing. They're probably out of business by now. Game developer in Birmingham. Former managing director of Rage. Oh, they only made like 5 games. And then they must have sold off, right? November 2008, Swordfish's Manchester studio was sold to Monumental Games. Swedish Birmingham studio was acquired by Codemasters. And then after that, then it was sold to Activision Blizzard. Rough. That's how it be. Oh, I remember to do something about that. Let's see here. 1 second. I'm just replying back to somebody real quick. Okay, so that's taken care of. Let me bring this up real quick. There's things that like I gotta get in order. I can't forget about because I have the trips that are coming up. I have the trips that are coming up for TennoCon soon. So I need to just let's see. I have the TennoCon stuff that's coming up soon, so the last thing I want to do is lose track of that. Lose track of that stuff. I think there was other things here that I wanted to look at. I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, we looked at this already. Yeah, we'll look at this stuff too. Have this. I didn't bring up any of my stuff because I was working on some things earlier. I had some like YouTube shorts that I was trying to make sure that I was getting getting ready to get posted, so I needed to make sure that I got all that stuff up. And then post. Save. There we go. All right. I don't think I actually pulled anything else up on this either. I'm gonna be relying on you guys today. I didn't really do any like browsing yesterday or this morning or anything like that before hopping on here. Probably gonna be more of a gameplay stream than anything else today, most likely. I do need to check the Discord and see if you guys put anything in there for like React content or anything. I know we have a video from yesterday. Let's see here. Articles. Game industry needs to learn patience. Ooh, Fantasian Neo Dimension from the creator of Final Fantasy. Isn't that the yeah, I saw that. I saw that trailer. That was at the Nintendo Direct. Warframe, possible spoiler. Warframe timeline video. No image. No video, only image. Ooh, that's actually kind of interesting. If that's like really hard to display. Oh my god. I mean, props to Brozyme for this, but holy. Probably just look at the basic timeline if I can. I can't even zoom in anymore. That's way too... I can't even show that. Look at this too. That'll work. Okay. I'm set up, I think. I think I'm set up. I think we're good. Anyway, what's going on, guys? At Legendary Drops, don't want to spam chat asking, but is there a way to DM you in any way? Want to talk about Warframe's history with you? I mean, you keep spamming anyway, which makes me not want to answer. Want to talk about Warframe's history with you as someone that's played the game since release. I have a few people that I've already been talking about. If you're in the Discord, I talk to people in the Discord all the time, but I don't really like give people my like private DMs or anything like that. No. It's kind of a dangerous road to travel. You know what I mean? And also at the exact same time, the other thing is as well is that I also have Digital Extremes to tap on their shoulder as well if I have questions about anything as well. Have a nice stream. Thank you. Hey man, much love watching your vids and your journey through Warframe. I especially like your video essay style. The video essay style you have reminds me a lot of Skill Up, who is interestingly the one they got you into Warframe years ago. Yeah. Well, I mean, Skill Up's the one that got me into YouTube, so watching his videos and like a few other content creators and stuff like that is the reason why I started making videos in the first place. You should ask for Prime sure-footed early. Why? So I can stop getting knocked down. Do people actually use that? Is that really like that necessary? Especially because there's like so many better things you could have in that slot. It's a meme mod. Prime sure-footed is a must. Yeah. Yeah, I could see that. Into Steel Path or higher level content, sure-footed gets better. Yeah, I mean, I could see that because, like, I mean, think about it. The time that you're going to spend being knocked down. I mean, you don't even have to spend the time being knocked down. If you just see the AoE, like, just get away. Because you're really only going to get knocked down by what? There's, like, there's the infested enemy that can, like, grab you. And then there's also, like, the heat Eximus enemies that'll knock you back, right? Some weapons can stagger you, though. Oh, Profit Taker. Only prevents knockdown, but also pulls. Oh, not only... Oh, okay, so it does prevent the pulls as well. That's actually kind of nice. Rolling nullifies that. Oh, that's true. That'd be true. That'd be true. That'd be true. I'm so, like, exceedingly jealous of everybody that's playing Elden Ring right now. I'm so jealous. Even though, like, I'm really excited to play Jade today, I am really looking forward to Elden Ring streams next week. I'm really looking forward to the Elden Ring streams next week. I can't wait for it. I know it's gonna be punishing, but I don't care. I don't care. That's the name of the game, baby. That's the name of the game. Why not now? Just because I'm sick and tired of streaming Warframe and having people hop in and immediately start trying to spoil Jade Shadows for some reason. I can get rid of internet weirdos. That's why. Punishing? Why? No, I've just talked to friends that have played Elden Ring as well, and they've hopped into it, and they're like, they gave us a pretty strong difficulty spike right at the very beginning, which is pretty sick. First time catching the stream. Welcome, welcome. What are the odds of a slightly earlier quest today since it's pretty short? I don't understand what you mean by that. Spoiler, Wisp has no feet. We proved that wrong yesterday. What do you think of 1999? Do you know what reference is 1999? Other than like Y2K? I don't know what 99 would be referencing outside of that. Oh, is it a kind of references Dark Sector? When did Dark Sector come out? That wasn't 1999, was it? I don't remember. That's so long ago. How's Maddie? He's sleeping. He's sleeping. Once it's daytime, he finds the darkest place he can hide, and then he stays there. It references Windows 99 PC. That's funny. You're so excited. I'm excited to see what they're going to reveal at TennoCon, because I would imagine this TennoCon, they're actually going to show us like what 1999 is going to be, right? Like I mean, at its core, like, okay, it's cool, but you're still basically just controlling, you know, we're basically still just controlling Excalibur, but it's just like back in time. You know what I mean? And he has a human face. So like I think they might show like what 1999 is going to be. AK Dreamer with the 5. I know you took my $5 Fortnite card. Where is it? I don't know, man. I don't know. Now it's a $10 Fortnite card. Now I'm finally going to be able to get that Goku skin. I haven't played Fortnite in so long, it's not even funny. I really like that game. I genuinely like playing it. I just never, I don't know. I just don't have a whole lot of people to play it with. I think that's a problem. And I like playing games like that co-op. Like, I mean, you can do solo drops and stuff like that, but I don't know. It's not as fun. The reference is Dark Sector. That's cool. They just added Metallica to Fortnite. I think like I think the challenge is going to become like what won't make it into Fortnite. You know what? Like what won't be in Fortnite? Like what bridge won't they cross? They have a Warframe on their Warframe on their sites for a collab. I could see that. There's probably a lot of people that would play it too. I would guarantee that a lot of people that play. I would guarantee that there's a lot of people that play Warframe that probably play other free-to-play games. I'd guarantee it. And to be honest with you, the thing is that like I've said this multiple times before. While like a lot of people give Fortnite a lot of flack because of like it's, you know, it attracts a younger audience more than anything else. Like it's a good game. It's a good game, and it's fairly monetized. There's nothing there that's like barring you from being able to play it and enjoy it yourself. Like, yeah, you're not going to be able to get the, like, you know, I don't know, you're not going to be able to dress as Goku unless you buy a battle pass or whatever it is. You know what I mean? But like, who cares about that? The fact in the song trailer was used Into the Void. It was released in 1999. Also about fighting with oneself. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, they kind of get. I mean, narratively, I mean, you kind of can gather that just by looking at it. Like when you first do Whispers in the Wall, you know what I mean? Outside of that, I don't know, man. I guess I'm more interested in what it's going to be mechanically. Is this going to be another open world? Is this going to be a like cross progression kind of thing where you're going to have, you know, are they going to have like more human frames that they're going to add to like that universe that we're going to be able to like build and play with and stuff? Are they going to have unique functionality? Like who knows? You know what I mean? Like what is it going to actually end up being? Or is it just going to be something that's just a quest and then that's it? You know, I don't think that's what it's going to be. Have you seen the Warframe episode of Death Battle? Like, I don't know. If it's any of that animated stuff, as much as I would like to watch it, none of the animated stuff is safe. It's not safe for me to watch that stuff on stream. Like that stuff will get copyright. It will be copyright struck every time. Every time. Kind of like Duvuri mechanically, maybe. It could be something like that. I don't know. New Warframe React stuff in Discord. Oh my god, what is this? What is this?
My Warframe is strong.
My Warframe is strong. God damn it. Is he just like saying that randomly? Is that like, is this completely unprovoked?
You know what I mean?
My Warframe is strong.
Oh, banger line.
It is.
Banger line.
It is.
Corpus or a cult?
I've got some
Worshipping
regrets.
Money.
Yeah. Don't make me feel bad. Worse than I already do.
Okay, sorry. I think they're great.
Okay.
I do too. I
I could have removed them by now if I didn't like them.
That one probably should go.
What one? The corpus are a cult worshipping money, or my Warframe is strong?
Any of the ones that are that on the nose.
No!
Regrets. It's all good.
No! 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 I will revolt. I will revolt. There is no way. I'm sorry, but no. My Warframe is strong. There's no. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No. No. Don't you dare. Don't you dare get rid of that line. If I ever catch that in a patch notes, there'll be a lengthy video essay. There will be a lengthy video essay to follow. I'm gonna tell you that right now. Let's see here. What is this? Another successful early access game that needs to get exposure. What is this? Still got it.
Whoa. Well, I don't know who's gonna clean that up, but you gotta respect the sheer chaos of it, don't you? Why is it so satisfying to break stuff? Why do we get a kick out of smashing apart a piñata or popping bubble wrap? Whoa. This is what Swedish developer Tuxedo Labs was wondering when they put together what we're looking at here. Teardown, a real-time physics simulation game with fully destructible environments.
So it's literally just a game of you just like, hey, here's this place that we want you to destroy, and it's Owen Wilson. Is it AI Owen Wilson? That would be actually really funny. Wow. Wow. So it's basically what we used to do, like, or at least I used to do this, like what I used to do to like Legos and stuff like that. I mean, like, I was such a destructive kid. It's not even funny. I can't even tell you guys how many times like me and the neighborhood friends would walk around just looking for random things to destroy. Like the glee it would fill us with when we'd find somebody that was like throwing away an old TV or something like that, or like maybe like an old like dresser, table, whatever it is. Like there was just all kinds of different things that we go walk around the neighborhood looking for, and then just break them, and just love it. Just absolutely love doing that. And I mean, it probably says a lot about my personality, but you know, it is what it is. Finch with the 5 said, as somebody who's played Warframe for years, I love that people are still discovering how amazing the game is. Thank you for your videos. Thank you, man. Also, thank you for the dono. Appreciate that. Yeah, this is pretty good. This is pretty cool.
Wait, is someone gonna do something about that? Ah, there we go. Anyway, does destruction make us feel powerful? Is it a way to release the frustrations of everyday life?
Yeah.
Maybe it's about instant gratification or the beauty of disorder. Turns out, the team didn't need a lot of fancy research to prove one undeniable fact. Breaking stuff is fun. And the bigger the stuff, the bigger the fun. That's why we play games, right?
Why is he gonna say it? Please say it. I hope he says it. Just give us like one. Wow.
To have fun. You feel that? That's pure satisfaction. And we don't want to just knock things down. No. We want to build them up too.
I like how they were like, we need to get somebody to do a voiceover for our trailer. Guys, what do you guys think about ASMR Owen Wilson?
You know, the whole circle of life thing. So Tuxedo Labs is working away. They craft a story built around heist and demolition objectives. And boom! They've got a critically acclaimed hit. In Teardown, so many people play, create, and share their experiences together. We spend our days working, shoring things up, establishing and keeping order. But here, with us, here it's okay just to tear it all down. Teardown. Available now on PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X, and Series S.
You know what, man? I really like this.
Build them up too.
I really like this.
Do research
in
to
general.
prove
Like,
one.
I think this looks awesome. I think this looks great. It does. I think one of the things that I think a lot of developers have kind of gotten away from over the last few years, and something that like indie games have really tapped into, and I think it's one of the reasons why so many players have been picking up indie lately, and like why more players are buying indie than they are AAA more times than not, is specifically because of the fact that a lot of these studios don't have the kind of money to like go in all of these directions, you know what I mean? Like literally like trying to do too many things all at once, you know what I mean? And when it comes to a game like this, like, it's just one simple thing, but players can build and they can break things, and it's like I think that there is a desire from players that are out there that want these games that have a very like hyper focused purpose. I think that's another really good example is like another really good example would be a game like Helldivers 2, right? Like, why would Helldivers 2 pop off? It's literally just a game of you killing hordes of enemies. There's nothing else. There's little objectives for you to do, but that pales in comparison to the amount of enemies that you're just shooting at and running from and fighting and all that good stuff. They just give players a sandbox to go and do their thing. You get one objective. It's one focused thing, and that's it, man. Like the Power Washer Simulator community. Exactly. Like, I think there is a lot of cases where there's people just want to play simple games. They want to play something that's not really overly complex. They don't want to play something like, the thing is, like, I love narrative driven games. I love some AAA games, obviously. I like a lot of that stuff, but also at the exact same time, the thing is that it's like a lot of those games, they're exhausting. They're exhausting, man. It just takes too much time. It's too much of a commitment. It's too much of a it takes too much effort to have to put in to play those kind of games. Banana. The only reason why people are playing Banana is because these idiots think that they're going to make money. It has nothing to do with gameplay. There's no game. It's just clicking your mouse. Same could be probably said for first-person shooters, but, you know. Yeah. Banana's not a game. It's a lifestyle. Okay. But, yeah, I think that's the reason why games like this do so well. I like the idea of this in general. And plus on top of that, like aesthetically, it's also like really like looks really good. It looks like it's just like high res Minecraft. And I can kind of dig that. I can dig that. That was cool. Thanks for sharing that. That game is called Teardown. If you guys are interested in it, it's on Steam. It's an early access game. It's more of a puzzle game than the trailer implied. Yeah, I guarantee it probably is. It's like you have an objective, like a good example of this. I'm trying to think. I don't know. It's kind of like Angry Birds in a way, you know what I mean? Like Angry Birds, it wasn't just like hit the pigs or whatever. It's like try to knock the structures down and, you know, find the weak points of the structures to be able to like gather up as many points as you can and be as destructive as you possibly can. At least that when I watched the trailer, that's what it kind of reminded me of a little bit. Let's see here. A video from a 10K hour vet with so many negative videos out there of folks quitting. Vash Kawai's video of why he stepped away and how amazing DE is really stands out as a super positive and interesting conversation piece. He brings up some stuff you've brought up and expands the lens from there. How long is it though? Oh, it's short. Yeah, we'll watch it. Let's check it out.
The Deviri Paradox expansion for Warframe just released, and despite all these exciting reveals for it, all the info being teased that will potentially wrap up information we've been wanting for years, new gameplay, whatnot, I am surprised to find myself thinking, damn, I just don't give a shit anymore. Now, having heard that and seen the title of this video, some of you might think, well, the game must be bad, right? If it has no allure to you as a seasoned player, so why are you saying it's good? And while I
You know, I kind of already know where he's going to go with this. I think a really good example of this is like, so for me, when I quit playing World of Warcraft, like I sunk thousands and thousands of hours into World of Warcraft back in the day. It was like, it was an addiction, to be honest with you. I couldn't step away from it. I had my fun with it, but I think it was like right after Wrath of the Lich King, I saw the new expansion coming, and with everything that I'd already done in the game, I was just like, yeah, you know what? Nah, I'm good. And it's not that it's a bad game. You know, at the time, it wasn't. Wrath of the Lich King was fucking awesome. Wrath was sick when it first came out. It was great. Had an awesome time. But when I saw like the new expansion, I'm like, everything's gonna change, and you know, I just had enough. That's all it was. I just had enough. It had nothing to do with the quality of the game at the time or anything like that. Now, mind you, am I happy that I quit World of Warcraft all the way back then? Fuck yeah, I am. Are you kidding me? Look at where the game is today. Could you imagine if I stayed? Could you imagine how bitter of a person I would be if I stayed invested in that game up until this day? Think about that. Think about that.
I understand it might be confusing. Here's some food for thought. My playtime across all accounts and platforms has almost reached 10,000 hours.
That's crazy.
416.6 days or 1.14 years. I mean,
That's, I'll be honest with you, like 10,000 hours, like 10,000 hours is going to put yourself in that position regardless. Like, you're going to be exhausted with the game, and you'll have enjoyed that time for sure. But like, no wonder, you know what I mean? Like, no wonder you're not going to be interested in future content. 10,000 hours is insane, dude. Like, that's way too much time. That's way too much time. You know, like the games that I've played the most, I mean, like I probably have like a couple thousand hours in Final Fantasy 14, I would think. Mostly, maybe, potentially, kind of. Who knows? Outside of that, my most played game past that would probably be Terraria, which I have like 1,500 hours in or something like that. You know what I mean? And like, but that's that. I don't put 10K hours into something. I just don't because I just don't see a purpose in it. I think a lot of that also comes down to like the kind of variety of games that you play, right? Like, there's some people that they just don't play a lot of games. They literally are the folks that just play one or two games. That's all they play. They don't pay attention to anything. You know what I mean? Like other games that are coming out, nothing like that interests them. They just care about the game that they play and want to see the game that they play grow. That's it.
Meaning that the game has been running on one platform or another under my account for 1.5% of my lifespan, and that's with a generous 75-year estimate. There is no feasible way in hell that anyone gets to call a game that took that much of their time bad. Not that it stops people, of course. It honestly reminds me of a tweet back in the day where they showed a Steam review done at 8,000 hours talking about how bad the game was. But the guy had 12,000 hours on file, meaning he wrote the review and then proceeded to play for another 4,000 hours. Obviously, yes. I am done with the game.
Yeah, like that's the thing. I've seen that so much. Here's the funny thing, though. I will say this. The guys that you see that'll post those reviews and say, I've played the game for 5,000 hours and this game sucks, it's the worst game that I've ever played and nobody should ever play it. Those are the guys that you do want to read their reviews, because those people put the hours into the game and they know it, like, they probably know it better than anything else they know in life. And if that's the case, then chances are they're going to have some really illuminating insights to share with you. So it's really helpful to see that stuff. But it is always really funny when people are like, this game sucks. It's like, you played it for 6,000 hours.
But that's really not such a bad thing, nor does it mean that the game is unplayable for someone wanting to get into it today. And with that in mind, I wanted to do something different, because all too often when someone is doing what I'm doing right now, it typically goes somewhere along the lines of... What is up, guys? Coming at ya, quitting Warframe for the 7th time this year, even though we all know I'm going to be back with the next major content release, singing its praises. And I hate saying that, because you know all the people...
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, it's one of the worst things about YouTube and about Twitch and stuff like that. Like, I'm going to tell you guys, there's something that I will never do. You will never, ever, ever see a video on this channel that is titled, I'm quitting Warframe. I'm quitting Final Fantasy. Why I quit playing X game, Y game, or anything like that. I mean, like, okay, I shouldn't say it like that. I could definitely see myself titling a video in a way like that if it's about something very specific, but I wouldn't be doing it for like a drama farm thing that a lot of people do, if that makes any sense. because I don't want to say, because like there's something that I could definitely quit doing, and I would want to talk about why I quit doing something, but that doesn't necessarily mean like it's a game and I just don't believe in Warframe and its future anymore, and I'm gonna go play Destiny, so I'll see you guys in the next video. Like I'm not gonna do that. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna do that. I could see myself making videos in the future being like, you know, why I quit, maybe like some certain bad video game habit or something like that. You know what I mean? I could see that. But yeah, I'm not gonna be like drama farming for like, hey guys, I know you guys have really liked my Warframe content, but I just want to let you know I'm quitting Warframe. Now I could see myself making a meme video, because I guarantee that like over the next few weeks when I'm playing and streaming other games, because there's both Final Fantasy 14 and Elden Ring coming out back to back, that I'm going to get some people that are going to pop in and go, why'd you quit Warframe? And for them, I will absolutely make a video. For them, I absolutely will make a video.
These videos have untold thousands of hours sunk into it, and I think they just have a hard time reconciling with that. Something I rarely see, however, is an amicable departure done with the understanding that not everything has to be perfect. Not everything has to last, least of all one person's experience with a live service video game. Warframe has done its job, and any game that manages to keep me for that long has hit it out of the park, and I want to talk about how I believe it did so. Review Warframe and what aspects of it make it such a great game, and maybe touch on some of the not so great aspects as well. Because it wouldn't be fair to talk about what got me into the game without talking about what makes it suck. When it comes to the better aspects of this free-to-play MMO though, after discussing them with friends and even people I've never spoken to before, the undeniable king is movement. Space Ninjas has been the coin descriptor for Warframe since its release, and given that, it makes sense that movement would be a pretty important part of the game. It's actually
what's really crazy about the movement in Warframe is that, you know, the game had been around and had already been playable for so long, and then they changed their movement mechanics, and now that they've changed their movement mechanics are very much one of the main reasons why you'd want to play. Like, for me, it's one of the reasons why I like playing the game. Like, it feels good to play. It feels good and fun to move around in Warframe. And because of how engaging that movement is, it's one of the reasons why the game feels so comfortable. And it's crazy that something that was an afterthought, something that was put in to solve is basically a solution to an issue that was in the game, a solution to a exploit that was in the game, that then made the game better to the point where, like, that is the game for me. Like, the movement in Warframe is the game in a lot of ways for me.
It becomes such a defining aspect of it that I can't help but compare another game's movement to Warframe's whenever I start one.
I can't bullet jump, this is hell.
Movement in Warframe consists of the 10 following options.
Fuck, that's so true! It's so true! I can't tell you how many times I've been playing other games lately, especially third-person games, like third-person shooters or third-person perspective games, and I'm like, oh, I'm so slow! I'm so slow! Why can't I bullet jump? What is this? Or I'll like go to do, or what's even worse is if I go to play something else for a little while and then I come back to Warframe and then like I forget how to move because I'm not used to using, not used to using it anymore. Oh, man.
Walking, sprinting, sliding, rolling, jumping, double jumping, bullet jumping, wall latching, and aim gliding. Hearing that many options, you're probably thinking, wow, that kind of sounds like a shitfest, and I'm not sure how that plays out. But they chain together flawlessly. Maybe you just eviscerated the bowels of your mortal enemy, and you want to jump up a wall before launching yourself over 100 meters, because why the fuck not? Want to jump around a corner and bullet jump into an alcove you wouldn't have been able to otherwise reach? You can do that kind of stuff. Some missions become unspoken competitions between the randoms you were matchmade with, just to see who can complete the objective and fly through to the extraction point first. Lately, there's been some really weird debates on Twitter about games that have good movement, and maybe
you the sons of bitches that I play co-op with on Warframe, where I'm like, I feel like I'm like the fat kid that's getting left behind. Everybody's like already at the exit, and I'm like, I'm over here like vaulting over things and grabbing onto ledges on accident, or running into the overhang of a door, or taking the wrong turn, or like making all of these different like movement mistakes. And
maybe I'm missing something, because all the clips people show in these arguments just look like crack-addled children mashing their keyboard. It doesn't seem so much like good movement to me as it does just excuses to have players seize in the most extraneous ways possible. Whereas,
yeah, do you know what the thing is? Is that something he brings up here is something that like it was a big argument for Modern Warfare, the original Modern Warfare, and then when they switched to Modern Warfare 2, and they got rid of everybody's like, oh, dude, you don't understand. The movement was so good, and it's just like, I'm sorry, but it looks fucking stupid. Like, the movement in Call of Duty looks dumb. Slide canceling isn't, that's not a feature. That was you breaking the game, and it looked goofy. You know what I mean? Like, nothing about it looked fun or natural. Good movement. I'll give them this. I think that Black Ops 6, what they're trying to do with like omni movement and stuff, that probably is the right direction for them to go in, where they're actually creating movement rather than creating mechanics for players to break because they want to go fast. Yeah, I agree with this. There's a lot of games that people point out and say, oh, it has great movement. And it's just like, that's what people used to say about Modern Warfare. Oh, but the Modern Warfare movement was sick. And then they ruined it in Modern Warfare 2. And it's just like, no, it wasn't sick. It was busted.
as with Warframe, if there were ever a way players would want their character to move, there exists a way to do it. It is by far and away the greatest QOL I've ever had in a game. Because of this, Space Ninjas is an apt description, because you feel every bit the part as you cruise through tile sets in any which way you'd like. If there were one bit of movement to embody why it all feels so fucking good, it'd be bullet jumping. And this is where I'll start to tie into my next point: developer outreach. Bullet jumping was not initially part of the game, nor was it something that the devs would have ever normally considered adding. Back in the day, there was a movement tech players came to exploit called coptering. Now, I personally don't have any OG footage of coptering, and I'm not going to steal it from someone else, but the best thing I can compare it to is sword skating in Destiny, and for those who have no clue what that is, it's basically taking advantage of the momentum caused in an attack animation and canceling the attack midway by using another action that can translate and retain that momentum, resulting in the following.
Huh. Okay.
Digital extremes, when presented
use this
with
for
what
one
by
of the
all means
raids.
should have been considered an exploit, instead of acting to squash the movement tech that the players loved, they thought maybe they're onto something, and acted to implement it, giving birth to bullet jumping. While it might be tempting to chalk this up as a cool but isolated incident, it's not even close. DE has their ear to the ground in ways I never would have expected. Hell, I made content for one of the most niche parts of the game possible: base customization. One day I reached out to one of the devs via the game's forum DM feature. I didn't expect a reply nor the time of day from them, but I got a reply, my concerns addressed, and I even got to help give feedback on and test content specific to my request before release for a very long time after that. I didn't even
That's so cool, man. That's so cool. Oh, it's so good. It's so nice. It's just like look at what happens. Like, look at what happens when you just listen to the players, man. Like, I just don't understand why so many developers out there want to overcomplicate things for no reason. Why do you want to fight against them? Why fight against the tide? Like, I realize that in a lot of cases, they have their own creative vision. They have the things that they want to do, what they're trying to accomplish. But at the exact same time, if you're hearing from your player base regularly on a very single issue or on a multitude of different issues, and you don't just listen for a minute, and maybe they're not giving you the solution, 9 times out of 10, they're not, because they're not game developers. They're really good at pointing out the problems, not giving you a solution for it. But they're telling you something. It's almost always an indication that there's something else. There's some other like underlying issue that's there that you have to solve. And if you're not going to solve it, and if instead you're going to just fight against them, you're only going to make the game worse over time. There are so many games that do this. So many games that try to, especially when we're talking about like live service games, MMOs, things like that. There's so many different instances of the company just not listening to the players, thinking that they know better, and doing the opposite of what the players want. I think a great example, the best example of this, the perfect example of this, is classic World of Warcraft. They literally, Blizzard's top folks, go on stage and tell the players, you think you want it, but you don't. Famous line, beautiful line. You think you want it, but you don't. And then they go and they make classic World of Warcraft, and it blows up for them. And they make tons and tons of money when they finally wake up to the idea of it. It's just like, my God, man. Like, just listen to them for a minute. They're telling you what they want. That's the best part about gamers over any other consumer that's out there, is that gamers will tell you what they want. This is the game that I want to play. You could go around and you could ask any gamer that's out there, what's your dream game? And chances are that dream game is going to line up with a few other million players, and they're going to want to buy that game too. They're going to tell you what they want that game to look like, what they want that game to play like, what they want in that game, how they want that game to play, all those different things. You have to ask them. You have to have that open line of communication for you to be able to deliver on the needs of the player. And so many companies don't want to do that anymore. They don't want to do it. And it's one of the reasons why, in the case of Warframe, and it's something that I've really noticed with the community, is that like folks in the Warframe community are dedicated to DE. They are dedicated to this game. They are looking forward to Soulframe because they know that even if Soulframe doesn't deliver on their expectations, it will later on. Because they know for a fact that Digital Extremes will listen to the things that they're talking about and the issues that they have, and they'll fix whatever issues that are there. And regardless of what ends up happening with the full release of Soulframe, below or above expectations, it's only going to continue to get better because that's exactly what they do. They listen to their players, they disseminate that feedback, they take what's valuable, and they implement that. And I think, obviously, one of the best examples of that in Warframe is the bullet jump. And it's probably the coolest... It's probably the best example of a developer listening to the feedback of the player and redesigning the game in a way that engages with the core issue rather than punishing the players. Because most games would have looked at the coptering that was going on in Warframe and they would have just patched it out and then ignored the players and ignored the issue. That's what they would have done. They would have just ignored it entirely. They didn't. And you have to appreciate that. You have to.
Bring people to play the base game with my content. Rather, I told them about the intricacies of one of the most pointless parts of the game. And I'm not the only person they've done this to. It doesn't matter if it's a niche in the game or one of the most dominant sections of it. They will actually listen to you and often make changes where possible. We'll cover later how Warframe is an ever-evolving amalgamation of a game, but throughout the entire 10-year run of its development, I can't think of a single time where the devs were tone-deaf to the player base. Have they always made great decisions? Of course not. But quite literally every time they don't.
No, and that's the other thing too, is that like no developer is ever perfect. Developers are going to make mistakes because you make mistakes. It's as simple as that. We make mistakes. We can't expect every developer to be flawless. We know that's not the case. We've played video games for years. We expect... The funny thing is that like when players say things like they want a finished game on launch, they're not saying that they want a game that doesn't have any bugs, because we've been playing video games for years. We know that a game is going to launch and it's going to have some issues. We know how complicated and complex it is to make a video game and how some things are going to slip through the cracks. We know how that's going to happen. We're all human after all. Exactly. We know how that's going to happen. We don't want broken games at launch. And lately that's been something that's been going on. Like, no, you're not going to have... you're not going to believe that they're going to do, like in the case of Digital Extremes, you're not going to believe that they're going to do everything right. But you will believe that they're going to try to do everything right. And they'll try to do right by the player. And I think that that's something that's really important. And there's not a lot of companies that can get that kind of faith out of their players. There really isn't.
They're there sitting down to talk with everyone about it. This game caters to every playstyle imaginable. Want to stealthily slip through the map, assassinating key enemies to complete the mission? Maybe you want to be a bit more daring and color your character all pink and go guns blazing instead. Maybe you don't even want to look at the enemies and just snap their neck from 50 meters away. It doesn't matter what you want to do. You can do it, even alone, as this entire game can be completed solo. In addition, all characters, weapons, and playstyles are relevant for all content. You can take what might be considered the worst weapon and character in the game, modify it in such a way that it can nuke entire maps. There's no point at which a weapon is actually outdated. If a loadout is bad, it's due to either a lack of imagination or the resources to make the build work. It feels incredibly rewarding to earn modifications that, when set properly on different weapons, allow the weapon to go from pea shooter to destroyer of worlds.
Yeah, I think that's crazy. I think that's crazy with Riven mods. Well, I realize that the Riven mods system in general is kind of like, you know, it can be like a little bit hit or miss. I think it's crazy that you can literally take like the worst guns in the game and you can just make them good. You know what I mean? Making good is just as anything else. That's so good. That's so great. It's such a it's one of those things that, again, I go back to one of the things that I appreciate the most about playing Warframe is being able to play a game where I can see a studio that genuinely has vision. They're not afraid to try something. 100 Forma. 100 Forma with that Lex. He really put 100 Forma into a Lex. Why? Why? The fuck is the point? I didn't even see that. Where was that at? Oh my god. Oh my god. What the fuck? What? Why? The memes? Yeah.
Destroyer of Worlds. It's fun to go through the solar system unlocking different characters and weapons that allow for an incredibly large variety of combat styles. Maybe you learned about a melee combo unique to a specific weapon, or you just learned that a certain weapon has a special effect that you'd want to pair with Warframe's ability and see how long you can last in an endurance mission like Survival. Even on the point of mission types, there is so very much to do in this game. So much has been added over 10 years. You can test your builds in endurance missions, you can try to speedrun other times, you can try boss fights in open worlds several hundred times, you can go to space, you can play Elden Ring, you can fish, you can pet the dog, you can play Street Fighter. Hell, you don't even have to play the actual game anymore. There are entire communities centered around niche aspects of the game that focus on our next point.
Wait, what? How have I not found this? Samara sells it? I'll have to go look for it then. That's crazy.
Communities centered around
well,
niche
I know, like, I didn't know that's what this was. Like, I know I kept finding, like, frame fighter data, but I didn't know what that is.
Aspects of the game that focus on our next
That's
point.
crazy.
The amount of control over customization given to the player in this game is absolutely disgusting, in that it has absolutely spoiled me. I've made my name in Warframe teaching people how to customize their guild base in ways they never would have thought possible. I even made a 30-minute video on the intricacies of fucking photo mode, of all things, and that's with all my breathing edited out. The level of customization offered in Warframe can be as simple as I made my dog pink, or as complex as I recreated different raids from Destiny 2 in our guild base, and I also exploited a rendering glitch to make imagery that shouldn't be possible. God have mercy on my soul. It is truly a struggle to view any other game's customization in a good light because of the freedom given here.
That's so cool. That's so cool. I can't wait for season 2, man.
Coming into the game and enjoying everything else as much as I already did, I didn't care too much about the story, and I think that would go for most players with their initial gameplay. Nothing seemed to matter, nothing was important. Then I got to and completed the second dream, and I did a complete 180, being completely invested in the story after that point. I've had so many friends that didn't care about the story and wanted spoilers on something they may have seen on the wiki, and each time I'd tell them, no, finish up to X quest and we can talk about it. And every time they have thanked me for doing that.
That's what you
this
gotta
is a near
do.
universal sentiment when it comes to Warframe storytelling, and you'll see this exact scenario played out with your own friends, threads on Reddit, YouTube videos, and more. I won't dwell too much on this point, as I'm not trying to spoil anything for potentially newer players, but the release of the second dream marked the beginning of Warframe's evolution into something more, and nobody expected it. If there were one point of pain to be had here, it's simply that there are, at times, painfully long gaps between crucial story releases, but
Yep. So, okay. There's actually two things here. So I get what he's saying. He's saying that there's painfully long gaps between story releases. So major content updates for story take too long. This is a year old. This video is like, I think, a year old or more maybe. So I totally get where he's coming from with this, but obviously it seems like they've been trying to like increase that cadence the best that they can. You know what I mean? But at the same time, as a newer player that's coming in, I think the same could be said about just playing the game in general. I'll be real. Like, I think you could say the exact same thing about playing the game in general. It's one of those deals where it's like, there's too much of a long gap in story and interest and intrigue at the very start of the game when you first go to play, because there's so many different things you can get lost in. While there's people that have argued against me because they're like, well, you took too long to get to the second dream. It took you 150 hours to get to the second dream. And it's just like, well, yeah, because I also unlocked Cetus and Fortuna and Deimos and open world reps and other farms, and there were nodes for me to be able to get Warframes, and then I wanted to level those Warframes up, and then I wanted to buy weapons from the market and make weapons so that I could level those up and find weapons that I like. And yeah, you can reach the second dream in 10 hours, but that's not realistic for a new player. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Like, it's silly to think that most players are just going to rush the planets. This is not going to happen. People are not going to do that. Sure, there'll be a couple, yeah, but chances are it's going to take, if you just play the game at your own pace, and most players are going to play it at their own pace and try to discover the game and learn more about it. In a lot of cases, most players are probably not going to be getting into the second dream for probably 50, 60 hours plus, maybe even longer than that. And I think in part that also explains why there's so few people that have that achievement even unlocked in the first place. Hell, one of the most rarest achievement in the games is getting 5 Warframes. What does that tell you? What does that tell you? I think getting 5 Warframes is like 15% or something like that, or less. What's the achievement? Let's look. So I have Silver Eagle. That's not it. The sacrifice is 8.2% of players have done the sacrifice. 8.2% of players have gotten to the sacrifice. %10 of players have gotten to the War Within. 10%. I thought there was one on here for the second dream. Is there not? Did I skip it? I might have skipped it. Should have been right here, but it's not. Maybe it's under a different name. This is showing them in order, so it should be down here somewhere, probably. I don't know. I can't find it. But still, you can't control F. No, not on Steam. No, I don't have it on the website. It's on the. It's on my actual. It's on my actual Steam app. Cross saves messed up the player base. Was eligible to do Jade Shadows at launch. 40. Put it another way. 45% of the player base was eligible to do Jade Shadows at launch. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. And you also have to kind of think about it too. Like, some players are just going to continue to play where they're comfortable. You know what I mean? They're just going to continue to play where they're comfortable.
That's it. A quick but still important note to cover, in hand with story, is the overall design for the game. The art and sound direction are incredible and leagues beyond what you'd expect from a free-to-play MMO. I know this.
And I think the really important point to keep in mind here, and this goes both with the story, so story, music, and artwork, the things that are like what kind of subvert your expectations when it comes to this game, and this is one of the things that I think ends up something that's kind of upsetting is that a lot of people will point out, they're like, man, it's great for a free-to-play game. Like, this is a great free-to-play game. Like, no, it's a great fucking video game. It's just a great video game. That's it. But what makes this game subvert the expectations of free-to-play and actual video game, and that's when you find out, you're like, holy shit, I'm actually just playing a video game that's free, is the music, the art direction, and the story. When you get to that stuff, you're like, well, wait, ho. This is an actual video game. This isn't a free-to-play game. This isn't, oh, wow, this is awesome for a free-to-play game. No, this is just fucking sick. This is just a great game. Simple as that. It's so good. It's so, so good. Turtle with the 5. Don't trust the Steam achievements too much. I'm rep 20, but don't have the achievement to reach rank 2 with any weapon. Oh, that's weird.
The sound team has gotten a fair bit of recognition already, but I honestly don't think the art team gets enough praise for what it does. Unquestionably, what drove me to try Warframe for the very first time was the art. The team has consistently delivered a unique alien feeling to the game, even if it's a little too questionable.
Damn.
Warframe has managed to do free-to-play in an unbelievably successful way. Obviously, as a free-to-play game, it does feature a premium currency, Platinum.
Tickle with the 2. Bad stats. How many players try Warframe and just leave? Yeah, that's also really good. That's a really good question as well. I would guarantee there's a ton. There's probably a ton of people that download it for the first time, probably play it for an hour or even if that, and then just log right out. It happens a lot.
For whales to buy up. However, Platinum is only used on either cosmetics or character or weapon slots, which don't cost all that much, but are needed by all players in increasing amounts the more they play and unlock. Platinum purchase from the game is spent less on the game's actual offerings and more on the player-to-player market, trading for modifications that you may not have yet. It's incredible simply because they've made it, so there is absolutely nothing in the game that a whale could buy that would give them an outright advantage over other players, and even if they do
I like how one of them is like straight up like using emojis to like try to sell their stuff. They're like, hey, they are straight up advertising in here.
Want to buy up a ton of items from other players, that only helps the other players. It's one of the few games I can think of where whales buying into the game actually helps the free-to-play community, as well as one of the few where the free-to-play community hardly needs any actual investment in the game in order to begin earning items worth selling. It may not sound very sustainable, but enough plat goes out of the game via official offerings being bought so it works out. The market thrives and is a pretty huge part of the game, regardless of if you go the free-to-play route or not.
So there's actually a really funny bug right now that you guys saw seconds.
Are we going to show it?
I don't know if we can.
Yeah, show the bug, just for a second.
There it was. If I switch weapons.
Overall, it's a surprisingly fun game
Hell
to play
yeah.
with friends. Obviously, yes, any game with friends is going to be better, but having played many games with friends over the years, this one stands above, be it community events or challenges, or just dicking around doing any of the many, many things to do in this game. It was just too easy to have a good time. Even without friends, though, and somewhat circling back to the dev outreach point made earlier, Warframe's community is an actual riot. Devs have been streaming a primetime activity weekly on Twitch that most players only watch for the drops, or at least to start. Over time, though, you come to appreciate the absolute fuckery that ensues when community managers get in front of the camera, from dirty jokes that should never be said on air, to failing open-world boss fights in front of the entire player base. It is always a blast. The community is something that a lot of people don't care too much about when starting a game, but with Warframe, I think it is something that everyone will inevitably get pulled into, and that
Yeah, I think that's one of the things that I found really interesting is like my first few times when I was watching the prime time, I just kind of had it muted. I was off to the side. And plus on top of that, I was like, worried about getting spoiled and stuff like that. But I think that one of the things that's really special is the fact that they actually aren't afraid to just show off the personality of their developers and the people that are making the game. It's really important to make that kind of connection with the players. It's, in a lot of ways, I think it's probably what it serves to protect them in a way. By being more transparent, they are protecting themselves. And the reason why I say that is because in a lot of cases, you know, we've seen developers get attacked. You know what I mean? Folks have got their personal information somehow. They didn't like an update. They start sending them letters and death threats and stuff like that, like a bunch of crazy stuff. It happens. Like, people are crazy. But I think the thing is that when you show off more of your human side more regularly, I think that people are probably a little bit less likely to be that outrageous and do those kind of things. Not to say that they don't get their fair share of crazies. I guarantee that they do, but they probably see it less so than some other developers at times.
That is a selling point for this game that is criminally underrated. Moving on to some of the considerably less appealing aspects of the game. First up, we have community. Ah, yes, the duality of man. It's a given that any community is going to have a shitty side, but Warframe gets some of the most outrageous and infantile hate I have ever seen. And while speculation on my part, I believe it is because of just how helpful and responsive the devs are. Some delusional players...
Needy. They get needy. because they get so used to having the developer bend to everything that they say. And while they do need to be listening to us, remember what I said. Players can tell you where there's an issue. That doesn't necessarily mean that they know where the solution is, which means that the more things that the developer will change on behest of the player, the more the player thinks that they can ask from the developer. And that's a really difficult thing to be able to balance. But it seems like they've done a pretty solid job of being able to make sure to tell people no.
Have come to mistake high chance of response with mandatory response, thinking that just because the devs respond to a lot of players, that means they should respond.
You see, perfect example, Dante nerfs. Yeah, people like went crazy over his, like I saw some like people were really upset about the nerfs that happened to him, and people are still talking about it like, oh man, like with Dante, like he's fine, he plays great, he's super strong. You wanted him stronger? Why? Why? Like, the nerf wasn't even that bad. Here's the thing. He doesn't feel like a nerfed character for a new player. I'll tell you that right now.
Respond to all players. I believe it's because of the family-like atmosphere that DE has tried so hard to create, that these players come to feel betrayed when the devs do not meet their fantasy standards, and it is batshit crazy the things these people will do and say. There was a point I had to make a video to tell my own niche community to shut the fuck up and grow a pair, because even I got tired of it. Again, shitty people are not unique to Warframe.
Way to be.
But the fervor and venom with which the game gets shit on at times.
DE kings of useless things. Hey, I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna be real. Some of these very same people are in the room with us right now. They're in the room with us right now. Monka S fucking situation we got going on right now. The reason why I say that is because there's been plenty of live streams that I've had that I've seen people straight up say that like certain content's useless. They cry about content islands and stuff like that. And here's the thing, like while you might be right, the problem is like complaining about it constantly isn't really going to sell. It's not really going to save anything. Plus on top of that, the other thing is too, is that like, there was a whole group of people that were telling me when I first started playing the game that I should ignore Railjack. Railjack's useless. That's useless. This is useless. Don't do that. It's useless. It's like, bro, I'm playing the game. I'm playing the video game. Like, not every single thing that I need to be doing in this game needs to be productive. I don't need to be productive all the time. Sometimes it's okay that they have content islands because it's nice, because it gives the player something to go and do that's a distraction from the rest of the game that they've been playing and the loop that they've been playing in. And oh, hey, it just so happens that there's still quite a lot of benefits that you can get from doing that kind of content. What are you talking about? And then it's like, the worst part is that in a lot of cases too, you know, because we were talking about before when they're saying like, oh, DE makes mistakes, like the Railjack. Look at the Railjack. Look at Railjack. Railjack's abandoned. It's just like, bro, I'm sorry, but shut the fuck up. I don't care. I don't care that you think that they abandoned the Railjack. Like, if they think it's something that's necessary and it's engaging enough that the players want to continue to play it in the future and they want to add content to it, they will. They will. But it's just like, it's just so weird. It's so weird, especially with how much content's been put into this game to begin with anyway. It's just like, from a new player's perspective, when you're talking to me about that kind of stuff, you're talking to a wall. You're talking to a wall. PvP was abandoned, but that's fine. It still works. Yeah, and the thing is that like, even for a new player, I can look at something like PvP and go, I don't know how the fuck you'd make that work. I don't know. Like one-on-one, what is it? 1v1? 5v5 with people bullet jumping and shit. That's fucking annoying. I couldn't imagine like how cracked out you'd have to be able to play that. There'd be such a massive skill gap between players, both on movement and aim, that it would be next to impossible to be able to play against people. It'd be next to impossible. Like 4-on-4 and free for all. God, that sounds horrible. That sounds horrible. There's such a high skill ceiling on that like bottom end players would have no chance and they would not find it fun or engaging. Of course. To be honest, PvP was a terrible idea. Probably a terrible idea. I wonder who gave him that idea.
Certainly feels like it. Grind I don't really want to talk too much about this because it's a fucking MMO, so what did you expect? Really though, Warframe's grind is a cute, adorable kitten when compared to a true grind monster like Lost Ark. The only grind I think is truly horrendous and worth mentioning from the game are ribbon modifications, as the amount of Kuva required to get a god roll takes about 1% of your life to farm. That is atrocious, and it amazes me that force stats or protection measures when rolling have not been added to the game. Beyond that though, there is no grind in Warframe worth complaining about beyond time. Crafting requirements can sometimes be off-putting simply because a newer player might go to craft their newest Warframe, say they'll be back in 3 days, and
I have no problem with any of the grinds in Warframe. I have zero, zilch, nada, nothing. Because it's a free-to-play game, it's an MMO, those things are going to happen, that's okay. I knew what I was getting myself into when I signed up for the game. As long as the grind isn't absurd, you know what I mean? Where it's like, oh, if I want to get a frame and I'm trying to get it, it's a 0.005% drop chance. But if you don't if you don't get it, there's like a pity system, but it's only after like 2,000 chances of you trying to get what you were trying to get. You know what I mean? Like that. Like no, like that's too much. That's way too much. But the crafting timers, I'm sorry, man. Like it's something that they got to look into. Like 72 hours. It's not 72. The deceptive thing is that it's not 72 hours. It's 86 hours. It's 3.5 days for you to be able to play a new frame if you don't rush it.
and never come back online. The game is literally in an eternal beta phase, always unfinished. This is not a joke. While each update is heavily playtested before release, you're still risking game crashes, progression stops and losses, and more that slip through the cracks. If you play content on release, you're often better off waiting a week for the wrinkles to get ironed out before committing to any major update. This isn't to say that that happens with every update, but rather to say it can and will happen to you, and is something that you need to accept if you decide to play any update upon release.
I feel like you should probably qualify this by also saying this happens in like every game. There's like, I haven't played a game yet to this day that when the developers release a patch, a content update, an expansion, that people don't find some issues. No dev escapes this. No, I mean, obviously it's in varying degrees. It's going to be like smaller and larger in some cases, depending on the game. Genshin Impact? Is Genshin Impact just this like infallible game? Lord knows they have enough money to be able to throw at it, so. Genshin Impact 100% has bugs. Genshin has a very good track record of stable releases. You know, the thing is, too, is that, like, I wonder, so I would imagine that quality is of a higher, it's not of a higher, like, I'd have to think about this when it comes to Genshin Impact, because, like, one, they have a lot more money to spend. They have a lot more money to spend. Like an absurd amount more money to spend on making sure that they can quality test for as long as they can with as many people as they can. Like they're not even in the same fucking league. You know what I mean? The amount of money that Genshin Impact makes month over month is absurd. It's disgusting, actually. It shouldn't be like that. Even though I know that many people have told me Genshin Impact is a great game, it's a fun game, they really enjoy it, they like the story, they like the characters, all that kind of stuff. I'm sorry, no video game should be making that kind of money. No game. When a game is making that much money, there is inherently something very dark about that game, which there obviously is. Obviously. Yeah, it's a gacha game. Yeah, I know it. I know it's a gacha game, but it's just one of those kind of things. Yeah, gambling. Exactly. Yeah, it's pushing a gambling addiction. It's pushing on. It's taking advantage. Like, I mean, those kind of games in general, just because it's waifus and stuff like that. You know what I mean? It's all kinds of things that they're playing with your mind and doing, you know what I mean? But yeah.
That being said, at least DE is upfront about what they do instead of lying to our faces and giving us the infamous post-release apology note.
Ah, yes.
Diversity. The game started out as a looter space ninja third-person shooter, running about what weren't even procedurally generated tile sets at first. Presently, however,
So
it now
cool.
offers the following: Warframes, Operator Drifter, Spaceship Simulator, Smaller Spaceship Simulator, Dark Souls Simulator, Tony Hawk Pro Skater, Mech Warrior, Open World Simulator, Open World Factions, Syndicate Factions, Fishing, Mining, Animal Preservation, Open World Boss Fights, Archon Hunts, Failed Seasonal Models and Battle Passes, Clans, Dojo Construction, Research, and so much more. Holy
Seasonal models and failed battle passes. I mean, I think the Nightwave is fine, right? I think the Nightwave is fine. I don't have any issue with the Nightwave. I think it's fine. I mean, obviously they don't do it the same way because they just couldn't keep up with the content cadence that they were using probably. With like the original Nightwave, like how the Nightwave used to be, I guess, because they used to actually have a story attached to it. It's probably just too difficult for them to keep up with.
Holy fuck. The game has diversified so much, it's less prudent to ask what the game is now, and more so to ask what it isn't at this point. This doesn't mean that the game is bad by any means, but it does mean that the game you may have liked 5 years ago is long dead, kicked to the curb, and left behind for something different. Whether you like what the game has become now is obviously going to be different for everyone, but the Warframe of now resembles nothing of the Warframe 10 years ago, let alone 5. New player experience. Given the sheer volume of shit in this game we just discussed, you can figure the new player experience is kind of not great. The obfuscation of systems and interactions that your average player will never catch on to leads to the new player experience being something like... Duviri does address some issues, but it also creates entirely new ones, as it creates, say, an expectation of maybe being able to kill a level 40 Grineer in any other part of the game with an unmodded weapon, only to be met with harsh reality when they're curb stomped by their friendly neighborhood nods.
I don't know. Like, I kind of get where he's coming from. I could easily see how somebody could make that kind of assumption, I guess. But I also kind of immediately figured out that Duviri was a roguelite. And that the weapons that I were using, or the weapons that I was using, were like already modded, or it wasn't necessary to mod because of that specific content. So I don't know about that.
That's it for things that we could think of that absolutely suck in this game. In summation, Warframe is a free-to-play MMO that has no business being as good as it is, and is easily my top game of the last decade. Should you play it? Absolutely. Is it perfect? Not quite, but close. You're obviously going to find things to be frustrated with, as you would in any MMO. Will you be in...
They removed Duviri Start? Where did they put Duviri Start now? Oh, I need to grab my water. Give me a second. All right, I'm back. You can start the game and pick Classic Start or Duviri. And that'd be, yeah, that's what I thought. They still have it at the start. I just, when I just started like 2 months ago, unless they just moved it recently. I still think, I don't know. I still think the story section of Duviri is too early. I think that they should just give players the ability to do the circuit. I don't think they should have the ability to do anything else. That's just me personally. I think that the open world and story of it should come after, sometime later. Maybe like, and the reason why I say that is because like I'd want to have it personally closer to the new war, just to be able to make the connection.
Any more frustrated with Warframe than you were when Melania kicked your ass to the curb? No, so go pick it up. Crossplay exists, so you have no excuse. Go get the install going. Find that weird shit on your friends list that's always playing it and let them know that you're going to start. That being said, if you are not interested in starting a game as long-running as Warframe, I do not blame you, but at the very least, keep an eye out for what Digital Extremes presents in the future. Obviously, any game studio isn't guaranteed to crank out heavy hitters with each attempt, but the love and care with which Warframe is crafted and maintained has earned in me a firm belief that all of us should try what comes next. To DE and the Warframe community, thank you. Alrighty, this is meant to be a video about dojo decoration basics. This is not meant to teach you how to decorate your room or give you any ideas. This is meant to give you the bare minimum so that you know how to even bother decorating at all. And a few of you might ask me, Vash, are you trying to explain something that takes 5 seconds to figure out on your own? And the answer is, I have encountered more people in the last month who have no ability to read than I would have thought possible.
Yeah, that was a good video, man. I really like that. Like that a lot. Oh, look, I'm getting suggested myself. That's funny. Yeah, that was really good, man. That was really good.
That only helps.
I like, in general, I think that like anytime you've put that much investment into a game, whether that's money or time or something like that, at one point in time, you're going to get to the point in which you've just done enough. You've just done enough. And it's as simple as that. And outside of that, there's really nothing else for you to do. And yeah, you could keep up with the content updates and things like that that are out there, but you're only going to become more bitter over time in some cases. And if you find yourself at that exhaustion point, the best thing you can do is just walk away for a while. It's as simple as that. Just walk away. Go take a break. Go play something else instead. Maybe take a while away. I haven't played Final Fantasy XIV in I think like over a year now, or a year. Why would, like, that's one of the reasons why I'm now excited to go and play the new expansion for Final Fantasy XIV, because I recognized that I was starting to get burned out. And part of it actually wasn't even because I wasn't enjoying playing the game anymore. It was because I was recognizing that playing the game was taking too much time away from me playing other games and also making YouTube videos and streaming and things like that. Because I personally view Final Fantasy XIV content, like story content and general play, is not bad. It's pretty fun. It can be kind of interesting. You know what I mean? It also kind of heavily depends on the streamer. But yeah, like I'm not really gonna want to. I don't know if I'm gonna raid. You know what I mean? I don't know if I'm gonna do savage streams, savage prog. Who wants to watch somebody die and prog a fight for 3 or 4 weeks? You know what I mean? Like, I realize that there's an audience for that and some people like to watch it, but for me, no. Sorry. I don't know if it's something that I would want to do or not. We'll see. Maybe. Who knows? But yeah. Yeah. LD pulled me back in. I was gone for like 4 months. 4 months ain't shit. Ain't shit. The question is, Umbra Scarf, Helminth Infestation, or did he get it through his transformation? I don't know. That'd be pretty fantastic. If you just, you transformed with drip. Wouldn't that be nice? But yeah, no, I think that I agree with just about every single thing he said here. The one thing that I will say is, especially when it comes to like updates and like updates breaking the game and stuff like that, that shit's run of the mill for MMOs, to be honest with you. That shit happens all the time. So it's not anything new. I don't think anybody's gonna go, oh, that happens in this game. It happens in like most games that I've played. Well, there are some outliers, some games that definitely release in a stable state you never really have too much of an issue with. Most games usually rough. That first day update is usually, the first week update is usually kind of rough. But yeah, no, this is really good. It's really good. I realize most of you guys have already watched it. You guys are the ones that shared it to me in the first place, but I'll link it to you guys. You guys can check it out if you want to check it out, and you can give it a like if you guys haven't watched it in the past. It was a good video. Three hot fixes have already been released. I think that's what, for me personally, I think that's one of the things that matters the most, is like how quickly do they resolve issues. A lot of developers that are out there take way too long to resolve issues. That ends up being one of the biggest problems. They take way too much time to resolve any issues, and then players end up getting exhausted by it. I think the best kind of I think the best example I can actually give of this is something like Diablo 4, right? So keep in mind, like Diablo 4, when it first released, people were pretty hyped. When people first started playing it, people really enjoyed it. They had a really good time with it, right? But what ended up happening is that like over time, when people got exposed to the end game and realized how shallow it was, they weren't impressed. They were upset. And then the first season was supposed to help alleviate some of those issues, but that first season didn't alleviate those issues. And it took them almost an entire year to be able to get the game to a respectable state. I'm sorry, but that's too fucking long. That's too long. I don't even know how many players you've lost by then. People that just aren't going to be interested in playing that game anymore because their initial impressions lasted for too long and weren't fixed. And as a result, they just walked away from the game and they will never play it again. There's a lot of games that do stuff like that, where they just take too long to be able to resolve the issue. Stop picking on the multi-billion-dollar company that can't afford to fix issues. Battlefield 2042. Yeah. At least, see, I like EA strategy. EA strategy is like, okay, we're going to give it a couple months and we're going to see if we can fix it. And then if we can't, fuck it. Are you guys excited for the next Battlefield? Because that's what we're working on right now. Let's see. There's a couple other things I was going to look at real quick. Oh, yeah, I saw this. This guy had posted, he says, for new Elden Ring players, using Spirit Ashes is okay. Co-op is okay. Using any build you prefer is okay. Looking at a guide is okay. Power leveling is okay. Asking the community for help is okay. Asking the community for help is okay. Oh, I said it like that. Don't let any elitists ruin your fun in the lands between or the lands of shadow. This is the most truest true that ever been trued. It's the truest true that ever been trued. I play, like, the best part about Elden Ring is the fact that you get to choose your own difficulty. And actually, this kind of goes really well with Carnage, right? So, like, somebody says, unpopular opinion, especially to the From shit. My God. If I could talk today, that'd be great. So the guy tweeted out and he says, unpopular opinion, especially to the From Software crowd. But this game is too difficult to be enjoyable is a valid opinion and criticism. You don't have to agree, and maybe that's never been a thing to you. But people are entitled to feel that a game is too hard to be fun. Co-responded to it and said, with stuff like this, it's all about context. This game is too difficult to be enjoyable, stated as a fact. Like that is false. It's not too difficult to be enjoyed. There are people who enjoy it. Saying it like that invites argument. You are stating your opinion as fact. It breeds miscommunication. Don't do that. I cannot fucking tell you guys how many times I see people do this, and it drives me crazy. And people don't see the issue with it. I do this. I correct friends frequently. Oh, that game? Yeah, that game's bad. No, it's not a bad game. You just don't like it. No, it's a bad game. Yeah, the game's actually shit. No, you just don't like it. Like, why are you constantly trying to drum up an argument when it's completely unnecessary? You're talking about an opinion, but you're stating it as fact. That's where the issue lies. Because, yeah, if I go and I read something like this, unpopular opinion, that I state as a fact, this game is too difficult to be enjoyable, is a valid opinion and criticism. Like, but you're stating it as a fact by saying it is too difficult. It can be, maybe, but that difficulty is also incredibly malleable. You can power level. There are tons of areas where you can go to be able to farm runes and be able to level up your character and be able to get through the content with relative ease. There's different ways for you to be able to use different kinds of weapons. There's different weapons that are usable for different situations. There's everything for every player, regardless of who you are. It's whether or not you want to take the time to do those things or not. It's not that the game is solidly too difficult for people to be able to overcome that difficulty. No, that's not how it is. Elden Ring is not a difficult game. Elden Ring is a challenging game. It challenges the player, but it's up to you to be able to solve that challenge on your own. And far too many people immediately run into a wall and go, "Oh, game's too hard. This is bad design, shit game," and then walk away from it without realizing that you are, I don't know, take a look at your build for a second. Maybe go level up and go kill some other things for a little while. Maybe go just do something else. Who knows? Maybe go take a break. Go take a breather. Go step outside. Go touch some grass. Anything. There's so many different ways that you can overcome challenges in Elden Ring. But the problem is that people want to be handheld. They want to be walked to the end of the game. They're used to it. Games have been training them to think that way and play that way for so long that when they go to play a game like Elden Ring, they don't know how to react to that. They don't know how to figure that out. They can't. They're incapable of it. In a lot of cases, there's a lot of players that have been raised on games like that and have never played anything else. It's not even getting raised on it. Maybe they just got interested in playing games around the time that everybody wanted to use nothing but quest markers and handheld guides for every single thing that they do. Nobody takes the time to try to figure anything out on their own anymore. They immediately retreat to a YouTube video or to a guide or to a wiki or to whatever it is, rather than trying to take their time to figure things out. Bring in the yellow paint. Exactly. Like, the game isn't one thing. It's not. This is but when people want to state an opinion as fact, yes, you're asking for an argument and you're doing it on purpose. Or maybe they're not doing it on purpose. Maybe they're doing it because they're fucking stupid. Because that's the way that I look at it. When you word things that way, you are either stupid or you're looking for an argument. It's one of the two. Souls games are meant to be hard. If that's not for you, this probably isn't your game, and that's more than okay. We live in the age of cozy games. There's lots of better options. Fuck. I don't think he meant it like that, but Ko, you are fucking savage for that. You are savage for that. There's lots of other options. We live in the age of cozy games. It's true, though. Yeah, it is true. It is true. Anyway, I'm noticing that 90% of arguments on here about Elden Ring are stemming from people stating their opinions on stuff as fact. On both sides. Save yourself some trouble and make sure you at least argue on the same page. Yeah. Neither side is factually correct on that. I disagree. I think it's implicitly interpreted in his statement that it's true for some people. The statement wasn't that it's bad, it's that it's not fun. And if some people find challenging things fun, don't find challenging fun, that is a valid criticism. I'm gonna read this again for you. Unpopular opinion, especially for the FromSoft crowd, but this game is too difficult to be enjoyable, is a valid criticism, is a valid opinion. The game isn't too difficult to be enjoyable. Unless they're trying to say that, like, they don't want to grind or anything like that. But then also at the exact same time, like, It's not a criticism. That's the problem. That's not the problem, man. The issue that I have with this, and like, sure, yeah, you can say that. Okay, from their perspective, true. But for some odd reason, people are looking at games that they know are challenging, that they know are difficult, that they know are going to require some brain power and skill to overcome, and go to play them anyway, and then go, this is too difficult to be enjoyable. That's like me looking at a game like, I don't know, looking at like Hello Kitty's Island Adventure and being like, this looks stupid. I would never want to play this. This looks boring and simple. And then I go and play it, and then it's boring and simple, and I don't want to play it. Like, you're doing something you're obviously not going to want to do. Fire is hot, make it cold. Yes. Yes. But beyond that, like, the best part, again, I'm still going to say it, though. The best part about Elden Ring is the fact that Elden Ring, you can choose your own difficulty. I mean, quite literally, you can build characters that can just one-shot 90% of the bosses in the game. You can summon in summons. You can summon in other players. There's all kinds of different ways to be able to play the game. Now, if the player wants to play the game a very specific way, and that specific way that they want to play it is too difficult for them to be able to overcome that challenge, that's a completely different story. And I personally don't find that to be a valid. I don't find that to be a valid criticism. I don't think it's a fair criticism, personally. Castlevania Symphony of the Night is too difficult without upgrades. Yeah. I would imagine it probably would be. Symphony of the Night was fantastic too, by the way. Check Co-Carnage's reply to the first comment. Both statements are the same thing. If I say this game is too difficult to be enjoyable, I'm only talking about myself and nobody else, even if I didn't specify by saying it's too difficult for me. No, you aren't. That's the thing about English. We have words that we can remove and add intention instead of fucking thank you, Co-Carnage. Fucking thank you, Co-Carnage. Absolutely. Based Co. Use the fucking English language. Why am I supposed to interpret what you're saying when you could just use the language how it's supposed to be used? I think, you know, this is one of the things. And by the way, this isn't me. I think that was like Pig or somebody like that made the comment initially. Pig, this isn't me arguing with you necessarily or anything like that. The reason why I have problems being able to try to like communicate these kind of things is sometimes it, like, he illuminated something that I didn't realize, and that was my issue with overcoming this person's argument or this person's criticism, is because when I read it, he's stating it as a fact. He can put opinion afterwards, but his initial sentence is stated as a fact. Not for me. For me is an opinion. The game is too difficult is a valid criticism. That's stating it as a fact, not an opinion. Yeah. I highly appreciate this. I love this so much. No, you aren't. See, that's the thing about English. We have words that we can remove or add intention instead of keeping it unknown. When you state it as a fact, you are not saying your opinion. You assume you are, and you assume the reader is taking it that way. That's a fallacy. With a couple of extra words, you can define intention. I love that. You can state clearly it's not a fact, but opinion. You remove gray area. That's the point of the tweet. Yeah, that's the point. That's the point of the tweet. Don't just leave a bunch of gray area out there and then get defensive when people understandably don't understand your gray intention. Make it black and white. You have the power to communicate effectively. Use it. I would guarantee if this guy responds, he's going to be hurt. He's going to be hurt. He didn't respond. No, wait. Hold on. Maybe it did. I'm just not seeing it. Okay, he did. Fair enough, sir. I hadn't dug deep enough yet to see what this was confirming from a reviewer. No. This is the guy. He says, I think it surprised me. Where's it at? Oh, okay. It's not the same guy. Okay. Yeah, you're right. You're right. He probably blocked him. Yeah. Oh, no, right here. Yes, I am. If I make a statement like that, it's clearly referring to my experiences because I cannot speak for others. What a fucking jerk off. What a jerk off. Holy shit. Wow. Okay. Who are you? Is this a game reviewer? I don't know who he is. Yeah, nuh-uh. Yeah, that is basically what it accumulates to, right? Nuh-uh. You can use the English language. I can't speak for anybody other than myself. So you should just understand it because I said... Fuck off. Fucking idiot. So stupid. So stupid. Context words came free with your language. They did. Yeah, it was a bonus. It was a bonus expansion, a free update. You didn't see that one? You didn't see that get patched in? Yeah, they snuck that one in on you. Actually, you know what? We're gonna double up on co-react today. I had a video that I was holding on to. It's only 6 minutes, so I'm gonna hit this up real quick, and then we'll play some Warframe. Twitter? Are you asking for mine? Are you just saying it just to say it? Can we? I need to actually post my Twitter links in Discord or in the channels. I think they should be in my description if they're not. I don't post super regularly. I lurk more than anything else. I only really like tweets so that I can judge them later. It's usually never for a good reason that I'm liking somebody's tweet. There's some good stuff on Twitter. There's also, but the vast majority is a cesspool. Okay. Let's do this. Hi, buddy. What you want? What you want, kitty cat? What you want? You want a snack? Is that what you're coming here for? You coming for a snack? Cat Prime. Yep. This is my Kavat. Yep, it's on your description. Oh, okay, good. Should be like both on Twitter and on, or sorry, it should be both on on the YouTube and on the Twitch as well. I'm gonna get him snack. All right. All right. So I wanted to check this out. This is Ko's video. It's super short. It's only like 6 minutes, but it just says the future of game development.
And I can safely say I am concerned for the future of gaming.
Jump into the Arkhamverse.
If there's
Batman
fishing, we're
Arkham
done.
Shadow is a MetaQuest 3 exclusive VR game coming later this year.
I fucking get it, man. Okay, look, I realize that there's a lot of people that are out there that have VR stuff and play VR and like VR and are very high on the future of VR and where it's going to go, and they're looking forward to it. But I'll be honest, the amount of money that gets sunk into VR, it just blows my mind, because I know for a fact that these companies are making these games at a loss. I know that they're making they're taking L's all over the place with this stuff. It's not even funny. Now, I realize that the only way for the technology to get better is for somebody to keep making it and for somebody to keep making games for it. But holy shit, man. Like, I wonder, like, how much money is lost because of how much money is being spent on these technologies. And they're really trying to push it, man. They're trying to push it. And the reason why they're trying to push it is because one of them want to be the first. Whoever's going to be the one to make the breakout, the one that gets to be the headset that everybody has in every household across the world, the one that has all of the games, the one that has all the developers coming to them and selling their games to them so they can put them on their platform, they get to be the king. And they all want that because they think that that's the next turn. They think that's the next evolution of gaming. But we are fucking a way off, man. We are a ways off. I do not think, like, the problem is the technology is, it's too heavy, it's too bulky, it's too obnoxious, it costs too much money, it requires too many other peripherals, it requires too much extra room, it requires too many things. You know what I need to do when I play a video game? Most people can turn on a video game console. They can turn on a computer and they just play the damn thing. Until this thing is, I'll be honest with you, until it's something that is far less bulky or takes up less space or doesn't require as much money or any of those issues, until all of those issues are solved, it's never going to be popularized. That's it. It's never going to be popularized. It's never going to happen. Sword Art Online or nothing? Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm right there with you. I'm right there with you. We need nerve gear for real. Yeah, I'll be real. Like, that sounds fantastic because it sounds like something that I don't need a hell of a lot of other things for. And plus, on top of that, that's kind of the idea. And also, just like the design of these like MetaQuest games and PSVR games and stuff like that, like, it just doesn't interest me. The minute I start seeing specifically, one of the things that bothers the shit out of me, you guys know exactly what I'm talking about. It's this. Like how things like just like ding, like magnetize attached to your hand and stuff when you're picking up objects in video games. I'm like, bro, I don't want to have anything to do with this shit. I don't have anything to do with this. Nothing, man. Nothing. Stumbled upon your Warframe video last night and binged all of them in one night. Good for you, man. Welcome to the club. I've yet to see a VR headset that deals gracefully with glasses. That's another thing too. Like there's like AR, like augmented reality ones that have like what is it? The most effective method I've seen is it the Google one, I think? No, it's the Apple headset. The Apple headset where you can buy a lens and you have to get prescription lenses for your fucking headset. Like, holy, man. Holy. Yeah, Apple Vision Pro. Yeah. Like, what are you guys doing?
Dude, so when I say I am concerned, that is, of course, a very incendiary statement. I both am and I'm not. Why?
Yeah. Why?
What I'm actually concerned about, and I'm not, and concerned isn't the right word. What is clearly happening is it looks like AAA is taking a breather. Looks like AAA is taking a breather.
Our industry is evolving and changing. Smaller teams and new creators are finding incredible success. New ideas, new teams, and smaller creators.
What is this? Pal World, Helldivers, Enshrouded, Manor Lords, Supermarket Simulator, Buckshot Roulette, Deep Rock Galactic Survivor, Balatro, Dragon's Dogma 2, and Hades 2. Top 10 new Steam games, January to May 2024. So the top games, there is one what I would consider a AAA game. I mean, don't get me wrong, like Helldivers 2 is I still think Helldivers 2 is more of a AA game than a AAA game. Dragon's Dogma 2 is undoubtedly a AAA game. It's all indie. Everything, all the top sellers are all indie. You want to know what a big difference is here too, by the way? $70. $30. $30. $30. I think Buckshot Roulette's like maybe $10 or $15. Supermarket Simulator, like $10 or less. Manor Lords, $20 to $30. Enshrouded, $30 to $40. $30 to $40. $20. That's the other part. People want to tell me, and this is like an argument that I'm sick of having. People are trying. Isn't Balatro 10? I don't remember how much money I spent on it, but I know it was well worth every dime that I put on it. But people want to tell me that prices don't matter and that people are fine with spending $70 on a video game. This tells me otherwise. This right here tells me otherwise. Balatro's 15. Oh, okay. That's a fucking steal. Why doesn't everybody in this chat right now own Balatro? That's really the question you need to be asking yourself. Really the question you need to be asking yourself. But people want to tell me that, you know, folks don't want, but here, it's a couple different reasons. It's also that like AAA games in general just haven't been like as good. AAA games just haven't been as good. Simple as that. Indie games have been better. Just in general, indie games have been better. And I realize like Ko's saying that he sees the AAA is taking a breather. I don't think AAA is taking a breather. I think AAA is fucking firing on all cylinders. I just don't think that they can keep up with demand, and while also keeping up with demand, still deliver a high quality product into the market. They're not doing that. That's not happening right now. If that was, then this might look a little bit different. But they're not delivering on the needs of the consumers, nor are they keeping up with market trends. They are chasing everyone else's tails. They're trying to be the next Fortnite. They're trying to make the next extraction shooter. They're trying to make the next looter shooter. They're never trying to do their own thing anymore. Too many of these games are just repeating games that they've made already, or they are trying to chase somebody else's game. AAA is stagnant. Yeah, it's stagnant as shit. People are bored. People are bored of playing the same shit all the time. It's a two-part problem. People are bored of playing the same games. People don't want to play your uninspired game that you're just trying to copy off of somebody else. And younger audiences that are now buying video games for themselves, right? Younger generations of gamers that are buying games for themselves aren't interested in the same things as older generations. And they don't know how to react. They don't know how to turn. They can't turn. And here's the thing, even if they do know how to react, they can't turn the ship fast enough because a lot of their games are already in development and have been in development for 5 to 6 years every time a new game comes out.
Can and will break through.
We didn't get any announcements of any major AAA titles next year or the year after. And more importantly, what that shows us is the rest of this year, not necessarily the rest, next year in particular, is going to...
Well, one correction though on this, because so he's talking about Summer Games Fest specifically, because he's like, we didn't see any major AAA games. One of the reasons why is because the game shows have been split up. PlayStation has their own, Nintendo has their own, Xbox has their own. If we go and we look at all of those across the board, and then we add in Summer Games Fest, there's a ton of AAA games that are coming out next year, right? There's a new Zelda game. There's a new Mario and Luigi game. There is Xbox has a slate of a ton of different games that's coming out. Monster Hunter Wilds is going to be coming out. Doom is going to come out. Yeah, exactly. So like, honestly, if you actually combine all of the shows together, then you start to see a much larger palette of, you know, AAA releases. Metroid Prime 4, there's another one. Yep. Exactly. So there's a long list of big games that are coming out next year for sure. 2025 is stacked.
Going to be interesting. Now, here's the thing. Interesting doesn't mean bad. Interesting does not mean bad, because here's the thing. Think of game dev in this case like a forest, right? And the thing about forests is that trees get big and then they go out. And when they get big and get out, they create shade. And that shade means that little plants don't get a chance to grow and become big trees themselves. So what's happening now is that forest, those big AAA trees are falling. They have been falling and now they are falling. So what's going on is, even though the forest is a little emptier right now, there's a lot more opportunity for sun. And there's
So, okay. I'm just like, I agree with him, but I just don't know if that's exactly what's going on here. So like he's right, but I'm wondering if it's right from his perspective of that, you know, because attention is starting to slip away from some of these companies, that attention that's slipping away from their games is going elsewhere. I don't really like, it's a good concept. He's not wrong, by the way. I think it's a solid analogy. It works. But I don't think that's the reason why. I think there's more to do with that. It's not that, oh, these companies are falling off because their games are not, you know, as good, or people aren't as interested in them as, and you know, as there is anymore, or that they aren't making as many games anymore or anything like that. I don't think that's what the case is. I think a lot of it has to do with availability of games. And I'd also say at the same time too, is that specifically since 2020, there was a massive boom in people that owned PCs. There are a ton of people that built PCs over COVID. There's a lot of people that got into PC gaming over the last couple of years. And as such, those people are getting exposed to Steam, and Steam is popping the fuck off. And as such, indies pop off. If you play on Steam, you play indie games. It's very rare that you're going to meet somebody that has that plays games on PC and plays games on Steam that doesn't have, you know, quite a few early access or indie titles in their library. Just about everybody does, because they're good deals. Like what, 15, 20 bucks, I get a game that I'm going to be able to play for, you know, 150 hours or something crazy like that. There's tons of games that I've played that I would have never found if I was still on console. I'd have never played them. Would have never even heard about them. Never even heard about them. I think AAA games shoot too high in terms of profit and spend too much making a big payout. Yeah, well, I mean that's one of the other problems as well too, is that you have a lot of games that are out there that are spending far too much on their development, and they're projecting higher sales than they can actually achieve. For sure. GOG has awesome deals on indie games. Yeah, there's that too, for sure. They're making the same game over and over. Look at the shows. It's all either Souls-like or milked IP sequels. Yeah. That's obviously part of it. I think it's just a multifaceted issue. I think they're making the same shit over and over again, and then at the exact same time, all these games are overpriced. Money's getting tighter for a lot of people. They can't afford to be buying $70 video games every other month or every month. You know what I mean? Or multiple. In a lot of cases, a lot of these games come out back to back to back. You want to know one of the reasons why Elden Ring is popping the fuck off right now, and a lot of people are playing and a lot of people are downloading it? Let's take a look. What is it called? Elden Ring? Holy shit. Holy shit. 739,600 players. It's not even Saturday yet. It's not even Saturday. Saturday and Sunday are the biggest peak days. It's going to get higher than this. This is rookie numbers. We're not even in today's peak yet. People took early weekends. A lot of people did. You want to know why this happens? It was $40. It was a great game, and its expansion is $40. It's affordable, and it's worth the money. That's the reason why this does this. It was affordable, and it was worth the money. Helldivers 2. Why did it get this? It was affordable, and it was worth the money. That's why. That's why that happens.
There's a lot more ground that's getting it. And that means that indie devs that don't need all those resources have a lot more room and a lot more money that can be sent their way. And that could be really great for them. Because now they have an opportunity to thrive in an environment where they don't have nearly as much competition. And that could be great for gamers. So that part is kind of awesome.
Yeah.
So it's the thing that's really interesting to think about is it's kind of hard to see the forest for the trees right now because it's kind of hard to see the cloud because when you're in a cloud, you don't see the cloud. It's only when you're outside of it that you see it. And what it's looking like is we may be in the cloud right now of the gaming sphere actually going through a metamorphosis of these large pillars that have existed for decades actually tumbling, and all of these indies are now going to have a chance to succeed. Now we have 25 million POW worlds.
Yep.
We've got, million sale core keepers.
Yep. This game is fantastic, by the way. Core keepers is great.
We've got the Terrarias.
Yeah, by the way, Terraria still, between both Terraria and T-Mod Loader, still pulls over 100,000 players week over week on Steam. We don't even know how many people are playing on mobile or are playing on console.
Got the Haunted Chocolatiers.
Yeah, I don't know. I saw that too, and I was going to pause on that because I saw it. Where is it at? I don't think Nintendo's going anywhere. EA, yeah. Activision Blizzard, super fallen off. Epic Games doesn't make games anymore. Ubisoft, for sure. Nintendo, no. Square Enix. I think Square Enix, their biggest problem is the problem that they're solving right now. Yeah, Nintendo's fine. Nintendo normies. No, Nintendo games are good. I think the problem is that older gamers get slighted towards Nintendo because they're not interested in playing the games that they were playing when they were kids. Nintendo does not make games for adults. That's fine. They know who their audience is and they keep making games for that audience. Nintendo is completely fine with that audience expiring and then them chasing a new audience. I think that's one of the reasons why Nintendo stays so healthy is because Nintendo is not attached to the audience of players that have played their games for years. I'm not saying that they don't pander at all to older players. They do pander towards nostalgia, for sure. They do. But they keep in mind that they're trying to push for younger players and younger audiences to begin with. I mean, there's going to be some outliers, but I'm talking about their major franchises and things like that. In my late 20s and still love Nintendo games. Yeah, I'm not saying that everybody... God, Jesus. Don't take things so damn literally. Don't take things so literally. What I'm trying to say is that a lot of these other companies, they keep making this term of modern audiences, and they're what the fuck does that even mean? Who is a modern audience? Gamers are still just gamers at the end of the day. Nintendo's biggest strength is the fact that they are always going to appeal and always want to appeal to the youngest audiences because that's who they've always made games for. And while, yes, there are going to be some outlier games, let me qualify everything I say, chat. And while there are going to be some outlier games that they have, Bayonetta and things like that, there are going to be some things that are out there that for sure, older players are going to like. And that's not to say that players that haven't liked their games in the past to like them. Fuck, look how people still to this day buy Pokemon games. Look how popular Pokemon games are. Pokemon won't work with SBI. I'm sorry. I'm going to be straight. Every time I see these comments about SBI, Sweet Baby Incorporated, all I can say is, like, please, please, please unplug from grifters and brain rot on the internet. Sweet Baby Incorporated hasn't ruined a single game that wasn't already ruined before they even got there. All they did was just add more shit onto the pile. Just because you bring bad writers in on a game that's already bad doesn't make that game so, like, the game was already going to be shit. I'm sorry. Like, especially like looking at like Suicide Squad Kills the Justice League, it was already a garbage game. Sweet Baby Incorporated didn't design the color layout, the color scheme. They didn't design the combat. They didn't design the buildings. They didn't design anything in that game. Maybe they made some changes to the narrative or something like that and made it shit. But outside of that, they didn't have anything to do with it. DEI, same thing goes for DEI. DEI has nothing to do with the mechanics of a video game. Players care about things in an order. This is something that I will state as a fact. You're welcome to disagree with me if you'd like, but this is something that I'm going to state as a fact because I think that I'm right. Players care about things in an order. They care about gameplay, music and visuals, and then story. The first, the second, into the third. That order is subjective, though. I would fucking love for somebody here right now to point out a game that they loved for that was universally loved for the story, but was actually a garbage game to play. The music sucked and it looked like shit. You'd be hard pressed to find one because nobody's playing that game if that game ain't fun to play. Was universally isn't a subjective. Like, the point is like people aren't playing games that are just story and there's nothing else. Like, unless you're playing a fucking like a visual novel, but I don't even see visual novels as games. Old games? Witcher 1? Counterpart, universally hated by the community, but mechanically as a very good game was Fire Emblem Engage. Like, you're going to have games that are going to be recognized for very specific elements of them, but the point is that players care about how a game plays. If a game plays like shit, like, and it also depends also on the game that they're making as well, right? Like, as an example, we're talking about like Suicide Squad Kills the Justice League. If that game actually had played well, and this is the point that I'm trying to make, if that game had played well, if that game was fun, if that game was enjoyable, if it looked good, if it was designed well, then players would have played it. Would they have complained about the story and made fun of the story and how cringe it was? For sure. Absolutely. But that's not what happened. And instead, people pointed to the DEI, like the DEI issues of the game, like that was the reason why the game failed. That wasn't the reason why. That wasn't the reason why that game failed. The game failed because it was a shit game. That had nothing to do with the writers that came in. Which, by the way, that's not me saying that writing company are good people or do good work. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that, like, why are we tossing all the blame on one side when it was obviously a poorly developed video game? And that was proved by the game itself. It's proved by the game itself. In old games, the story is usually fine. Well, here's the thing, though. Like, Manch, in old games, if we're talking, like, how old? Is the other question. Like, how old are we talking about? Because the thing is that old games were literally held by their gameplay. You go back to games in, like, regular Nintendo and stuff like that. Dude. The year 2000, I mean, like, yeah, those are older games, but... Like, when I'm thinking games, I'm thinking like the history of games themselves. Yeah, old games had no story. They were literally held, but like the whole reason gaming blew up in the first place is because of the fact it was the gameplay. Gameplay lifted games. That's it, man. Tetris, peak story. Yeah. That, like, players care about gameplay first. Music and visuals will then raise that perspective or raise that opinion. And then after it, if the story's great as well, and I would probably say they're relatively equal. I think story, visuals and music can be kind of like interchanged. So I agree with somebody said that earlier. I totally agree with that. I totally do. Because you can kind of switch those around a little bit and mix and match, and those are probably going to work for you. But when the gameplay isn't any good, people aren't going to want to play the game. It's as simple as that. Context more for stories, I guess. No, I get, like, the point that I'm trying to make is that, like, if you think about a game from your experience, from like the perspective of your experience, so like, okay, Warframe, right? Like, we've been playing Warframe. Mechanically, Warframe is sick. It's a lot of fun. It's fun to shoot. It's fun to move. It's fun to play. And you're like, okay, this is a fun game. I'm going to continue to play it because it's a fun game. Then all of a sudden, the music kicks in. The sound design is really good. The game looks really pretty in a lot of ways. Okay, well, now this is really good. This is actually really good. And then all of a sudden, the story comes in, and you're like, holy shit. And what that does is that proves that gameplay first makes sure that you're going to stick and play that game and enjoy playing that game. The other elements that are added to it then afterwards are going to elevate that experience and make that experience more memorable and make that experience more valuable for the player. But if you do not get that first step right, and that first step being gameplay, players aren't going to want to play that game. Regardless of any DEI or any weird shit that comes in later, or like whether they hire in a company to come in and advise them on their story or whatever, it doesn't matter. None of that stuff matters. If the gameplay isn't good, whoever had anything to do with it afterwards isn't going to somehow make it better. There can only, I mean, they can maybe stem the bleed potentially, but probably not, because if the game's not good, people aren't going to play it. Maybe I'm not communicating this the right way, but yeah. It's something that I probably need to think on a little bit more and word better, maybe.
Actually tumbling, and all of these indies are now going to have a chance to succeed. Now we have 25 million PAL worlds. We've got, you know...
somebody said Bloodlines 1. Wasn't Bloodlines 1 mechanically really cool, though? I thought I remember Bloodlines being, like, mechanically, like, as an RPG, it was really good. I don't know. Maybe I'm misremembering.
Million Sail Core Keepers. We've got the Terrarias.
God, best game ever made. Best game ever made.
The Haunted Chocolatiers. You're like, we've got all these awesome little tiny titles that are becoming wildly successful. Dude, this art style is amazing. Wait, is it you? It's like Auto Battler plus action? Bro, if this is like a roguelite where you like have builds and stuff, this could be amazing.
Yeah, that looks so sick. I was actually really excited for that one. Roguelite, co-op, hack and slash. Yeah.
Too.
Tears of Metal.
A little prototype of just a character holding the device.
Oh, how
having
cool.
an endless running motion and jumping at the same time. As
this game's gonna make me sick. This game's gonna make me sick. There's just no way. I'm sorry. I would never be able to play something like this.
And then the other part of it.
Man, dude. Yeah. I'm gonna be blunt. I'm not even super interested in this game, but this tech and these guys are awesome. Man, I don't know why jiggling these balls is getting me off so much. But this is great. And yeah, that's kind of awesome, because frankly, those games are fantastic. Even better for us, this means that the people, in a lot of ways, that really love games because they just love them are the ones that are going to be making our games and the ones that are going to be getting our money. And that's exciting. It's great.
Nice. And you may already be playing our first game.
Mars first game's awesome.
First logistics.
And frustrating as fuck.
We're Trinket Studios, creators of Battleship
in a good way.
Brigade, and this is our card.
Oh, I played this Battleship Brigade. This is actually really good too.
We are Studio NE%, and we're making the Marsfield Archives, a game about building and exploring connections.
Hi. How are you going to build a social game called NE%? Are you speed running social stuff? Like,
and a ton of buttons to beat.
Hey, I'm Husband, game director at Huscross, and this is...
It's exciting to think that game dev...
Yeah, there's so many really cool indie games that were shown off. I was so impressed by this year's showing. It's insane. There were so many, like, the problem is, like, I couldn't even keep up with, like, things that I wanted to put on my wish list. I don't even know how many games I put on there, to be honest with you.
Starting to shift a bit to where all these billions of dollars of resources that are going into them could maybe start going to the people that actually are like us and love playing and making games, and not just to the giant companies that are taking that money, making it a random number on a spreadsheet, and then being proud of that number.
Yeah.
Instead of the product it represents. I'm optimistic. I'm not naive, but I am optimistic. And I do have faith that this is, at the end of the day, a brutal restructuring going on right now. That in a lot of, it's one of those things where what's going on in game dev right now is terrible. We're seeing really talented, good people lose their jobs. We're seeing studios close down. And unfortunately, right now, a lot of the people that cause that pain are not suffering from it.
No, they're not. We talked about that the other day.
And I'm talking about like the people at the heads of these corporations making the decision. Like, they're not the ones that are getting fired. They're not the ones getting their company shut down. So although it is a terrible, terrible time, just keep in mind that hopefully there will be a silver lining here. And more importantly, what I think a lot of people are seeing that love money is that maybe there's better and other industries to make it in that are a lot easier to do. So hopefully the people that are in game dev just for the money are looking at everything going around right now and going, maybe I should go somewhere else.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I brought up just recently. Was talking about how there's like there's been like a recent influx of a lot of people that have come into the video game industry that are coming from other industries, like either other entertainment industries, the sports industry, like CEOs from like completely different industries that are coming in here thinking that this is the way that they're going to be able to make a bunch of money and they're going to make a company more profitable. And then they know nothing about creative industries or nothing about the video game industry, and they ruin it. So hopefully this is showing a lot of these like investment firms and investment companies, while yes, there is a lot of money in gaming, it is incredibly difficult to be able to make that money. And it takes a lot more effort for you to be able to do so in the first place. I think that's probably the biggest deal here. But
and that way,
are they going to leave? No, because there's money. So you already ruin it by saying, hey, you know, there's a lot of money in this industry. They'll just ignore the rest. Like, it's really hard to make. They don't care. They just want the money.
Maybe the people that are that are actually making the games can keep making them. But we'll see. Anyway, I hope you had fun today. It's fun for me.
But keep in mind, like, so this is really good. The one thing that I will have to say though is that like the idea of like those CEOs that are leaving and then you know, more people that are here just to make money and not to make games will leave, hopefully, and make more room for the people that do want to make games. Keep in mind that every great video game company that was once before that then became EA, Activision, Blizzard, Ubisoft, they all started just the same way that many of these studios started or starting right now. Some of these great indie companies that have been pumping out games and making great games, they started the exact same way. And then they later found it more viable, realistic, or enjoyable, or just took the realistic approach to say, I'm selling the company to these people that want to buy it, and I'm done. And they walk away. And then that company gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and chases, and yeah, that's just how it happens. Yeah, Blizzard, as an example, is a shell of the company that it once was. The vast majority of the people that had started Blizzard are gone. People age, they retire, and things like that. You're going to have some of that, but there's not a lot of like handing the torch over to the next generation. That's not happening. They don't hand a lot of these companies don't hand the torch over. They receive a briefcase full of money, or a bank account full of money in a lot of cases. Infinite growth glitch. Yeah. Minecraft is like that now. Yep. I mean, at the same time, like, could you really blame them if you were in their position and you started a company? Well, like, we would love to have that wholesome ending for a lot of these companies that are out there. We're like, oh man, you know, they handed it down to a younger developer that's worked at the company and got their first job at the company because they want to make sure that the place stays, you know, stays what it is. Like, I could see some companies do that. I think Larian Studios will probably do that one day. I would see Sven Vinka handing the company down to somebody else that's been working at the studio for a long time or something like that. But in a lot of cases, I think that the companies are just going to hand, you know, they're going to say, fuck the torch, give me the money, and sell the company off and then move on and sell the IPs and be done with it. Wash their hands of it, take their money, and sit on a beach for the rest of their life. Steve handing Warframe to Rebecca and moving on to doing other things. Yep, that's a really good example. Yeah, it is. It is. Yep, for sure. Do I feel optimistic about the future of video games? Yeah, here's the thing. I tend to be a little bit more of a realist when it comes to these things. Like, especially when it comes to like industry layoffs and restructuring. Like, this shit happens all the time. Like, this happens in every industry. Well, yes, there is a lot of it right now, and a lot of it's kind of artificially made because of how much money was infused into the market during COVID. Well, I mean, you're going to have some shit happen like that. It is what it is. Is the industry going to heal? Yeah. Or video game, like, I mean, what's the alternative? Video games aren't going to be made anymore? We know that's not going to happen. We know that's not going to happen. Will you watch obscure stuff today or obvious stuff? Yes, there's a video about obvious stuff in Warframe. You should watch it after Whispers in the Wall stream. We've already done Whisper in the Walls. That's why we're doing Jade today. We're actually going to do Jade now. I think we've reacted to enough stuff already for the day. I think it's time to play some video games. I think it's time to play some video games. I'm hungry. I said Jade. What are you talking about, Hade? Video games, I'll lurk away. It's game night. Yeah. No, Maddie, don't sit on the mouse, bud. Jeez. So he wants to come right back to it. He's like, I'm gonna sit on the mouse. It's the best way for me to be able to get attention. Yeet him? I didn't yeet him. What are you talking about?
Operator, a communication awaits your attention.
Yuki. Mastery rank. Let's do the practice. Let's level up.
Tenno, you can protect yourself, but can you protect others at the same time? Survive each wave while defending the objective.
I don't know why I practice this. I have to do 5 waves of defense on my own. Is that what this is? If this is practice on 5 waves, I'm just gonna back out and Oh, I guess it's like super short. I doubt there's gonna be any curveballs here. Like, everything's just getting like wrecked right now. There. Honestly, I probably should bring. I saw somebody mention Wisp for. Yeah, I'm just gonna. Oh. Dante? Yeah, I could use Dante. Or use Wisp and just read chat.
Operator, a communication awaits your attention.
Jack Down, $5. What's your in-game name? It legendary drops. What am I looking for? Oh, I'm sorry.
Ready for action.
Dante? There's no reason. Oh, I guess I could have used the bird. Yeah, that's true.
Tenno, you can protect
But
yourself.
at least, yeah, I mean,
but can
you
you
just
protect others
something
at the
to
same
look at.
time? Survive
You know
each
what I
wave
mean?
while defending the objective.
Something to look at. Some of these, man, like, I get you don't want to make them like too challenging, but then like some of them I'm just like, man. Aw. Can't go into the sniper position, huh? It's old content, yeah. Always place moats on objective. If I, for some odd reason, lose this, I put them over there so they would do damage to those guys. Hoping that they would kill some of them and I wouldn't actually have to go to them. But usually in a defense mission, I put it on the defense or on the point. The moats heal the pod. Yeah. I doubt there's anything that's going to be here that's going to be able to deal enough damage to the pod to kill it. I could be surprised. They could throw me a curveball at like wave 5, you know what I mean? Maybe. I'm trying to think of like I think the most like, it wasn't really like the most challenging, it's just like the most interesting one that I've had so far. I really like the way that they did the master rank challenge for hacking. I thought that was really cool because that was actually something that genuinely was there to like help the player grow, you know what I mean? Which I kind of feel like I feel like these quests were meant to be like that. They were meant to be something that was supposed to, like, you know, test the player on things that, you know, are relative to the difficulty that they should be facing with what their mastery rank is, right? Because I mean, if your mastery rank is high enough, you know, you should have experienced a pretty solid amount of content by then, right? A lot, like, much more difficult content, I should say, like that. And I don't feel like it actually matches up. Like, it's weird because like some of the stuff early on definitely felt like kind of more tutorial stuff, testing the player, you know, before they can rank up and see if they, you know, if they have the metal to say, you know what I mean? Just so to say. I need to switch Twitch really quick. Why didn't anybody tell me about that? Throw it on Warframe. There we go. But I feel like it could be used. I feel like it could be utilized a little bit better than it is. The movement one was kind of cool. The hacking one was really cool. I really appreciated that one. I thought that was actually really sick. The sneaking one was interesting, but didn't really make a lot of sense. I'm like, well, when would I ever play the game like this? There's very few opportunities that you would play the game like that.
A formidable performance. This test is now complete.
Is it just me or did the audio fall off for a second? It's because I switched screens and I went out of the game and changed Twitch's whatchamacallit, its category to Warframe because it was still on just chatting. Mastery ranks are kind of dumb. Some of them are really cool. I just feel like they could be utilized a little bit better than they actually are. Because I would like it to be like somehow, like, I would like it to be how I would imagine it should be used for, right? To genuinely test the player at certain levels. You know what I mean?
Encrypted as they should be.
Golden Eagle. God damn it. Every single week. Every single week. This makes me feel like an undercover cop. There's been quite a few Tenno lurking around Uranus lately, so I'm gonna have to halt my legitimate business for a while. Little do they know. Little do they know.
Operator, Ordis is picking up a distress signal. Wait, no. It's just the corpus peddling their wares again.
Shut off the emergency frequency!
Come on. Work with me. I like how I just have like random piles of shit. Like I have just like random piles of shit. Tab. Oh well. This is one of my favorite recent additions. I don't think I have anything in the foundry. No. Are we with equipment? Of course. Looking solid. All right. All right.
Oh, I win! I am having so much fun with you, little mate. Ooh, what shall we play next?
Weirdo. All right, here we go. Oh, I still need to do the Revenant quest. I gotta get the other pieces for that. Yeah, I got the Ephemeral Lich. Yeah. Did LD build Jade yet? No, I don't have Jade. Jade Shadows. Struggling to understand the oldest and deepest secret from his past, Stalker finds himself allied with sworn enemies on a troubling road toward uncovering the truth and averting an incalculable loss. Jetpack, thank you for the prime. Jesus. This quest contains scenes of trauma related to motherhood. Jade Shadows will typically take 30 to 40 minutes to complete. During that time, you will not be able to participate in any other Warframe content. Shadows. All right, here we go. You know, they're always about to drop a bomb on you anytime they make you type in a confirmation content warning.
All your dreadlong life, you have lived with despair, anguish, hatred. But none of these compare to your guilt.
What? Get beef with me. What?
The gods and kings and golden lords. Why was it you she saved?
A vampire? Music is banging right now. Oh, sick. Hell yeah. Doran. Here, for the viewing experience on YouTube, I'm gonna hide the chat box on screen for a little bit. All right. Pick it up. Am I supposed to just follow it? Hi, buddy. Our boy's like holding on to heads. That's there's a Wisp. Is that Mag? Nova? He's crazy, dude. Am I going this way? There's one's over here too, though. Oh, it's just like trying to lead you around regardless.
Her light is dying. Her life almost spent. And you will never learn why this unknown slaughterer chose to spare you. You know whose help she needs. Will you let her drown in your despair? Or will you sheathe your hate and ask them?
Dude. More or less probably just doesn't want to get over the awkwardness of like, I know who he's saying. You need to ask for probably the help of the Tenno, right? And if that's the case, it's like, how do you have that awkward conversation where it's like, you know, I know I kind of asked you guys to, you know, die, and I'm trying to kill you a bunch of times, but, you know, I kind of need your help. So, you know, bygones be bygones. Also, sorry for the 100 emails. Hell yeah. Alone. Bro, his ship looks sick as fuck. Is this the one that I just got recently? I think somebody gave me this one. I need to switch to that. Anything but that. Corpus spy mission. That's how I feel about the spy part.
Still, you delay. You doom the only one you ever wished to save through your own stubbornness.
His one is teleport. Teleport to a target and perform a finisher. If the finisher kills the target, Stalker regains a portion of the energy it was spent. Stun the target. Oh, stun a target. When a target dies, a portion of the damage dealt to the target is dealt to other nearby enemies. Cast a shadow that stuns enemies. Obscures their vision, briefly making the stalker invisible. Absorb incoming damage and cast it back at your enemy's barrage. Okay. Massive. 300% crit chance for enemies that cannot see him. Wow, that is strong. What? He's a badass. That's the one that I bolted up against the wall. Jesus Christ. He's a monster. Auto breach. That's a hell of a passive right there. Talk about plot armor.
Did we just lose a significant percentage of our bioplasma reserves? Well, hello? Any techs care to run a diagnostic?
If it was only that easy every time. I love how bows will pin them up against the wall. I was only more accurate. Can't see me. Can't see me. Can't see me. That stealth is OP. Imagine just having like permanent stealth. Like, even out of combat, that's crazy. Crazy. Honestly, that kind of felt like I kind of felt like I... Why is a laser coming through the wall? It's this one. I hate these so much. Okay, I think it's up here in the vents, maybe. I'll be honest with you guys, I have not, this spy mission specifically, I have yet to actually get through, and I don't remember how to shut this down. Can I teleport through? No, it can only be used on enemies. Okay, so it's gotta be... Do I have one of these great... This one here? No. Oh, this just goes to where we came from. This is the room that we were at. I need to get down there. The great. I need to go check that actually. I need to go check that room. There's like a couple of different spy missions that I've done that I have yet to have actually figured out how. Can't go through there. I don't know. Through there, it's one of the panels, maybe? No. This just goes around to here. Goes around to here. What the fuck am I missing? I don't understand how I'm not seeing this. This one specifically pisses me off because I would be lying if I told you that the last time I had one of these spy missions at a place like this, I searched around for a good like 30 minutes. This is where I came from. I searched around for a good 30 minutes and then just gave up and just barreled through the laser because I could not fucking figure it out to save my life. Oh. There you go. I didn't see that before.
That's no system fault. We've got an intruder.
No, you don't.
Triple robotic security on all vaults.
No, there's nobody here. How'd I miss that? Right on point. That was rough. It was a rough way to go. That was a rough way to go, bud. I'm sorry about that. I'm not actually sorry, but... Oh, okay. I guess how that works out. It's like a shockwave. It's pretty sick. We'll do C. Oh my god, I almost hit that. Oh, come on. It hit my toe. That was bullshit. The game cheated. The game cheated there. You guys saw it. I saw it. Everybody saw it, okay?
There.
Everybody saw that.
Camera 5.
Caught on stream, DE, trying to fucking cheat.
Doesn't fight like a Tenno. Troops, monitor, but keep your distance. Am I on? Intruder! This is Captain Zito of the Ardent, in service to mighty Parvos. Whoever you are, stand down. Your actions will not be tolerated.
Okay, yeah, sounds good. I guess I'll leave, guys. I guess I'm gonna leave, guys. Yeah, you know what? That was really convincing. Honestly, I don't think this is worth it. Maybe we won't do the quest today. Or ever, actually. I mean, she acts pretty politely, so it's kind of like, you know, why would you go against that when somebody asks so nicely?
Well done, whatever you are. It seems you have what you came for. But
yep.
Why? He's a what? Read me that entry again, Ensign. But what use would the Tenno Hunter have for medical-grade bioplasma? Track him.
Maybe he smokes it. You don't know. You don't know what his life is like. You don't know what he's doing out here. You know what I mean? Okay. Oh God.
You see? Futile. Only one can help her now. Beard the beast in its den. You know the path of old.
Path of old? Beard the beast. Man, y'all don't even know who you're fucking with.
Damn it! Signal lost.
Fucking with the wrong homie, dog. This dude hunts Tennos. Dude hunts Tennos. Like, why would you, like, what do they think that they're gonna achieve?
Operator? Did you disable the security grid?
No. Oh, this feels weird. What? I mean, I don't know what my operator does in private.
Whoever is there, step into the light.
Hey, wait, Ordis.
I assuredly heard something just now.
Your shit.
Who's there? Operator? Umbra? Hellman.
Hellman.
Otis assuredly heard something just now.
How do I open the door? What the fuck am I missing here? I can't use any buttons. Oh, I have to wait for him to go through it? Oh, okay, I get it. I get it. Okay. God damn it! Okay, I need to be a little bit less cautious when he goes to the door. All right.
Whoa.
I mean, why you gotta come in so aggro?
With a blade, things didn't go so well for him.
Stay calm, operator.
Merging.
Ordis, I don't think he's here for a fight. Are you?
together. Processing. It is from a Warframe. One who went missing around the time of the Oracle fall, but documentation is scarce. Almost redacted.
You're here for help. For a Warframe. Why? You hate Warframes. Unless... Is this one... like... you?
Orders doubts anything is left of their sanity at this point.
All right. I'll help. For them. Whoever they are.
Strange. A Warframe's power should last forever, but some additional factor is draining hers. I am unable to determine what.
We can't let her die.
To restore a depleted Warframe, Ordis suggests you turn to the base matter of which Warframes are made.
The infestation. Go!
So I wonder, I don't know why I didn't realize this. I don't know. I don't know what, like, I literally just had this realization just now and I didn't even think about it up until this point. But, you know, we'd had the discussions in the past about how Warframes, like the copies that we make in the Foundry, are just copies of the original. The original were actual people that were turned into Warframes. However, those originals don't exist anymore, so that we know. But the Stalker is an original, which would also mean that Jade is likely also an original. That would make a lot of sense why he hates Warframes, and he doesn't want them to exist. And also it would explain why he doesn't like Tenno, because he felt controlled, right? He was a puppet. You know what I mean? Like, at least that's what I'm putting together. That would make sense for me. And then given the little flashback there's a really good chance that the reason she saved him specifically was probably because like a lot of the people that were turned into Warframes, you know, like it's not to say that any of them didn't have relationships and connections outside of, you know, like being selected to be experimented on and turned into a Warframe, right? So who's to say a couple or a married couple or something like that wouldn't be selected and they both were turned into Warframes? And who's also to say that, you know, some of those people that transformed, like Umbra, right, didn't retain, you know, some of their memories and things like that. While Umbra may not fully remember, you know, maybe Jade did. Find the jug. That's what I'm doing. I'm thinking and slashing right now. Calculating.
On a derelict. One of the old corpus hulks off Eris. Find me the cargo manifest. I want to know what he's searching for.
Oh, god damn it. Oh, no. It's not gonna be that, is it? Warframes shouldn't run out of energy. Energy's being siphoned from something else. They were a couple. That's the reason why she saved him. DE gives us a warning about childhood and motherhood or whatever it is.
But why?
The thing that is hurting Jade is the fact that Jade was turned into a Warframe while she was fucking pregnant. Which she would have been fine for a while, because obviously like Warframes would be okay, you know, initially there's probably plenty of energy, but the amount of time has passed since she was probably initially turned into one that it's too much.
Stand there, go! The longer we wait, the less of a chance we have of saving her.
Wait. Bioplasma. Now cortichrome. Could it be he's playing doctor? There's a Warframe at the bottom of all this. I'm sure of it. Alert the Sisterhood. No. Alert Vala herself. I want to deliver this asset to her personally.
Okay. Mission complete. I'm not reading chat at all because I don't want to know if I actually I don't want to know if I'm right or I don't want to know if I'm right or wrong yet. You know what I mean? I'd rather just kind of chill. You know what I mean?
She's worse. We can buy her a few more minutes, but she's not gonna make it through this.
Try.
You don't understand. Whatever's been draining her, it's speeding up, and she's not fighting it.
Try.
Yep.
Jade.
What the fuck? Stalker dad. well, I guess Soren is his actual name. The Stalker's just a moniker, or just like a name given to him. Sick. Fucking music is banging.
We've secured his ship. He's not going anywhere.
He's coming up. Get
What?
security in position.
I didn't touch it. It went up with that one. He's coming up.
Sisterhood doesn't give second chances.
Candidate, Brother Pavlos is watching.
Captain, there's no Warframe down there. Just traces.
He took something. Rip it from his dead hands.
I feel like they missed the boat on this being a Father's Day quest. Or did it come out? I don't. Or did it? I don't know. No. Oh no.
All crews, cease fire! Cease fire! Stop firing!
Respect moment. Like, oh shit. Oh shit, my bad. My bad. respect. Now, if only my fucking Sisters of Parvos were like that. I'd keep them around.
You're going to be a father, Soren.
But, Phlegums, if the Lord's found out...
You'll take care of us. Always. Won't you?
Man, that's really hard, dude. That's really hard. Both of these are really good choices. Protector. Damn, that was it? Holy shit. The heart is a labyrinth, none darker than the stalkers. At the center lay answers, loss of life. Oh, sorry, hard to read. At the center lay answers, loss and life. One life lost for another life gained. Life never seen in the origin system, or life never before seen in the origin system. An impossible life that, in turn, brought with it more questions than answers. Yeah, I mean, it does. It poses a lot of odd questions. Do Warframes grow? Yeah, that's a good question. We don't see them age, right? So, like, Warframes, at least I don't think we've seen them age at all. I mean, it'd be safe to assume that that a baby frame would stay the same, you know what I mean? That it wouldn't change. Yeah, that's crazy though. That's wild. Yeah, the thing is like that was a tough question. It was a tough question to answer, and I would guarantee that, like, I mean, that was probably just the premise of like how the idea for Jade Shadows probably even came into play in the first place. Was just the conversation around, well, what would happen to somebody that was turned into a Warframe while they were pregnant? Like, what would happen to somebody if they were infected with the, you know, the modified infection, you know, while they were pregnant. Have you ever read Stalker's Codex entry? I don't think I have. Did I have to do anything to unlock it? Bal's has turned a pregnant woman into a Warframe. Fuck that guy. Thank you for the 100 bits. Yeah, based and true. Read it. Read it. Read it. Hatred for Bal's grew even more. Yeah, at least the dude's dead now. At least he's gone. Read email? I will. Like, it's gonna pop up, right?
Tenno, the shadow has fled. His lair is silent and empty. He will not return. Understand, she haunts this place.
What the fuck?
Her light has marred the earth. She whispers in the sleeping machines. Through the disintegration of her flesh, she lives on. In honor of my barren, void-scarred womb, I entrust Jade to you. He would not have wished this, but she would. I remain the great and terrible Hunhow.
Bro, how does this motherfucker make me feel bad? Like the wild sadness in his voice. That's crazy. It's one of those situations where it's like, I mean, keep in mind, you know, if you think about it from the perspective of the sentience, right? Like, were they really wrong for what they wanted to do? Like, I know he's dying. Like, yeah, I know Hunhow is dying, but at the exact same time, like, keep in mind, like, the only reason why, I mean, at least from my perspective, the reason why they came to fight against the Orokin was specifically because of the fact that they knew what the Orokin's plans were. They already knew what was going on, right? And keep in mind...
Sorry! Artists will play with the volume off.
Thank you, Ortis. And keep in mind that they, like, yeah, the Orokin took away their ability to reproduce. You know what I mean? So like they can't even do anything about that either. Orokin are monsters, man. Absolute monsters. Oh, sick. We got the portraits. These are awesome. These look really cool. Stalker's lair scene, and then Jade's blueprint. Trigger warning at the start of the quest was such a spoiler. They should have made it more vague. Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, it could have gone either way, to be honest with you. You know, like maybe they could have played, like it could have been something else entirely. But like once you once Ortis had said, her energy is being siphoned from somewhere else, then it was pretty easy to put 2 and 2 together for me. You know what I mean? It was pretty easy to put 2 and 2 together. It's an 18+ game. They should stop with spoilers like that. Do you know what? I don't think you're wrong. I don't think you're wrong. I think that in a lot of cases, I think that I think game developers across the board have gotten a little bit soft lately, and they're afraid to trigger people, you know what I mean, and trigger traumas and stuff like that. And maybe instead of giving like full spoiler warning on like what you're gonna, like, hey, by the way, if you have this specific trauma, then you know you shouldn't talk about it. They just don't want to get sued, I think. I don't think that applies to I don't think that applies to art and media. I don't think it applies to art and media. If you're watching a movie, you know, like, you're signing up to be surprised. You know what I mean? Like, if you saw something in that movie that disturbed you because of some type of, like, trauma that you've experienced, or whatever it might be, like you went. And here's the thing. I know they care. That's not the point. I know that they care. That's the reason why they put it in there in the first place, is because they care deeply. I think there's just maybe a better way to go about putting a warning up that doesn't give away exactly what happens in that scene, if that makes sense, or doesn't point directly to what's going to end up happening. I think that's probably the best way to go around it. I think what it is that the explanation that they give for that specific content warning is a little bit too on the nose. I think that's what it is. I think it's a little bit too on the nose. It's a big topic. If you had a wife that died during childbirth, you'd be in tears for this quest. Oh, for sure. Yeah, no. I could definitely see how it, like, I mean, yeah. I mean, it's strong stuff. It's one of those things where it kind of goes back to that conversation that I was having before with, it goes back to that conversation I was having before where, like, with Digital Extremes and Warframe specifically, they do a really good job of really putting the player into the position in which that they just don't know where it's going to go. You don't know where they're going to take it. You don't know what kind of themes or ideas or anything like that they're going to explore. And also at the exact same time, the content warning aside, like, this was an incredibly daring, like, theme and quest to come up with. And I think that they handled it really well. I think they handled it really, really well. Was it really about motherhood or more about fatherhood? I would say it's more about fatherhood and, like, relationships more than anything else, right? Like, you have to feel bad for Soren because it's obvious that his memories are fractured, right? And but he knows that child's his. It was a great quest, a bit short, but they're clearly all in on 1999 right now. Yeah, I would think that's probably the reason why the quest was so short. They didn't explore it a little bit further. It's meant to be something to kind of, like, continue interest for a while. I doubt Soren lost his memories. No. Hun Hao talked about it directly at the very beginning of the quest. Hun Hao said, why would this frame, like, why would they save you? You don't know why they did. Yeah, Hun Hao brought it up, literally said that homie did not remember. Yeah, it's pretty explicit. I was about to say, it's pretty explicit that Stalker does not have great memory. The problem is the beginning is quite rushed. They did a lot of telling instead of showing. I mean, if I had to give, like, a judgment on the quest, I think they could have pushed it narratively a little harder than they did and probably slowed it down a little bit. Because, like, the Stalker's gameplay already is going to make it go by pretty quickly. So maybe something to add a little bit more depth to it probably would have been good. But at the same time, I think it's completely fine. Needed more flashbacks. I could see that. Maybe just a little bit more depth to the characters, a little. But at the exact same time, chances are, with the Stalker disappearing, there's a really good chance that that's probably something they're gonna save for later. More depth to that character, more of the history, more understanding. You know what I mean? I think the operator should send Umbra to give support to Soren. Yeah, that would make a lot of sense, to be honest. That'd make a lot of sense. Can we find a way to resurrect Baldur? I wonder how many people just went ahead and started up the quest over again just to give it another throw. You know what I mean? Just to like, you know what? Like they do this and they're like, you know what? Fucking Baldur, I'm gonna come back to you for your ass right now. Let me load up New War real quick. We need to do another run at your ass. I want Umbra to chill in our orbiter. That actually would be kind of cool if he was like walking around. I found it interesting that he visited the operator and not Drifter. I wonder why that is. I wonder why that is. Some think that the stalker did have memories, just didn't want to expose himself or her to protect her and Jade. Like Ortis remembers his memories, but they're trapped. But he hides them. Not the best, but he denies it. I don't know about that. I think his memories are a little jumbled. I think his memories are a little bit jumbled. From my perspective, experiencing the quest, what it felt like is that initially with the stalk, and this is I think this is one of the reasons why like it would have been better if it was a little bit longer, because they could have played into that and explained that a little bit better. But it felt like he knew he wanted to protect her, but it was more of an instinct. Like he was doing things instinctually rather than actually truly remembering what was going on. And it wasn't until she had passed that those memories had been like reclaimed, right? A really good example of this is as he's holding the baby and we're walking through the Orican ruins, his memories are coming back. That's one of the reasons they kept doing the flashbacks. It's because he's remembering those things as he's walking. If it wasn't for that, if he wasn't remembering those things, he would just go back to doing what he was doing, which is chasing us around. I think that's probably the best way to look at it. I think it wasn't until I don't think it was until like the child was born and then he kind of like reclaimed, like he knew that that kid was his. He knew the kid was his. I don't think he knew what was going on before then. He just knew that he wanted to protect her, so he was going off of instinct at first. He just knew that he needed to save her. That was it. Oxium, thank you. Something to remember me by because I can't find a decor version of this item. Thank you. Raya, thank you. Save me some trouble. What is this? Grand finale? Oh, fireworks. Thank you. Thank you. I'm actually really looking forward to this, especially since I already like playing Wisp. I already know that I'm gonna like playing her. Plus, on top of that, I've watched you play of her enough for me to know exactly how good she is. Your journey through Warframe is way more interesting than mine. Enjoyed every quest stream. Thank you for your work. No problem. It didn't feel like work. Forma bundle. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. What is this now? 2 seconds more. Fucking god damn it. Damn it. Fucking guys, I swear to God. I think the operator was tapping into Jade's memories in the transference and then finally grasped what she did with the stalker and passed that on to Soren. Oh, I really like that idea, Win. I really like that idea. Yeah. Yeah, like he regained some memories or some of her memories, maybe. He gained some of her memories through transference because they were touching when the Tenno was, or when the operator was using transference on her. Yeah, that's actually pretty good. That's not bad. That sounds pretty solid. That's a good one. Here's a little friend for your orbiter. Hopefully it doesn't accidentally scoop up your order from that perfectly legitimate business. God damn it. Bad boy. Bad boy. Decorate your operator. Thank you. I will. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. Thank you for your generosity, friends. We add to my drug file. What does shift do? Shift is grid snapping. That's not the problem I was having. The problem that I was having was that it wasn't putting things where I wanted it to. I was getting like the camera stuck on something. Okay, so now that we've done Jade Shadows, isn't there like a new event? Or can I not access that yet? Oh, Stalker Codex. Yeah, you're right. Where's it at? Warframes and vehicles? Is he in here? Where is it at? Stalker faction? Oh, I don't have his codex. Yeah, I didn't scan him. Is he still gonna attack me now? Oh, and also Darth, I totally missed it. I was in the middle of the quest, so I didn't even see it. Thank you for the 5 gifted, brother. What the fuck? I didn't even see you pop in. Jetpack, I already got you with the Prime. Thank you for that. I think there was some other stuff that I missed while I was doing it. Sentinel super chatted $2. LD, look up, enjoy the story, skip the game. Enjoy the story, skip the game. Enjoy the story, skip the game. What is that? Like a video or something like that? Juan back, thank you for the Prime. I missed your Prime when we were doing the quest and stuff like that or something, I think. I thought I saw, maybe it's because I turned them off or something like that. I'll have to check. I thought I missed some other stuff here. Fan funding. Oh, Greaser. Oh, Greaser. What were you doing here? Jade Shadows is the worst quest in the game. Let's throw Supreme Greaser into the Jade Light. Jade Shadows due to water 90% of the player base are people who are mentally deficient and thus don't understand this. Hey chat, just saying Jade Shadows not good. Single person liking my comments about Jade Shadows. You have common sense and humor and I love you. I live to make brainlet chat suffer. I'm sorry that my opinion is right and yours is wrong. I'm not gonna step on. Hold on. I'm not going to step in front of your son. You're all entitled to your opinion. Bravo chat, you've stopped reacting to rage bait. Good job. Going to bed. Good night. Fucking greaser. Well, thank you for the donos. Fucking weirdo. You guys are feeding into him? Motherfucker baited us all? Yeah. Would imagine so. If I'm not mistaken, I think like even just the other day, Greaser was in chat saying how like he totally was fucking with you guys. I think he was literally in chat the other day saying you're gonna look forward to Jade Shadows. It's pretty good. I'm almost positive he was saying that the other day. People don't know how to react how to react to rage bait. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Yeah. Are you gonna farm volatile motes? What are the rewards from the new thing? Let me look up the stalker thing real quick. I'm gonna try it up. Okay. Before he became the stalker, he was once a low guardian named Soren, who served the Orokin, and was engaged to an unsanctioned relationship with an individual known as Jade, with whom he sired a child, which the Orokin legions considered taboo. Okay, it was presumably in this event that turned both of them into Warframes as punishment. He was present during the collapse of the Orokin Empire, noticing that the Tenno weren't as stoic and as silent, but instead waiting and poised, but failed to warn his masters of the slaughter the Tenno were prepared to carry against them. Having been spared by Jade, who had since become a Warframe, the Stalker sought vengeance against the Tenno and hunted their numbers across the Origin system. However, the Stalker views this betrayal as his own failing, unable to forgive himself for failing to alert his masters of their impending demise. Wow, that's not his codex? Then why does it say that? Fucking Warframe wiki's a lie. People always say, wiki, use the wiki, use the wiki. I finally got all 3 years of the Stalker pre-codex entry. Screenshot. Does it sit here? So I guess it changes. I don't know. I can't find it. Maybe there's like a video of it. I don't know. I can't find it anywhere. If somebody can like find it and like link it somewhere, like the one that you guys actually want me to read, like link it in the like, yeah. Ortis has the rewards at the Mercury Relay. At the navigation. Okay. The rewards for the event? Is that what you're saying? If you visit Ortis, he'll tell you more about it. Okay. Also, it's a cool game mode. Yeah. The new event mission gives you new currency called volatile motes. These motes can be traded at Ortis, the Mercury Relay. There's a bunch of items, but most people want the arcane rewards, such as Arcane Energize. Ooh, okay. Go to the art gallery in the Codex. Okay, I'll look at that in a minute. Look at that in a minute.
We shall lay Jade's volatile modes to rest in the embrace of the sun, well out of reach of Pavos Granim and his tawdry schemes. She will, once again, be a part of the giving of life. Ordis hopes this is what she would have wanted.
Shared purpose?
Okay, Ordis will be here, as well as the Orator. Benefit of being a Cephalon, two places at once.
Is that what this is?
The upside.
Belly of the Beast? No. Oh, that's if you want to play as a stalker.
Ordis knows the stories of Orden Terrace. What the Orokin did to Jade is not dissimilar to what they did to him. Both were used and then discarded. All right, Operator. The Operator is not working alone. So many Tenno have come together to help Jade.
Transforma. Some stands. Ephemera. Whoa. That's pretty cool looking, huh? Kind of like this one a little bit more. It's a little low key. Pretty wild looking though. Those are cool. The ephemeras are sick. Oh god. I don't need to be one of you guys, okay?
Very well.
Okay, so how do I get to the
This will warm up the orbiter for you.
Krios is not recommended. Yeah, yes you do. No, I don't. Yeah, so I can be like every other Warframe player and have that on their head. Isn't my fashion fantastic? You missed the clan part?
The volatile modes are in limited supply.
Oh.
If the Tenno can snatch them all up, Parvos and his Jade Eximus project will be halted in its tracks.
So what is this? Why does this say clan? So like this is only, I don't understand how does this work if it's clan only? It's a mission on Uranus. Okay. Only available to those in a clan. Oh, only for clan members. Okay, so it's not like it's not like your clan has to progress it. You can get it on your own, but you just have to be in a clan to get it. Is that what it is? Got it. Got it. So it's just a motivation to get players to join clans. I got you. I got you.
Perhaps the operator needs to take orders. We'll see.
All right, let's check out the new mission. Try it out. Is this what it is? I'm gonna say yeah. Try Stalker, it's so much fun. Have fun on your elevator ride? Okay. Alright, let's check it out. Let's see what they got going on.
Mortis will not stand idly by while Parvos Graven weaves the last vestiges of Jade for his Exile's executioner program. He must be BB. Denied. There has been an offer of help. Mortis believes it is genuine.
Could that be your Orden Karis? I'd recognize that voice anywhere. How far you've fallen. Corpus, these thieves and their renegade
How far
leader
you've fallen.
are taking my
What a dick.
volatile motes. End them.
Ordis's name is Ordis.
Man, you don't want to fuck with the Baron of Bones, baby. You better watch out. You better watch out, son.
The capsule is ready. Onward and then upward. Sending
Onward
air
and
support
then
to help you jump higher. Starting elevator ascension and they have cut the power. Otis is afraid you will have to power it manually. Look for ionic charges. A sister beacon? Trigger too many of those, and you will have to fight a sister of power.
So trigger them.
So trigger them. Ow, that's a wall. What are the green things? Oh, okay, so and that goes in over here? I don't know where these go. Alt fire to oh, you throw it. Oh, okay. Ah, okay. Hello, gentlemen. Hello, gentlemen. Oh, wrong button.
Does it not thrill you to watch your beloved operator spilling torrents of blood? Do you not yearn to be by their side, blades in hand, amid the fury of the hot stench?
Damn.
You are an old man, Mr. Granum, and you were by yourself in the void for a very long time. Please, seek medical treatment.
Fucking get him, Mortis. Fucking get him. Tell his ass what's up. He's like, look here, you senile old shit. I ain't gonna listen to your bullshit. I need to get to like the shortened numbers thing. I need to turn that on too. I'm gonna do that. Where's my mouse though? There it is. You guys ever have that problem? You're playing a game on PC and you just cannot find your mouse. You're like, where the fuck is my mouse at? Like, it's the most frustrating thing in the world. You're like, I know you're on the screen. Where the fuck are you? All the time? Yeah. How's that look? Oh, that's way better. Probably could even bring the size down a little bit more, honestly.
Have you met my hound?
Have you met my hound?
Massive middle-aged flesh that follows me around everywhere. You two have a lot of common.
This is your last chance to avert failure, troops. Grasp it.
Oh god. The frame rate. Oh god. So many abilities popping off all at once. All I'm gonna say is there's nothing shadowy about Jade. Infinite spawning area. Damn Octavia.
You are home free. I have a command post under the relay.
Same as the Final Fantasy XIV raid run. I don't know. I don't really lose frames playing Final Fantasy XIV. Is this Steel Path? I have a long time before I'll be able to do this on Steel Path. New mods. Yeah, you got a good point. Semi-rifle cannonade. Only compatible with semi-auto trigger. Fire rate cannot be modified. 40 damage and punch through. Semi-shotgun cannon. Only available with semi-auto trigger. Fire rate cannot be modified. 40%. So what is he saying? Like you have to, if you use those new mods are nuts? Are they really? No, I'm not saying I can't do Steel Path. That's not the problem. I can do Steel Path. I just can't do I'm not here yet on Steel Path. It's pretty far. I probably have to get all the way through the planets before I can do this quest before I can do this event on Steel Path, I'd imagine. Silver Sunrise. Thanks for the vids. Convinced an old vet like me to come back after 5 years. I'm hoping that you're having fun. Warframe Articula? Is this like a is this a placeable?
Operator,
thank you.
Did you know Cephalon Samaris is here? Otis was so terrified. Respectful of Samaris once.
Decoration copies Warframe fashion. Ooh, that's really cool. I like that. That's sick. That means I can put like one of my other frames up. Dick, I like that. Thank you so much. Glad you came back. Glad you're enjoying it. I've been having a blast with it. So I want more people to you know, enjoy it. Especially like if there's folks that haven't played the game in years, like, yeah, go play it. Enjoy the damn story, enjoy the gameplay, enjoy everything, have fun with it. Then go do something else later on. Travis, thank you for the $5, man. Been enjoying your videos. Lots of really good points that I'm frequently nodding along to. You're here making too much sense, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Travis. Thank you for the 5, man. Really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you for your generosity, guys. In case you get bored with regular arrow skin. Ooh, that's kind of cool. I didn't even know you could change the skin of the arrows that you shoot. What? The fuck is this game sometimes? Like, what are you doing? Like, my God, dude. I think there's a Cupid one. That's crazy. The amount of customization in this game is just ridiculous. Colors from Sable. Light and shadow. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Thank you. The people know the way to my heart. The people that know the way to my heart. You can have somebody taxi you to the mission. Do I want to do that? I kind of want to like progress Steel Path nodes, to be honest with you. Like, as much as I want to do this, and I realize Strimmer, you need Arcane Energize. Strimmer, Arcane Energize. I kind of want to just like push Steel Path, especially like on Earth. You know what I mean? Try Jade. Yeah, that's actually not a bad idea either. I could do that too. Arsenal. Sometimes the Stalker will drop you into Steel Path. Jade Fashion Frame. Oh yeah, you got a good point too. I want to look at her at the very least. I like the overall look. The aesthetic I think is pretty sick. I'm gonna be really interested to see what they do with like skins. Like what kind of skins they're gonna give her.
Operator, did you bring moats?
Oh, she already has a secondary one. I kind of like the first one better. Arms are kind of lacking. This one you could actually probably deck out a little bit, and it probably wouldn't look too bad if you got a little bit more complex, a little complex with it. You know what I mean? I like that if it didn't clip.
Otis is glad his operator is here.
That clip's super bad. Holy, that's not good.
One Fomorian could wipe this whole relay out. Does the operator know where the nearest emergency exit is?
Ortis. All these chest ones don't work very well. Oh, that's the new ones that I got. These are really nice, actually. This actually kind of works here too, almost. Too clunky. Too much. Doesn't work. Homie's losing his shit over there. Use the Veil one. Actually, no, we'll use these. We'll use these. And we'll use... I don't really see points in leg because you're not really going to see her legs much, right? I mean, you can put a little bit on there for like extra depth. I can use like the Ceramikas. Auxiliary. No.
Coming, operator.
No. do something basic. I'm looking forward to that new
Ordis should visit the dry dock. Ordis has not spoken to Cephalon Sai in so long. We will have so much to talk about.
Yeah, it looks good. That's accessories. Don't really see the point in putting any, like, she already has wings, you know what I mean? So like anything else is just gonna look goobery on the back.
It's just been Ordis and the operator together on the orbiter. Now there are many, many other people.
Yeah, like anything else is just gonna look kind of goofy on the back. I wouldn't put anything on the back of this. You could put tentacles on her, you know what I mean? It kind of works. It kind of works.
Operator, did you know Cephalon Samaris is here? Ordis was so terrified. Respectful of Samaris once.
Now it doesn't, because now there's too much. Get rid of it. I kind of like the Signas, but I feel like they don't work with the shoulders as much as I would like them to. Like, they kind of look cool in combination, but it doesn't really work for this frame specifically. So we're gonna pull them off. I do need to remember to use those in the future, though, because in the future those are going to look really good on something else. I just don't know which one yet. I'll have to test around with a couple of other ones. Primary color. Let's go here. Secondary.
One Fomorian could wipe this whole relay out. Does the operator know where the nearest emergency exit is? For so long it has just been Ordis and the operator together on the orbiter. Now there are many, many other people.
I like this. I feel like I should switch the pink and the green, though.
Ordis should visit the dry dock. Ordis has not spoken to Cephalon Sai in so long. We will have so much to talk about.
Oh, but it kind of changes the look of it too much. I don't like that. Never mind. I was wrong. I was wrong the entire time, chat.
Operator, did you bring moats?
Oh no, I don't want classic. I want saturated. Oh, that's fine for now. That's fine for now. How does it look with a copied over to just
Keep those moats coming, operator.
That's not bad. It's okay for now. I don't want to spend an entire day just doing that. I'm afraid I'll just throw some random stuff on her. Yeah. Yeah. Green attachments? Yeah, I probably should swap. I should swap the colors on the attachments. It's probably a pretty good idea. I probably should swap. The problem is like the lighting here is kind of weird too. let's see. Hold on 1 second. I gotta do something.
Ordis knows what to do. Ordis has been taking moats. That was a pun, Ordis. That fort was supposed to be bypassed, Ordis. Operator, did you know Cephalon Samaris is here? Ordis was so terrified. Respectful of Samaris once. Ordis is doing his part, keeping the system free from Orokin garbage.
Okay, sorry about that. I had to turn the AC on, so you guys are gonna hear a little bit of background noise right now. You guys are gonna have to just kind of put up with it. It is what it is. I hope it doesn't bother you guys too much, but I'm like I'm literally cooking in here right now. Literally cooking in here. Sun came up and all of a sudden like the temperature like slowly, I'm like, man, I'm like feeling like a little, you know, I feel a little uncomfortable right now. What the hell's going on? It's like, oh, it's because it's hotter than hell in here right now. Hotter than hell. Don't hear anything? That's good. Okay. Two aura slots. I don't even know what to put. I still need to get more of those. I don't know how. I don't even know how to build her. Acid, profound understanding of the relationship between life and death grants her 2 aura mod slots. Some of her abilities apply judgments, increasing enemy damage and vulnerability by 50%. 1. Create a well of light energy that heals allies and hurts enemies. Those who enter the well will be highlighted with judgments. 5%. Max light judgments. Okay. You can have 5 of these domes up at a time. Got to do some more silver groves. Is that where you get the aura mods?
Operator, did you know Cephalon Samaris is here? Ordis was so
Still have no clue how you get growing power. I don't know what that is. Silver Grove. Her 4th counts as a secondary, so use pistol amp. Okay. That's easy enough for me. Put this one here. And since this is no, that doesn't work for that. I don't know. I guess like for now I'm just gonna throw physique on there just because why not? At least that's something I can use other than like rejuvenate, but I don't think that's really necessary to be honest with you. I want to give myself the negative. Do not use pistol amp. I love the fucking duality of chat. The duality of chat. I love it. Pistol amp is really weak. My 7%. If that's the case, then I can use. I'll just use like dreamers and physique.
These are the ordinary, everyday people.
I don't really have anything else to work with, so it's not like I have a lot of other really awesome combinations to do. You know what I mean? Chat is chat without chaos. That's very true. It's very, very true. Hear what else? I go through these songs. The power of the 7 for ability strength. Deathbringer increases weapon damage. Spirit of Resilience increases shield effectiveness. Extend the duration of each song by killing enemies surrounded by judgments. So you want to use your 1 to put out judgments. You can have 5 of those zones active at one time. Any enemy hit with the judgment. So you use the 1, then you pop your 2, and then you kill enemies to keep your song going.
Ordis knows what to do. Ordis has been taking moats. That was a pun, Ordis. That fort was supposed to be bypassed, Ordis.
3 is an armor strip. Jade summons an accusatory gaze that slows nearby enemies and dissolves their shields and armor. When the gaze falls upon enemies, when they fall upon allies, you can revive them from a distance. That's nice. And then her 4, Glory on High, allows her to fly and soar with a destructive power, using alternate fire to detonate judgments.
Ordis and the operator together on the orbiter. Now there are many
Causing an explosion of Jade Light enemies and enemies inside of Light's judgment radius will empower the explosion. That's cool. So really, it's like 1s, and then you hit your 3, or 1, 2, and then you use your 3, and then you kill the enemies.
Operator, did you bring moats?
So, strength is a must. Blind Rage. Do I care about duration?
So, these are the
I don't think I really care about duration that much, if that's the case.
the operator has been fighting to protect. Some of them have even been speaking to Ordis. Ordis is glad his operator is here. One Fomorian could wipe this whole relay out. Does the operator know where the nearest emergency exit is?
Duration affects how long your 1 stays up. Oh, okay.
Operator, did you know Cephalon Samaris is here? Ordis was so terrified. Respectful of Samaris once.
I don't really have anything else to use then if I was going to put any more strength on there. Honestly, I can just put whatever the fuck I want for the most part. Throw some energy on here, why not?
Ordis should visit the dry dock. Ordis has not spoken to Cephalon Sai in so long. We will have so much to talk about.
Some survivability, maybe. Equilibrium is going to be good, especially because of the fact that she already has like healing capacity to begin with in the first place.
Coming, operator.
Do I care about range? Oh, I bought another one of these. I need to sell it.
Ordis is doing his part, keeping the system free from Orokin garbage.
Oh, yeah, range for a bigger nuke. Okay. Nuke. She's like overextended for now. Or no, not overextended. How do you stretch? Why do I have two max stretch mods?
What Fomorian could wipe this whole relay out?
It's funny. I didn't even notice I did that.
Know where the nearest emergency exit is?
And then I'm just gonna throw some stuff on her for like I don't know, like, oh, she doesn't have any space left. Need to level her up. Aviator for survivability.
Operator.
Yeah. I'm just gonna play with her a little bit, and then I want to do Steel Path. Void Fissures, Sortie. I need to do Sortie today too. Holy shit. We have a lot to do. We have a lot to do.
Otis is doing his part, keeping the system free from garbage.
Aerodynamic is good if you have it. I don't think I have that one. Auger mods? I have some. I have some auger mods. I don't have a lot of them though. Or maybe I don't know. I have to actually go through and look.
Otis should visit the dry dock. Otis has not spoken to Cephalon Psi in so long. We will have
She does fly, so you always have that active. Oh, that makes sense if you're using that then. Yeah, that makes sense. Aerodynamic is an aura mod. I don't have it then. Yeah, I wouldn't have that.
This is a stress test. Destroy all specimens as quickly as possible.
Everything just like spawns and dies. Oh man, whenever you have tons of Tau crystals, you can make a crazy build with her. Yeah, I bet, when in doubt. She looks like a mop, +1 for mop. Yeah, she does kind of look like a mop, doesn't she? I probably shouldn't have went with the black. I should have put the black on the inside. Put the pink on the outside instead. Now seeing her like out of that lighting, I don't know, I'll have to think about it. I feel like it would be kind of weird to have a frame that is named Jade and doesn't have some green outside of their energy. You know what I mean? Aim Paradox with the $10. Thank you so much. In my honest opinion, the most important stats on Jade, you cover a room with her 1. Oh, range is the most important stat on her because you can cover a room with your 1. You want positive duration on her 1 and 4. Second increases strength, so you don't really need, so you don't need around 145 to 70 to make her work well.
Our experiment moves to a new zone.
I see what you're saying. Like you're just trying to make sure that you want to for 1 does not scale with range, does it not? That goes up. How do I go down? I might have my control bound to something else. I think I do. I think my control is bound to something. I don't remember what it is. So it's not bound for this. I wonder what my control is bound to. I can probably look at it. Yeah, it is bound. So I don't know why it's not working. Oh, it's crouch. Oh, okay. That's what you're saying. All right.
I have opened a new data conduit. Proceed immediately.
Modding strength increases your weapon damage buff. Oh yeah, that would be really good then.
Data conduit jump. The experiment's design dictates increased efficiency. I trust you will be able to complete this study, Hunter?
So I'm wondering, so if December is December is the 1999 update, let's say we're just, maybe it is. We don't know if it is or not, right? I don't think there's a. Is there a date for that? Those big TennoCon reveals are almost always in December. Oh, okay. So I guess my question is it like, is this probably going to be like one of the last things they do until 1999, or what do you guys think? I don't know what their cadence is like, so I don't know like how often they add new missions and stuff into the game. But seeing as this is like a story quest, I would imagine this probably has to be the last like story quest, unless they do another one that's supposed to be like another direct lead. But I feel like that doesn't make a lot of sense, seeing that we already have Whispers in the Wall, right? Roughly every 3 months, one big one at the end of the year. There'll be another thing before then. You think so? 1999 will be about December. And seeing as we are in June, so maybe they'll do like one more thing, one more minor thing. Yeah, you can see that. She's leveled. We're good. Probably quality of life updates or liches, maybe. Oh yeah, I do remember now that I think I was watching something at one point in time and they were kind of talking about it before, and how Because they were talking about like new lich weapons, right?
Hunter, the sanctuary will go on without you.
Infested, yeah, I mean, yeah, it's kind of obvious. I think that's probably what they would end up doing. Infested lichers are likely to be released with 1999. You know what? You actually got a good point. You got a good point. That would make a lot of sense, especially if that's all gonna happen within. That'll probably come as a result of 1999, right? Because it was like the infestation Y2K, right? Lich Torrid, yeah, that'd be kind of cool, right? But you can't incarnate a like lich weapon, right? Like a, I don't think you can. Infested Torrid incarnate. Oh god. You can? I don't think we have one that matches both. Just imagine. Good lord. There's no way they buff Torrid that way. Yeah, could you imagine? Holy shit. Like, I've already seen somebody using the Torrid. It's so it's fucking stupid. What the fuck? Okay. I'm gonna do Steel Path stuff, and I want to do the as much as I want to play as a new frame. I'm gonna be real with you guys. My brain's not wired for it today for some reason. Not that I don't want to play as her or anything like that, but it's just like, I don't know, like my brain is just not wired for it at the moment. Elden Ring is next week. I'm so fucking excited. I'm so excited to stream Elden Ring next week. My brain is Elden Ring right now. Yeah, I'm like beyond excited to play it next week. The fact that it's like sitting there already downloaded is like staring me in the eye, and I'm like, you're technically playing 2 frames. Yeah, that's the other thing too, is that like she has a lot of mechanics to her. Do it, play it right now. I'm not gonna play it right now. Actually, you're right. Somebody just said why next week. That's actually a really good point. Do you know what? We'll probably do it tomorrow. Like today we're playing this. There's stuff that I want to do in this game specifically. Oh no, fuck. I don't know if I can. There's a video I gotta work on for next week, and if I don't work on it at all tomorrow, like, because I can't, like, I don't have all day. You know what I mean? It'd be different if it's like, oh, you know, like after stream I can work on it. Like I have plans after stream on Saturday, and then Sunday's the podcast, which I'll be able to get some work done on it then. But I don't know. I'm not play both at the same time. Easy. True. Yeah, I need to get better. I forgot I have a fucking lich. LD, please, can you look at Warframe's get pregnant video on YouTube? Maybe I'm not like reacting to stuff right now. Hopefully the lich doesn't snap. Yeah, oh my god, I didn't even think about that. Maybe we should clear, maybe I should clear, let's clear this bitch out real quick, actually. Let's, look at, what I'm gonna do is this. Okay. I'm gonna leave the relay. I'm gonna reset the party. If you guys have a lich and want to join me to do a Kuva lich, you can. I'm welcoming all to help me clear my lich. The last thing I want is for her to start stealing my shit. I just kind of want to get rid of her to be honest with you anyway. Plus on top of that, I want the ephemera. The fashion side of me wants that ephemera. I wants it now. Mine stole an Archon shard once. I would guarantee you would murder that thing with like such there you go. Let me feed the cat. Cat's hungry. I'm gonna feed the cat. You hungry, Bob? You want some food? You want some food, big boy?
Ordis is angry. I may require maintenance after all.
Okay.
Ooh, my playground expands.
You are here to find our target and bring them to the extraction point. Happy hunting. Target located. Bring them in.
I'm trying to think, is there... Oh, man. Are any of you guys gonna any of you guys gonna play that,
Excellent work. We'll interrogate the captive back.
Is anybody here going to give... What is that game called? Is anybody gonna give First Descendant a shot? Thank you. I'm thinking about it. At least checking it out for content purposes more than anything else.
Heads up, a Grineer assault team is headed your way.
Nexon scammed their player base for $500 million by lying about drop rates on paid items. Good idea for the stream. Yeah, but for content purposes, I'm going to check it out regardless, just because I want to, you know, it's one of those things,
focused. There's a heavy unit
you know, where it's like, if it's good, then fucking awesome. Cool, I got another game to play. That's exciting. And it's another game in a genre of games that I like. On the other hand, if it's the game that I am expecting it to be, and its monetization is as bad as I think it will be, then I get to farm it for drama. You know what I mean? Yeah, if it's good, content. If it's bad, content. You can't go wrong. You honestly cannot go wrong. It's great. Yeah, it's a win-win. That's what I'm talking about. South Korean cash grab evil company. Yeah, so I mean, like, that's the thing. Like, like, as much as I would like it to be a good game, what if it's just mid? I mean, that's the worst case scenario. You know what I mean? Like, that really is... That is the worst case scenario. The question is, will it cost money? Well, not to play it, because it's going to be free to play. But the thing is like, one of the last things that I saw, and I don't know if it's changed. I don't know if it's changed. It probably hasn't, knowing Nexon. But I saw somebody that was covering it, and they said that for you to customize your look, to be able to like customize, you know, your frame and like your you know, whatever they want to call it in that game, they're fucking Warframes to me. For you to customize your character in that game, basically, you know, you pay for your cosmetic, you get your cosmetic, but then you need to pay for your dyes. Okay, well, you know, Warframe players aren't strangers to paying for dyes. That's fine. That's okay. That's fine. But you don't pay for the dye. You pay for material to make the dye. But paying for the material to make the dye is an RNG chance to get the color that you want. And if it's not the color that you want, well, then you got to try it again and then pay for more materials to be able to try to get the color that you want. And then, you know, even still, it might not be the one you want. So who knows how much money you're going to try to sink into trying to gotcha for colors. And then, oh, by the way, the colors are single use. So I don't know if that's been changed, or if they've gotten rid of that, or if they've kept that the same. The crazy thing is that, like, even if they've gotten rid of it, that shows you where their fucking head is. It shows you where their mind is. You know what I mean? That's the worst part about it. Like, you already know what their intentions are, regardless if they're, oh, okay, well, the players aren't gonna put up with this yet. They're not gonna put up with this one yet. But like, that's the most. That's like I'm one of those people that will have some, like, I try to imagine, like, what is the worst way that you could monetize a game, and even I wouldn't have come up with something like that. Like, that is some fucking next level evil genius. It's not genius, it's actually just stupid. But it still is just like, man, you guys are really thinking about, like, they heard that quote from that ex CEO of EA, talking about charging for a new clip. Like, oh man, you know, what happens if you're out of money, or what happens if you run out of bullets, and all of a sudden, you know, it just pops up on the screen, you know, hey man, you know, you want we'll give you an ammo reload for $5 right now.
Little meat.
People likely would pay for it.
I shall buy something lovely with this.
Charge per bullet, yeah. 24-hour craft skin. Oh my god. Please no. You're surprised? I'm not. It's an Exxon game. I'm not. I'm more surprised by the creativity. I mean, that's really what it is. They're getting really creative with the monetization. it's just the thing is that like what I don't understand is that like while I totally get I get it. They're trying to make dough, right? They're trying to make that bread. Okay, that's okay. Make your money, dude. Make your money. I don't have any problem with these companies wanting to make money. What doesn't make any sense to me is that like for a lot of these Korean games, when they want to release to a global market, you can't treat global markets like South Koreans. I'm sorry. Like Eastern audiences are okay with that kind of shit. But global audiences, I don't think global audiences ever will be okay with that kind of monetization. I don't. I genuinely do not think that they will be okay with something like that. We call them molesters. Yeah, I agree. I agree, Tickle. I agree. I see it as a net positive. People will play it, realize it's shit, and then people will find out Warframe is better. Maybe. Yeah, I mean that would be a good outcome, right? That'd be a good outcome. It's just like I just don't understand it from like a I just don't understand it from a business perspective. Like, what the fuck is the point? What are you gonna accomplish? What are you going to accomplish with this? Like, I do not see you doing well in sales. Or I don't see your cosmetics selling well. I don't see any of that happening. I just do not see your game performing well when you do things like that. You know, I've talked about it in the past and I've used it as a consistent example. But like, you know, look at a game like Lost Ark. Lost Ark could be, for all intents and purposes, Lost Ark should be a widely played MMO on a global scale. I think it's a great game. It has some of the best boss fights in all of MMOs. I think it has the best ARPG boss fights. Their dungeons are fucking sick. Their monster designs were awesome. Their boss fight designs and just encounter designs were incredible. But people are not going to pay that outrageous amount of money to continue to play a game on a large scale. Because it's like, the thing is that like you want to cater to your whales. Okay, I get it. It's a smart thing to do. It's how you make money. You can make a lot of money doing that, right? You can make a lot of money. But the problem is if you cater too hard to people that pay, then you don't make a game that is a viable option for players that. What was that? Then you don't make a game that is a sustainable ecosystem for free-to-play players to play. And those are the people that genuinely support your game. Those are the people that really, like, if you don't have them, then the whales don't have people to show their skins off to. So, like, I wish that games would get away from the whale mentality. I think that's what the problem is. And, like, it's one of the things that obviously Warframe does really fucking well. Like, this game has no whale catering. I mean, like, sure, go ahead if you want to buy Warframes, if you want to buy whatever in the game. The people that are buying a lot of the stuff that's like unnecessary to buy are either buying it because, you know, they don't want to grind, which is fine, even though the grind is like the game to begin with, so it's like kind of whatever. In a lot of cases, people are spending money on a lot of this stuff that's unnecessary because they just want to support the team. They do want to support the game. I would guarantee there's a lot of people that are out there that have zero issue giving Digital Extremes money because they want to give Digital Extremes money. And like that's the kind of community and that's the kind of player base that you want to develop. Like, instead of trying to figure out like how to make them give you money, why don't you figure out how to make them want to give you money? What happened? How did we fail? What the fuck? Because defense sucks. So I think that has to be like the first time I have. Is because the dude was because there's people AFK standing on the fucking capsule. That's probably why. And of course, everything here is... Jade Light destroyed it. Oh, was it? Oh no. Oh no.
Nearby communications towers are broadcasting crucial enemy intelligence. Capture the towers and decode any incoming messages.
Unbelievable. Well, now because we failed, I'm taking everybody to an interception. Gar, yeah, Gar is super good at protecting objectives. I haven't played Gar in a while. Super good. What I was saying before though, that's what they need to be trying to do is like figure out how to make the players like feel like. I think that's like one of the biggest issues. Oh, it's my lich.
You are mine, little meat. No one else's. Show me what you have learned. I have learned that it takes only 8 pounds of force to remove a human
I don't know
ear.
if I don't want to. I'm gonna skip.
Those troopers were cheap and expendable anyway. You did me a favor. Now I can really cut loose.
Stand up. Hey. Stand your ass up.
You thought you had me.
So, what was I saying? I was saying something before and I forgot about it now. I got distracted by attacking the lich. So, like, I mean, like the thing is that like, think about it from a money man perspective. Like, this is the problem that I have with this shit. Is that like it's the perfect relationship that you want to have, where your players are justifying giving you money because they want to give it to you specifically. That's what you want, man. That's what you want. Like, there's no better world than that. No better world than that. Your players are like, I want to give these guys money.
We have lost control of a tower.
That's the kind of game I would want to make, personally.
We have control of all 4 towers. Tower lost.
I feel like that's what DE has. We as a fan base want to give them money. Yeah, exactly. Deep Rock Galactic has that. Deep Rock Galactic does have it. Helldivers 2 has it. What else? Let me think. What else is there? Helldivers 2 has it. Final Fantasy 14 for sure fucking has it. I know that because I'm one of those people. I never had a single issue buying a cosmetic in that game. I never had a problem with it. Why would I? Like, even though I was paying monthly to play that game, I still felt like I was getting a steal because I just enjoyed the story and enjoyed the game that much.
We are dominating.
And also on top of that, it's just like, you know, liking the developers, liking what they're working on, believing in the believing in like what they're trying to do. You know what I mean? Like, there's just a lot of reasoning behind it. There's no reason to like stay in a mission like this, right? I don't think there is. Like, I don't know if you're gonna get any more.
little
Oh yeah, it's not. It's
from
capped.
my
I forgot about
little
that.
meat. Thank you, darling.
Honestly, the problem is I think they're getting my Christmas cards with cash and keep sending to the offices. Jesus. I don't think they're getting it. Are you sure? Did I unlock a word or no? I don't think I did I?
I forgive you.
No. I forgive you. Excavation. Bubble defense. Defense. Why? You. Mobile D. I had a problem with the heirloom collection in Warframe last year because it was because it was an expensive bundle. And it tried to pull FOMO. I'm immune to it, but others aren't. Oh, the heirloom stuff they have to sell for cash, right? You can't buy heirloom stuff or anything like that with like
This is a mobile
shit
defense
you can
mission.
farm.
You must deliver payloads and defend a number of locations while I break into the network. Be prepared for heavy resistance. I can't do this without you.
Or I mean, what do I see? Farm fucking platinum. You know what I meant.
Here is a terminal. Get me in and get ready to defend.
The heirloom is for platinum and isn't being removed from the game. They're doing it differently from now on, actually. Fucking crazy how that works, huh? Crazy how that works, huh? Digital Extremes goes, you know what? Players don't like this. Let's stop doing that. You know, one of the reasons why I think that happens, like, one of the reasons why, like, I guess, like, my thing is that, like, I just don't think,
Still working on it.
I personally
Continue
don't
to
think,
defend.
or at least I don't see it from my perspective, that the FOMO mechanics and stuff, like, really, like, work as well as some of these companies might think that they do. Unless it, like, here's the thing, unless it's an in-game advantage, that's a different story. If it's cosmetic, I don't know. I don't see it. I mean, I guess I can kind of see it, but I don't see how, I don't think it would really affect your sales that much.
Watch yourself. Grenier are on the way.
I feel like you would make more money in the long term if you made it more available. If you made it, like, sure, you'll make more money in the short burst.
To a terminal.
Okay, that's probably the best way to say it.
Patch me in.
You'll make more money immediately if it's limited time. You'll make more money in the long run
Drop me in
if
and defend our
you
position.
make it available all the time. Well, I realize, especially when it comes to like cosmetics, people do want skins that are limited because then they know that they're more likely to run into people. Holy shit, you show up a lot. You're really fucking talkative, huh?
Alone at last. Time to let my hair down and slice my way into all your delicious little secrets.
I like how the dog does it with you. It's funny. DE is owned by Tencent,
Continue to defend.
and there may be some directives that come down. DE fights them with player feedback. How much control does Tencent actually have over, like, specifically the monetization and day-to-day? It's 30% ownership. It's 30% ownership. That means that they don't. That means that DE does not answer to them. DE does not run anything by them. Then, if that's the case, if it's 30%, yeah, I'm sorry, but there's not a lot of conversations that are going on there, unless the game isn't making money, and then they basically treat them, because they're gonna treat them like what they actually are, investors. So they go, hey,
Look
you know,
at you standing up for
your profits are
yourself.
down. What are you going to do about that?
So long, little mate.
Right? They're going to treat that. That's all it
Terminal
is.
spotted.
It's not a conversation of, hey,
Uploading and prepare to defend.
Tencent, we're putting new skins into the game, and Tencent's like, okay, we need to monetize it. They're not going to do any of that shit.
This will take a moment.
Nope. I think a really good example of this, this exact same relationship is 30% of Larian Studios is also owned by Tencent. It's not 30, it's 61. I'll be honest with you. You know what? Like, I'm not really I'm obviously not a huge fan of like these investment groups and whatnot like that. But I will say that like Tencent, I'll give it to them. They make the smart investments. They make the smart investments. I mean, fuck, you got money in Larian Studios. You got Riot. You have fucking you put money in Last Epoch, and I mean that was more of a gamble, right? Like nobody knew what that was gonna be. Like also Path of Exile.
But we did it.
Dude, I'm sorry. People can talk shit. People can talk shit all they want, man. But I mean, those motherfuckers are putting their money where it matters. They sure as the fuck aren't. They aren't. They're not Embracer Group. That's for sure. They're not Embracer Group.
Everyone pays in my playground, one way or the other.
If Larian sold a limited edition Asterian Speedo underwear for $50, I might buy it. What the fuck? What the fuck? Tencent had 30% of Warframe. Then they bought the other 30% that had another 30% or so. What? Oh, okay. Tencent had 30, Liao had 60. Tencent bought Liao. Okay. So they're pretty much, they pretty much own it entirely then. I didn't see what the word is. Should check.
Oh, I do.
Riz. Better riz up this lid. Oops, wrong one. I mean, why is it still here then? If it's done, then why, like, but shouldn't it just break and disappear? Sell for endo? Oh, okay, that's nice. Zada, boss. Lock, extra. Ooh. Need a Riz it up. What is it? We go Riz, and then we go, is it Ul middle?
Sorry.
Is Ul middle or
Artists will
last? I can't remember.
volume off.
Four broken mods create a new one? Fuck, dude, that's so nice. Who thought of that? DE thought of that? I don't believe it. In my opinion, Ull first, Riz second. For the first one to give you more murmurs. Okay. I'm gonna say Zada. I feel like she's a Zada kind of. I feel like she's a Zada kind of lich. You know what I mean?
Operator, please return covered in blood. Safe and sound.
Ooh, my playground expands.
You think it's Vom? I don't know. Thick Zada energy. That's what I'm saying. She feels really Zada to me. Like she's bringing that. You know what I mean? Raya says Vom? I don't know, man. I don't know, dog.
We're here in search of lost
Yeah, she does feel
artifacts and items
exotic.
buried
Yeah,
deep below the
exotic.
surface.
Yeah.
The scanner has picked up a target. Go
I
to the
like
dig
that a
site.
lot. I like that a lot. Yeah. What the fuck? You have motherfucker hopping around like that. I never seen them do that before. What the fuck was that? He's like, I'm a bunny rabbit. Stab you in the butt.
Excavator is ready to go. Keep it powered and protect it from enemy fire.
I need to be excavating. I need to be excavating. I'll be honest, I need cryotic anyway, so fuck, I can't complain. For some odd reason, I'm not really too sure why, but I avoid excavation missions. Oh, I need to reload. Stand still.
An artifact has been located. Proceed to the dig site. Excavator deployed. Protect the unit while it extracts the artifact.
Revamutif.
Found you.
Revamutif.
The excavator has lost power. Find another cell.
Easy come, easy go.
Circuit gives cryotic too.
The scanner has picked up a target.
Ooba.
Go to the dig site.
Ooba. Hey, you know what? I need to get. I can't remember who gave. I cannot remember who gifts every single thing that I've been gifted in my life. But the one thing that I have to say is, so I helped my buddy because he's never done a lich, right? And I helped him farm out his words, right? Whoever gifted me the Kuva Lich pack that gave me a bunch of words, you're a fucking G. I mean, holy shit. I mean, I ended up getting a bunch more, obviously, because I helped the friend do his, right? So I ended up doing it regardless, but I was like, Holy shit. I felt bad for him having to do it for the first time. I mean, I did it alongside of him, but still, I was like, man, this is a pain in the ass trying to get this up for the first time. Bam! Yeah, big W. These mods are actually just awful to grind out for the first time. They're fucking terrible. It's terrible. It's such a pain. I mean, am I the asshole for thinking that? Am I the asshole for thinking digital extremes when you unlock liches for the first time should just give you the word, like give you your first set of words?
Go to the dig site.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, I guess it's like it's a solid way to get some like. Titan statue here. Nobody marked that. Unless I just was the one that found it. I thought it was a pine cone for a second, and then my brain was like, wait a minute. Yeah, get your ass over there. Get you some of that. You know what I mean? Titan statue, pine cone. You know what I mean? Kind of close. Biotin. Cone Prime. Yeah. Yeah, Cone Prime. Yeah. When Lich's first released, people were mad because the grind for mods was terrible, and the pack was in the store for plat. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's still like that though. But it's still be like that. You know what I mean? And that hasn't changed. Like I'm sure the grind's better now. Obviously, chances are I'm sure they changed it a little bit. But holy man, yeah, trying to farm that for the first time with my friend, I was like, man, this sucks. This really sucks. I'm like, I promise it's worth it. I promise. Now you have things like all and being able to actually see what weapon you're gonna get when you spawn. Yeah. Oh wow, they didn't have that either. Oh, you couldn't even see what weapon you were gonna get. Ooh, that's ugly. Yeah, that's ugly. I'm not a fan of that. Yeah, I would have been pissed too. Would you like some random choice with your random choice? How about
An
that?
artifact has been located. Proceed to the dig site.
Would you like some RNG for your RNG? 'Cause we know the players love that. Fucking bursting is so satisfying. Burstin' be burstin'. Really lives up to its name now. Of course it's annoying. It's how you create engagement, addiction, and in the end, payment. That's cognitive science basics. Well, I mean, obviously, right? Here's like, I don't know. I guess the thing is that for me, like when I look at Warframe in its current state and and its current age, I guess it doesn't make a lot of sense to me for them to have systems like that built into the game to like try to drive purchasing those kind of things. It just kind of goes against the narrative that a lot of players are trying to push on me from the start, where they're like, no man, all of DE's monetization is ethical, and I'm like, I don't fucking know about all that now. But then you get exposed to it, and then you start thinking that yourself, and you're like, I don't know, there's still some shit in here that's like, yeah, I see what you're trying to do there. I see what you're trying. Rushing for
Excavator
sure,
deployed.
for
Protect the
sure
unit while
is
it
one of them.
extracts the artifact.
Rushing the forge.
An artifact has been
I would probably
located.
say there's probably a
Proceed to
fair
the dig
share of
site.
players that just go ahead and buy their first set of runes for liches.
We need another power cell for the excavator.
Nah, they know where the revenue is, and they shy away from the worst of it. But they do try it in the first place. Yeah, of course, you're gonna have that regardless, right? I mean, the thing is that like you're not doing your job as a developer if you're not. Sorry, you're not trying to do your job as a business if you're not at least gonna try to see what you can get away with. As a business, if you're trying to make some money, you want to see how much you can charge for the things that you want.
Check this merch out.
Aye. Did we get another word yet or no?
If
Koba. Rescue. Easy. But is it actually feasible for them to have 100% ethical micros while putting out content like they have? I don't know.
This is a rescue mission.
That's actually a really good
We need
question.
to find and liberate the hostage before
I think
any
in some
harm comes to them.
cases you have to take the good with the bad. It just always depends on the degree of the bad, right? And I think that's like a general understanding from players when it comes to like monetization and microtransactions in general, is that it's like how bad is it, right? Like how bad is the microtransactions? Is it really that bad? Because like we know what bad looks like. Bad exists. We've seen it before. And the thing is that like just the way that like live service games have kind of grown out of control over the last few years, like it just sucks that there's just not a lot of things you can earn in games anymore. I mean, at the very least, I guess when it comes to like I don't know, like when it comes to games like Call of Duty, right? Like at least you can
Heads up, a Grineer assault
at
team
least
is
you can
headed your way.
earn like colors, like the coloring for the skins. I think that's not bad. That's a good one.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
I like that somebody's literally leaving me like a breadcrumb trail. This is perfect.
You are approaching the holding area. Careful. If the wardens detect you, they will surely initiate the execution sequence. The hostage is almost out of time. Hurry.
I remember every moment we've shared, every touch, every lash, every wound.
I knew you would come. Thank you.
Subject found. You need to bring the captive to safety. Protect them at all costs.
Woo! Well. Does she have that Zada?
Time to let my hair down and slice my way into all your delicious little secrets. The queens, they like me. They really like me.
That's some all bullshit right there. I'm gonna tell you that right now. I was robbed in broad daylight. I was robbed in broad daylight. I have camera footage. I have proof. I like how I dropped that right there. I should have dropped that earlier. Second word revealed. If it's Zada, you know it goes. You know it goes first. Oh, that's true. Yeah, that is true. Now Ulan last and done. I think. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Ulan last. Then we good. Ula's very good against Sister because you get an extra hound when they attack you. Yeah. Yeah, I noticed that. The amount of streamer luck you have is disgusting. Thank you.
Saddle up.
Right? I put Yahoo here and then Bull in the back. Is this your first lich? No, I've done a few of them already. I have a fucking a Grattler. What have I got? A Grattler, a Cycron, and a what was the other one that I got? And a Plasmor. Archoplasmor. Glaxian. Yep.
Sometimes Ordis likes to assume he knows nothing. Nobody can learn what they think they already know.
52% heat on the first weapon too. Yeah. Well, you guys saw that I got 58% or 56% on my Tenet Cycron, which is the second lich I did, I think. What companion do you use? I use my my Smita Kavat. Smita Kavat. Are you liking the blast meta? Bro, I don't even know. I don't know anything about metas. My guy, I don't know anything about metas at all. The weapon build, I mean, like right now I'm using a Crit Blade Burstin, or yeah, Burstin. Maybe I'll try I don't know. What would be a good weapon to use? What would be a good weapon to put try a blast build on? Make me feel like I'm playing Monster Hunter. Cycron, you think so? High damage, high status. High damage, high status. maybe my Phantasma Prime. Atmos? I haven't seen that before. Beleric? I've never heard of that. I haven't heard about that either. None of the beam weapons? Okay, so not on beams, huh? Get it all out of your system? Beams are too fast. Cycrin with blast and corrosive. I can't believe the questing journey is already over, man. Kind of blows my mind. So soon? I mean, in Steel Path, right now I'm clearing a lich that I have. I'm honestly surprised all the quests are done. All the quests are done in about a month or two. Like, no waiting 4 years, heavenly. Yeah, that's the other thing too, is that what's really nice as well is that I also don't have to wait like all that long for new story content or new, like, you know, new stuff to get posted to the game either. So I think that's pretty cool. I think that's pretty cool. You know, come this winter, I'll be right back at it again, baby. You know what I mean? Right back at the story again, which I think will be really sick. I'm hoping that it's obviously it's going to be a major update, so it's going to be meaty. Am I greedy for wanting something that's like as long, if not longer, than the New War? A little, yeah. I'm sorry.
Oh,
That's just what I
lovely.
want.
Everything in its place.
Maybe New War is why we waited for 4 years. 4 years? Good lord, that's crazy. It's greedy, but it's okay. It's what we all want. Yeah, I mean, what can I say? I can see 1999 being 4 hours plus. Yeah. I guess it's more. I just really enjoy their narrative sequences. I think their narrative sequences are fucking top tier. Like, why not? Fucking go harder. Fuck it.
Is a
You know what I mean?
rescue mission.
Push
We need
harder.
to find and liberate the hostage before any harm comes to them. You're still in the clear. No detection from enemy sensors.
They also announced New War very early on. Like, I believe when they announced the Railjack, New War. Oh yeah, so I mean, like, New War was like a much longer project. I think really the only reason why I say something like that is because like their narrative is so damn good that I just want to see them lean even harder into it, because I think you have a better opportunity like drawing bigger audiences and by having that. Like, there's a lot more people, like there's a ton of people that play Genshin Impact for the story.
This is the jail. Our hostage
Because
is
they
in one
just
of these
genuinely
cells.
like the story. Same thing, I think Honkai Star Rail's the same way, right? Am I stupid?
The hostage is almost out of time. Hurry.
I knew you would come. Thank you.
Prisoner located. We need to get them back to command in one piece. Find your way to the exits, and don't leave the subject behind.
Got a weapon for me? I've got some scores to settle.
Oh man, I can't wait to dive into Elden Ring though. I'm so excited for it. God damn it, that game is so fucking good. It's so stupid how good it is. It's so unfair. It's so unfair to the rest. It's so like, I mean, there's so many other good games that are out there too. Like Warframe's fucking fantastic, and Baldur's Gate 3 was really good, and like some of these games have existed for a while, and other games have like, you know, but just like over the last man, Elden Ring is just a motherfucker. I'm taking a break from the DLC to play Warframe myself. Yeah, FromSoft did it again. Yeah, I think like the crazy thing is like the vast majority of people that I've seen, because I'm trying to make sure that I'm not like spoiling myself, right? I don't want to blow through it. I don't want to marathon it. I don't want to do anything like that. I just want to enjoy it. You know what I mean? And I think like it's just the quality standard that they demand over there at FromSoft is crazy. It's crazy. FromSoft launches are the ones that I try to go in as blind as possible. Yeah. Yeah. I think it's just crazy that like the vast majority of people that I've seen talking about it, they're like, they quite literally just like I saw a meme the other day where somebody was like, it was like taking the Scooby-Doo mask off of like Elden Ring Shadow of the Erd Tree, and underneath it, it was just Elden Ring 2.
Trigger the alarm. They have just shut down all systems. I'm sending life support capsules your way.
I'm new. Can I just start playing? Don't know what to do. Download the game and play it. It's free. It's a free game, man.
Prepare for life support.
You a ninja? I heard they play free. Yeah, you can only play this game free if you play as either a space ninja or a space wizard. Both together in one. I mean, then you're playing like ultra free.
I've delivered a life support capsule to the area. Activating it will buy you more time.
Man, I don't know what I'm gonna eat for dinner tonight. What do you guys have? Do you guys have anything good? You guys got any good suggestions? I need to figure out what the fuck I'm gonna eat.
Life support on the way.
Dude, I so like, part of me desperately misses. Part of me desperately misses living back home. Like the amount of times my dad would just call me up and be like, "Hey, I made this. Come and get some." And I'm like, "Hell yeah!" Same thing goes for my mom. My mom would do the same thing to me. And then also at the exact same time, anytime my dad would go hunting, I would always get another call and be like, "Hey, my freezer's full. I need you to take some of this off my hands." And I'd go over there and he'd hand me like wild boar sausage, and like elk roast, venison cuts, like all this stuff, man. Oh. I used to be able to make some like bomb stews with some of that game he'd bring home. Holy. Elk is delicious. Elk is so damn good. It's not even funny. My grandfather gave me so much venison. Hadn't thought about that in a long time. But yeah, dude, it's like the best. It's the best part of being related to people that hunt, is that they almost always will come back home with more food than they can actually store, and then by proxy, you get some like absolutely banger high quality meat for free. And you get to feel like a little exotic, you know what I mean? You get to feel a little special because you're not making your food out of what everybody else is making theirs out of, you know what I mean? You got a little extra steps in there. You got a little something unique going on. A little unique flavor.
I didn't say you could.
For dinner, I had
play
Parmesan
here.
crusted
Now, give
tilapia.
me that.
Tried a new recipe, turned out well. Can't go wrong. Also, can't go wrong with a frozen pizza. I had a frozen pizza last night, actually. Uncured. I probably got baited because the box said 100% of profits go to children, and I was like, oh, well, that's a wholesome pizza. It was like oddly spicy though, which is kind of strange. I don't know if that's because of the pepperoni they use or the sauce. I'm not really too sure. Curry chicken. Oh, dude, I went and I had curry last week. It was so fire. There's so many like Japanese restaurants that are nearby that like if I don't eat at home, like I'm almost always eating nothing but Japanese food. That's literally it. There's nothing else. Japanese food is the best. It's fucking fantastic. Yakitori. Oh. Oh. There's a little ramen shop that's nearby that is just très magnifique. Absolutely fantastic. Genuine ramen is so good.
We received intel that somebody vital to enemy operations is here.
Hibachi,
Find
who's
them
near.
and
I
capture
mean,
them.
like, you know, the thing is that like, it's not until you've had yakitori, as well as like, I mean, there's a lot of different kinds of food you can get, but like hibachi's so low on the fucking totem pole for me now.
You found a target. Capture them quickly.
Especially with
before
like
they escape.
ramen restaurants. Holy shit.
Mission complete. The captive has been escorted to the extraction point. Well done.
I mean, at this rate, I'm about to find the other word before this bitch shows up. About to save an ool. Oh, it's Tip. Lil Tip. Lil Tiffy.
Get back here and take what's coming to you.
If I wasn't already eating, y'all making me hungry. Yeah, it'd be like that. It'd be like that. Food related, lucked out at the grocery store. Manager special on pre-sliced ham, $5, and have a fresh ham for days. It'll last for days. Had to put some of them in the freezer. Fuck, that's a good deal. A fucking good deal. I just love walking in on shit like that where they're like, ah, fuck. You know, we need to get rid of this shit. Yeah, I got you, dog. Then you get it for what you for what feels like a steal. How was the quest for you? It was good. It was good. I really liked it. I really liked it.
A little treat from my little mate. Thank you, darling.
I think what I'm gonna end up doing is that I think I'm gonna go through and I'm gonna take all of the live streams up to this point. Well, not like all of the live streams, but I'm gonna take the main quest live stream, most of the main quest live streams, and I'm gonna cut them together. I'm gonna add like a little bit of extra content, and I'm gonna post it. Like cut the bloat out of the VODs, right? So, you know, like if I did any other stuff, if I leveled a Warframe, if I did anything like that, like if we like ran you know, whatever missions or whatever before doing the quest and that stuff, like I'll pull that stuff out of it and it'll just be like main quest reaction and have them all in a sequence, just make like one big mega video and then just drop that bitch on YouTube.
Check navigation.
And then I'll add some like something else to it to make sure that it's like there's like added value for people, for anybody that wants to rewatch. If there's any added value for people that want to rewatch, I'll put something else in there to make it where it's not just feeling like you're just rewatching all the VODs and that's just it. And if that does well, then I think that's one of the things that I'm going to be looking into doing more in the future, where like I experience a game for the first time and then I supercut all of it together. It's sabotage. Ooh, I'm hungry. Did you get any funny lich names? My first one was Burb. What's your master rank? 18? I'm legal.
Your target is the system mainframe. Deliver the payload. We need to destroy the reactor. The reactor will have tight security. Watch out for enemy patrols. Your target is this location's computer system. Find and access the terminals.
Holy shit. So I saw this the other day. This is fucking crazy. So like I think like maybe like a little bit over a month ago, I wanted to give shorts a shot. I wanted to, you know, make shorts, get stuff that's like cut from stream. You know, the time that I spend, you know, talking, you know, reading articles, talking about different stuff that's going on in the news and things like that. And I thought it'd be a good idea to like try to use that to like maybe, you know, diversify the audience a little bit. You know, use it just as another route to be able to get more exposure.
Remember how much fun we had when you
and
killed me?
Where are you at? Are you here? Oh, it's this guy. Sit down. Oh. Okay, you trying to throw down? I got you.
Oh, I do love our boats.
Oh, I got knocked down. Shoot, we butt heads or something like that? What is that?
Well,
Get the fuck out of here, bitch. Get the fuck out of here, bitch. I saw a short from you. Yeah, so I started posting shorts. And they, I mean, like, they were doing like, yeah, okay, I guess, you know, like 10K, 20K, something like that. Shorts usually have like a little bit more reach sometimes, kind of all over the place. And then like one of them went out and did like that, like I think it did only like, I don't know, like 3,000 or 4,000 views or something like that. And then like, and it got more, I got to like 20 and then like 30, and I was like, okay. And then like I got a notification the other night where it was like, hey, you know, one of your videos got a 100,000 views, and I was like, oh shit. I was like, I was hoping that that it was one of my like long form videos, and I went to check and I'm like, wasn't one of those. I'm like, oh, it was one of the shorts that like popped off. When I looked at it, it was like 500K, and I was like, holy shit, this thing fucking motherfucker blew up. And then I got another notification. Got 1 million views. I was like, holy shit. And I kind of stopped looking at it past then. Now it's like over 4 or 5 million or something like that. I'm like, holy shit, that's crazy. Like, it's now the most viewed video on my entire channel. Yeah, and the worst part is I mean I love YouTube. Never fucking change people that watch videos. But it's like, it's literally me just like reading a tweet and being like, man, that's cool. It's like it. I didn't really do shit. I was just like, this is what this guy said. Hell yeah. Or something like that. I don't remember what I said exactly, but I was just like, whatever the guy said, I just agreed with, basically. I didn't even like really put any depth into it. It was just like, yeah, that's some cool shit. People were like, yeah, fuck yeah, 5 million views. It's like, what the fuck? I found you due to your Warframe video on trying it out and being impressed by it. That's cool. It's cool. It's cool. Make sure for any of you guys that have watched the first video, like, realize there's like 5. There's 5 of those like review videos. Was it the one that where the dev okayed pirating? Yeah, it was that one. How have the sub numbers been? You know what, to be honest with you, a lot of people don't share this kind of information, to be honest. Like, a lot of YouTubers keep it pretty close to the chest. Oh, somebody's halfway done with their last one. Okay. That's probably this guy, right? Somebody? Okay. A lot of YouTubers keep this stuff kind of close to their chest. They don't really talk about this stuff too much, but subscribe numbers are awesome. But it's more of a trophy than it is anything else. You don't really get anything specifically from like subscribers. Yeah, like the vast majority of people that are gonna watch your videos are not subscribed to your channel. So like, subscribers are cool, but subscribers are also very fickle at the same time. Because I think, you know, when most people go to like subscribe to a channel, they're going to it for a very specific purpose, right? Like, there's a lot of folks that are here that are like, and you know, no slight against you or anything like that, but there's not here. I think live streams are completely different. I think that the folks that show up to the live streams, while they do want to watch Warframe, they more or less want to watch the person that's playing it more than anything else. You know what I mean? That's really what that's, you know, live streams are different. YouTube is a different story. I think in a lot of cases when people are subscribing to a channel on YouTube, they're subscribing both for the person because they like the take and they like maybe the delivery, or maybe they like how the video looked or whatever it was. And then the other side of that is because of the thing they watched. So, you know, the topic of discussion. So if I make a video about Warframe and somebody subscribes to my channel after watching that video, which there was a lot of people that did, all the Warframe videos got a pretty decent amount of subs. A lot of those people are subscribing because they liked the video, they liked the subject, and they liked the person. Now, when you try to make another video where you're talking about something that's not that subject, that's where things get a little messy, right? Because then all of a sudden, does that person that subscribed want to watch you talk about a different game? Probably not, because it might not be a game that they're interested in. You have a 50-50 at that point, right? You've already got a 50. It's actually even less chances than that now that I think about it, because it's 50-50 that they subscribed because they like watching you specifically, right? So then you have to clear that hurdle. Do they want to watch you? And that's the reason why they subscribed. And then you have to cross the next hurdle, which is it a game? Is it a game that they're interested in, or a topic that they're interested in? And if those two things do not match, then the subscribers don't watch, and then YouTube smacks you in your pee-pee for not being able to divine the stars. It kind of sucks. Like YouTube, like, its algorithm is smart. It really is. In a lot of ways, it's very smart, but also at the very same time, it's very fucking dumb. Because it really wants to pigeonhole people. It wants to badly. That's one of the reasons why I've tried to retain, like, I've always tried to retain, like, a variety of content if I can. I will say that sometimes I will get a little trapped sometimes, but that's just because I really like the videos that I'm making and I'm having fun talking about something that I'm having fun playing. And that's just something that'll happen from time to time. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. It might hurt me in the algorithm, but I can really, like, I care, right? I care, but also at the same time, like, I care more about having fun and enjoying myself and enjoying making videos and the games that I'm playing than I do anything else. I can't be that guy that
Security measures have locked the coolant cells in place. Destroy them.
Like, you have to make sacrifices, right? I think everybody knows that. You kind of have to make sacrifices. But am I fucking dumb? Oh.
The reactor is going into stasis. Now is your chance to complete this sabotage. Use whatever you can to make sure it never works again. A coolant cell has been extracted. Fuel cell reinserted. When the reactor is restarted, this will trigger a meltdown. Destroy the fuel injectors.
Yeah, basically, if one tries to make a career off of one game and that said game flops, or people lose their interest, rip. Got to make sure that people are watching you, not just what you're playing all the time. Yeah. I mean, it's kind of common sense, to be honest with you. Like you saw, I think the people that fail to pivot, and there's a lot of them. And the problem is too, is that in a lot of cases, like, people won't accept their share of the blame in the situation. They'll think it's like the world working against them rather than being like, oh, I probably should have gone about this a different way or something like that. There's a lot of folks that are out there that, you know, like, they're huge and they've built an audience that I think, you know, will follow them regardless, you know, but like every game wanes in popularity at some point. You know what I mean? Not that a game is necessarily going to fail, but yeah, Like every game is going to be retired at some point. They have to. It's the nature of gaming. Unless it's like Terraria or Minecraft, and then like even Terraria and Minecraft, even like Terraria specifically. I don't know, man. I feel like Terraria probably has longer legs. I feel like they both do. But I think the biggest difference between the two of them is like one is much more tied to a younger audience where the other one isn't. Then again, PewDiePie's going back to Minecraft. It's a big W right there. It's a big fucking W. I watched this video on that the other day and I was like, fuck yes, I'm so excited for this. Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, what? I should watch his Minecraft vids again. They're so fucking good. I like the funny thing is that like with how many views Minecraft content has gotten over the years, I'm sorry, but Bart, like I have no interest in any of these like super high energy like, you know, fake, so fake. Like the problem is that like Pewds is like the only real, in my mind, in my eyes, he's the only real person that played streamed Minecraft regularly, like as a Minecraft creator, because like he was kind of that, you know, even though he was like variety, he was still very much known as a Minecraft creator, you know what I mean? And like the like people that make those kind of videos now are like so like the people that make those kind of videos and stream that kind of content are so fucking fake, it's not even funny.
When in Cetus, do not
Weird fake personalities. I watched Asmongold stream the other day, and he was doing the OTK top streamer. They're doing like another round of it or something like that. Part of me was like thinking about it again. I was like, okay, like, do I want to put another submission video in again? Because I failed the first time, right? So like I got into the competition, but then I failed in the first round because I just didn't know what the fuck to do. Like the first stream that they had us do was like, do a stream, do something cool and creative to be able to grab the attention of chat and the judges. And I didn't know what the fuck to do because that's just not something I normally do. I stream and I do my same stream that I do every day. You know what I mean? Like I don't do anything fucking wild. Like there was one dude that like shaved his head bald on stream. Like I'm not gonna do something like that. I'm not gonna fucking degrade myself for other people. What the fuck are you talking about? Decape with the $10. Thank you, brother. Appreciate that. Thank you for your generosity, sir. Excuse me, sir. If we freeze time using the Chronos time egg, time shall freeze. True. My Warframe is strong. You're a stream of consciousness streamer? That is very true, actually. That's very true. I'm a story streamer. Is probably the better way to say it, right? We take like something, I look at something, you know, maybe it's an article or a tweet or something like that. I start ripping off of something like that, or sometimes I just shave your head at 50k subs. If those subs are on Twitch, yeah. If we're on YouTube, we're fucking 20k subs late. What was I gonna say? Oh no, so I was watching it, I'm like sitting there and I'm like seeing some of these submissions and shit, and like it's just shocking like how so many of these folks that like want to be streamers don't realize that like being fake is probably one of the worst death sentences you can give yourself. Like it's like man, I like that was my whole thing, like the whole my whole like main focus that when I first started streaming. When I first started streaming, because I just knew it would be so hard to like try to be somebody else rather than just be yourself, and then people don't have to act surprised if you say something that they don't expect. You know what I mean? They don't have to be mad because they're like, wait a minute, you believe this?
What? You're not who I thought you were.
There is a large platoon of
I don't want to
Premier
deal with
Marines
that.
stationed here.
I don't want to
Leave
deal with
no
that.
one standing. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
I saw that they had this like one dude that was on there that I was like watching, that like when your noggin is constantly jogging. It do be jogging like that. I do be thinking it's grinding, it's doing its thing. I was gonna say though, like they had this like one dude that was on there that like got on and was like,
Hey guys, it's me. I'm crazy. Everything I do is crazy. I'm always high. This is me all the time. This is what you get to expect. I'm so chat.
and then you look and like they average like one viewer, and I'm like, there's no way you're acting like that if you don't have anybody watching you. Like you're going to exhaust yourself to like small audiences in hopes that you're gonna make it like big. Like the biggest problem is that like I see a lot of people that want to emulate like iShowSpeed and like Kai Cenat, right? Because like those guys are big, they got a lot of viewers, they make a lot of money, and they think like, well, that's what people want right now, so that's who I gotta be. And it's just like, I don't think that's the way, man. I don't think that's the way.
The enemy is broken.
Well, sure,
done.
like,
Now get
I
to
guess guys,
extraction.
I'm sure guys like that probably play it up a little bit. The thing is that like there's a limited audience for that. Well, I shouldn't say limited, but like, do you think you can, like, I guess the question is, and this is the question that I think a lot of people have to ask when it comes to like streaming content creation, is that like, if you're trying to emulate somebody else, do you think you can do it better than them? Do you think you can do it better than them? Because if you don't think you can do it better than them, and you don't think that you can steal all of their viewers, then why are you doing it? Simple as that.
You can't kill me if you keep hitting me in the bits I've had replaced.
Oh, he's bugged? Oh, fuck, man. Did they ever actually move? You guys, like, I mean, if it's bugged, it's probably just bugged, isn't it? Welcome to Bugframe. Yeah, the best streamers worked their ass off to be variety streamers, That plus the right place at the right time. The example of the people that earn millions off of like mixer contracts. Mixer contracts to those once it failed. Those streamers having good business sense and making sure they weren't screwed if that venture failed. Same thing goes for Facebook gaming. Facebook gaming paid a lot of people a lot of money too. Facebook gaming paid a lot of money to a lot of people too. Honestly, if you're gonna stream games, just play the game and talk to people in chat. That's it, I feel. Well, I mean, if you're gonna, if you play a game, like, you want to do more than that, just that, right? Like as an example, like for me, like there is no world where I'm ever gonna want to be a streamer that just turns on a video game and just plays a video game, because like the vast majority of people don't they don't watch somebody for that. If they wanted to watch somebody for that, they would watch Let's Plays. They would watch you know, like, yeah, I think that's the best way to say it. They'd watch Let's Plays and things like that, but most Let's Play content doesn't really do all that well. Some of it does. There's definitely an audience for it, but communication is the big part. Yeah, of course it is. It's huge. Are you kidding me? Yeah, it's the biggest appeal. It's the conversation you get to have with people. It's not just the gameplay part. I think that's the other thing that I think a lot of people struggle with. Or don't, like, you have to find yourself in a position in which you're okay talking to yourself. I guess you're saving me an ool. Oh no, they're locked, aren't they? No, they're not. Oh, no, I guess not, right? Because it already got spent. Yeah. Oh well. Oh well. Yeah, I think that's what it kind of comes down to. That's like for me, like I don't think I'd ever be able to be like one of those guys that just like turns it on and just starts playing games, man. I just like fucking talking too much. I like reading things. I like looking at different shit that's going on, you know, in the world and gaming and whatever else, and kind of talking about that with other people and whatnot, because I feel like
okay, you're looking for the main
for me specifically, it's like my favorite part of doing
to
this.
that location.
It's quite literally because it's nice to be able to like hear the thoughts and opinions of others, regardless if you agree with them or not, right? Like in most cases, I don't agree with a lot of people, but it's interesting to get challenged. You know what I mean? Like even earlier today in this stream, right? So like I say something, I'm a streamer, right? So I'm going to say some shit that's fucking inflammatory. It's just going to happen. It's part of being somebody that's being entertaining, or being an entertainer. That's probably a better way to say it. You know, I say something inflammatory, like all people care about is gameplay, then music, and art, and then narrative, right? So like in that order. That was an incredibly inflammatory statement. Me saying something like that and sticking to it so vehemently doesn't make a lot of sense. I still hold strong on the gameplay perspective. I still think that gameplay is what matters most in, like, yeah, period. It just matters most. Like, I could say a qualifier, but I don't think it's necessary to do that, because then what people want to do is they want to make avenues out of it. Yeah, but what about this one game? And it's just like, there's going to be exceptions to any rule. But the vast majority of games that are out there, players care about gameplay first, and then everything else after. Bro, what is going on with this guy? Oh, there we go.
So I can do violent and messy, or messy and violent. Any preferences?
I'm gonna start making thirst trap edits of LD. Fucking go for it, man. I always tell people, you know what? Like, so, like somebody asked before. They were like,
why bother?
Before I started making YouTube shorts, somebody had asked, they're like, hey, you know, can I make clips do you mind if I post clips of you on YouTube? And I'm like, I don't fucking care what you do, dog. Go for it. If it ends up being successful, I'll talk to you later and I'll take ownership of it and you'll get paid for it. What I care. Pro tip, do not debate with an actual child. You will not win. Well, yeah, obviously. But it's one of those things where it's like, I'm going to say something inflammatory. People aren't going to like it. It is what it is. Like, shit's going to happen like that. That's part of being a streamer. And then here's the thing. But my favorite part is being challenged. Like, I do like having my opinion challenged. As long as it's done in like an intellectual, like, if it's sound intellectually, then I like that, right? Because then that makes me take a second to think about it and go, you know what? Yeah, you're right. There could be, you know, but I walked back like music and visuals, or story and music and visuals, because I feel like those things might be interchangeable. I guess the idea is, at least in my mind, is that it's more based on like the order of importance, and for the vast majority of people, which is what matters. When we're talking about sales and we're talking about the success of games, like widespread success, maybe not the most remembered games, right? Maybe not the most awarded games,
Your target is
but
this location's computer system. Find and access the terminals.
the games that sold the most and do the well, and the ones that actually appeal to large enough audiences that can justify the money that was spent making those games. Those are the games that I was talking about. And in the case of those games, gameplay does come first. That is what matters the most to the masses. Gameplay. 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 So I find it odd when people want to point out a game like, I don't know, what was the other one outside of the,
That was the last of the
outside of the Justice League game? There was another game that people are pointing to that were like, this game was ruined by this or that. Saying it was ruined by like DEI and stuff like that. I can't remember.
Expose its core and destroy it.
Avengers? Did people say that about Avengers? I don't think so.
Target destroyed. Proceed to the
Music's often on a low priority. Yeah, so like the thing is that the point that I was trying to make is that gameplay comes first for the vast majority of people. Narrative and music are additive that then make that experience more memorable and more enjoyable and like take that game to the next level. I think that you can have a great game. Like if your story sucks and your gameplay sucks, but your music's great, will the game do good? No. If your gameplay sucks and your music sucks and your story's good, sure, there might be some outliers every once in a while, right? But we're not talking about something that's going to be like widely appreciated, a massive success, or anything that's going to justify continuation, I guess. I'm not really too sure how to say it exactly. What people would imagine would be a commercial success. I'm not saying it needs to be like a sales leader or anything like that. It doesn't need to be game of the year. That's not the point. I'm talking about what people would probably consider to be a financial success. They said DEI ruined Guardians of the Galaxy. The game? The Guardians of the Galaxy game was like highly touted as actually being like more impressive than people thought it was going to be. DEI ruined Baldur's Gate 3. Yeah, it sure did, didn't it? I think that Baldur's Gate 3 is a case study in a lot of ways, where like, you know, you look at Baldur's Gate 3 as a video game, and it's like one of the most, if not the, like it's one of the most inclusive games that's been made in a long time. I mean, you can quite literally on screen bang any character that you want, regardless of whatever, you know, body makeup that you choose, wherever you want to put the parts or whatever, right? I mean, you could bang a bear if you wanted to. Like, it quite literally is the most inclusive game at a AAA level that we've ever seen before. Game of the year across the board. One of the highest selling games of 2023. Touted by many, touted by all for the most part. That it has everything. That's not inclusion, that's called variety. But the difference is that like why wasn't Baldur's Gate 3 a game that was why wasn't Baldur's Gate 3 ate up? How did it not get ruined? Inclusivity. Well, no, I'm just saying that like literally you could do fucking wild ass shit in that game. If you want to say inclusivity specifically, like yeah, there's mixed race characters, there's black characters, there's a trans character towards the end of the game. Like there's tons of like diversity, inclusivity, the whole 9 yards. It's all in Baldur's Gate 3. But the difference is that the game was good. The gameplay was good. The story was good. The music was good. When it's a good fucking game, people don't fucking care. The problem is that the real issue that people have with a lot of this shit is specifically because the games that people are making, they're forcing characters in rather than making good, like, they're making characters because they are this thing rather than making good characters and that just so happen to be, you know, gay or whatever it might be, or you know, a certain race or women or whatever. It doesn't really matter. They're shit writers making shit games, and that's it. That's the point that I'm trying to make here. Is that Baldur's Gate 3 does all of the things that people say is ruining games, but it didn't ruin that game. What's the reason behind that? Well, that's because the people that work there are actually talented. The people that work there actually knew what the fuck they were doing. We go and we look at a game like Suicide Squad kills the Justice League, and now all of a sudden you don't have that. You have a team that has no experience making a live service game. You have a team that has only been making single-player narrative experiences. You have a team that is stripped of many of the people that made them successful to begin with. Most of those people, like the people behind like the Arkham series, a bunch of those folks had already left by then. You have a game that's being pushed on from high up over at WB, being forced to be made, because that's what the kind of game that WB wants, right? It's the game that Warner Brothers wanted. And then at the exact same time, when you already have a lack of leadership, when you already have a you have a lack of leadership, a lack of talent, and then on top of that, you go out and you hire a consultation company, right? You hire a consultation company that is supposed to help you with your writing. You're only gonna make matters worse. It's like you already started with a pile of shit, and you just poured more shit on top of it. That's all. That's all it is. You know what I think the best example to use? You know the best example to use? So Tickle, before you make your point, I'll say this about this.
Get ready for a capsule.
The best example of this is Borderlands 3. Borderlands 3's gameplay, good. Borderlands 3's story, fucking terrible. People still played it. While it's still heralded as like really fucking cringe and weird, yeah, people still played it. People still liked it. Most people will say that the gameplay was good because the core gameplay of Borderlands 3 was good. The boss fights were good. The weapons were good. The build variety between the characters was good. The build diversity on the characters was solid. Like all in all, if it wasn't for the narrative, that game would have been an absolute banger. That's definitely not what stopped fucking Suicide Squad. I've been playing Borderlands 3 lately. The twins make me want to beat my head against the wall. I fucking totally agree with you on that. God, that story was so fucking terrible. I hate what they did to Tina. I hate what they did to I hate what they did with the twins. I hate what they did to Maya. Fuck. That was probably the worst part of that entire game. They let that little fucking entitled shit be like, oh god, like that's like, it's like just the worst fucking like what did she do to earn this? It was so weird, man. It was so like, why did you allow this? Wonderlands was great. I liked Wonderlands. The only problem, the funny thing is, the only problem I had with Wonderlands was I didn't really like the classes in Wonderlands. I think that the leaning towards like fantasy class design kind of was a bit of a weakness. The movie is gonna suck so much. Probably. I mean, it has such a fucking all-star cast that like I don't know. At the same time, like it should. For all intents and purposes, the Borderlands movie should suck. It should suck. But then you look at the cast and it's just like, it's like Jack Black and Jamie Lee Curtis, and like I'm trying to think about who else is in there. It's just like, fuck, dude. Like I don't like.
When you are ready, go to.
I'll be impressed if they fuck it up. The cast is too old, in my opinion. I mean, yeah, I don't disagree with you there. They're old. But old actors can still fuck. Old actors can still fuck. I don't know what to say about that. I don't have any issue with the age of the actors. Kevin Hart, yeah. Kevin Hart's too damn short to be Nolan. That is actually fucking Roland, you mean? Yeah, he's too short to be Roland. Yeah, I agree with that, actually. Maybe they'll probably put him on some stilts, maybe. Or they'll just do like the low camera shot. You know what I mean? Should have casted Dave Portnoy. That'd been funny. Damn, man. Homie's having a hard time getting his shit. Have you gone through the Cephalon Fragment Codex yet? Yes, I have. Cephalon Samar, or not Samaris, but Ortis. The Baron of Bones. The Baron of Bones. Will you be giving multiverses a try? I haven't played a fucking like fighting game or platform fighting game. What do you even call games like multiverses and
the coolant cells.
what's the other one?
Suggests there
Smash
are rich
Bros.
enemy supply caches in the area, but I am unable to
Are they really
pinpoint
fighting
their exact
games?
location.
Are they more
Search them
fighting
out if
games?
you are willing to shoulder
Smash
the
Clone?
added risk.
Yeah. Platform fighter? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. You know, I'll go back to playing fighting games when they remake fucking Power Stone. There's so many like Dreamcast bangers that have like not gotten love over the years. Ortis has a hidden story in the Codex entries. Yeah, the Baron of Bones. Marvel vs. Capcom 2 is gonna take me for a ride when it comes out. Marvel vs. Capcom 2 is fucking good, man. It was very good. Gonna take me for a ride. I don't think I was ever actually good at that game. But I felt like that Marvel vs. Capcom 2 was such like a chaotic mess that, you know, in a lot of cases I just couldn't even tell. In a lot of cases I couldn't even tell.
Security has locked down the coolant cells.
Uh-oh.
We have no choice but to destroy them. Coolant cell
I wasn't
destroyed.
paying attention.
The reactor is going into stasis. Now is your chance to complete this sabotage. Use whatever you can to make sure it never works again. A coolant cell has been extracted. Fuel cell reinserted. When the reactor is restarted, this will trigger a meltdown. Destroy the fuel injectors. A blast door has blocked your evacuation route. Find a way to open it.
Speaking of fighting games, while the technical skills of various inputs might not transfer over, the mindset sure does. I got into Guilty Gear Strive and was surprised I could do well just by reading other players and mixing up my playstyle. And then getting bodied by actual good players. Gotta love it. I was actually super, like, when Strive like really started taking off, I got actually kind of interested in playing it. I'm like, I used to play the shit out of fighting games. I used to, like, it used to be like my main jam, to be honest with you. They were like my main games for the longest time. Like, genuinely. Like, I didn't play much of anything else. I played Street Fighter. I played Marvel vs. Capcom 2. I played a shitload of Soul Calibur. One of my favorite... what was that on? Was it on PlayStation? GameCube? I don't think it was PS2. It might have been PS2. Bloody Roar 2. Bloody Roar 2 and 3. I played the crap out of those as well. I love those games. Did you ever play Virtual Fighter? Only in arcades. I never owned any of the Virtual Fighters. Played a lot of Dead or Alive. A lot of Dead or Alive.
Operator, a communication awaits your attention.
That was for purely scientific reasons. Purely scientific reasons. Sigma Series Parazon. Oh, thank you. You're now a Sigma. Fuck yeah. That's what I like to hear. Just waiting for him to spawn it. I give it a couple chances and then. Bloody Roar 2 is on PS1. I don't remember actually. Bloody Roar 2 is PS1, so it was PS1 that I was playing it on. I played as Bakuryu, the mole. And my buddy would play as it was Bloody Roar 3. That was the one that I was playing a lot of. 3 was on PS2, if I'm not
Your
mistaken.
job is to distract the enemy. while a
I would
fellow
play
tunnel
as the
operative
mole,
raids
and
the
my
ship
buddy
for
would play as
much-needed
the
supplies.
unborn.
Make your presence known.
And we played that
Life
game
support has been
so
cut off.
much
They're trying to choke you out. Hold on. I'm
that
sending auxiliary
we
life
got to
support.
the point where we would basically be able to read each other's movements. It was fucking wild. The amount of hours that we spent going down to the fucking going to the like convenience store down the street, buying flaming hot Cheetos and candy, getting absolutely fucking juiced up on candy and not sleeping, just cranked on sugar, and I'm playing that. That was also the days where it was like completely normal and cool. The funny thing is it's totally normal now for streaming, but it's not normal now for like I don't think kids are doing this kind of shit anymore. But like we would I don't know how old people here are in chat. You guys ever take turns playing a JRPG? We used to do that. That's how we played Final Fantasy IX.
I'm just going to come back as something even more horrible.
I've delivered a life support capsule to the area. Activating it will buy you more time.
Or no, 6. It's Final Fantasy. No, it was 9. It was 9. We played Final Fantasy 9 that way, and then I finally got a PS2 for Christmas, I think. And then I played Final Fantasy 8 on my own.
Encounter modeled. There are 3 solutions in which you win. 439.
Phantasy Star Online on Dreamcast was fucking great, dude. Phantasy Star, Star Ocean was also really good. My 3 favorite games on Dreamcast were Power Stone, Sonic Adventures, and Grandia 2.
You can't run from your past.
3/4 of Secret of Mana until I realized it was multiplayer. Weren't some of the Tales
Another
games
life
also
support capsule is now
multiplayer? I think I
available.
remember playing one of the Tales games with my friends before. It was probably Symphonia on the GameCube. What a fucking banger game that was! Holy shit! I used to have Grandia 2 on Dreamcast with the OST. One of the best stories. I still remember everything about it. It's probably my. I mean, I'm a huge JRPG fan to begin with, but like it's one of them. I don't know why, but it's like one of the most memorable ones for me. Ryudo and Sky, this hawk or whatever his fucking bird was. Tio, Tio was the like the robot with the android. Melphis was his brother, the one that was infected by the horns of Valmar. Millennia was the tongue of Valmar, or wings of Valmar incarnate from wait a minute. I guess I'm wrong. I can't remember everything.
A Additional life support has arrived.
Elena. No, I can. Yeah, I can. Millennia was the Wings of Valmar incarnation. Just like the other personality, basically, of the priestess. Elena. Merrick, the beast man.
When you need it, extraction
Rowan?
is ready.
Rowan was the like the little hammer thief kid that you had in the party. Back check me. Ryuda was a Geohound, which I still never understood exactly why mercenaries had like a bad rap in that game. It was really weird. Like, you're a Geohound.
Tenno. Extraction
It's just
is
like this
ready.
motherfucker. Like, you literally just called this motherfucker to come kill monsters for you. You'd think you'd like these people. Like, it's so weird. It's Tensei, yeah, Tensei Ken slash. Tensei Ken slash, Sky Dragon slash. Sworn enemies, you shall be defeated. Sky Dragon slash. And he like smashes his sword into the ground. She was awesome. It blew my mind using Elena's ability, like her like holy. I think it was like her holy ability. Like Elena kind of sucked for a really long time. Until like toward like she didn't really suck. She was good, but like towards the end of the game when you got like some of her like final abilities, like holy shit, she would
Ordis has
smoke.
received messages for the operator.
She would smoke.
No,
Holy
I
shit.
have not read them.
Get the Karoom Trident? No, I don't know what that is. It's an arc weapon? Archon weapon? I don't know what that is. Do not know, my friend. Do not know. I mean, I'm doing fashion frame right now because I'm trying to get this fucking ephemera. You know what Archon weapons are? Do I? Maybe I don't remember. Maybe I don't recognize about. What is it, like the signature weapon of the character? Is that what it is? Naira's whip.
There is a time for
Oh,
everything, even
oh,
this.
you get. Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, you get blueprints from killing the Archons. I forgot about that.
Alongside that galleon.
Forgot all about that.
Bodyguard detail. Their captain.
You're right. I do know what they are,
Let's get them dead.
but I needed to be reminded what they were.
And terminate. Fighters incoming. Keep them off the ship.
Space looks so cool. I really love how they made the space environments look.
A Tenno has exited the railjack. Enemy fighter support has been halved. Cruise ship reactor has detonated. 3.
Those are the cruise ship.
We are on their boards. Look alive. We have one less cruise ship to be concerned with. Direct attention to remaining targets. Enemy morale has broken. Fighters are peeling off.
Easy.
Cruise ship down. That clears up some space.
Let's take him out, baby. Let's take him down.
Assassinate the captain.
Are they any good? I still need to farm Sisters and Liches. I only have Dark so far. I think that there's some really good, like I think that like Incarnate weapons seem like completely fucking disgusting, but I guarantee there's probably some of these like Tenet and Kuba weapons that are pretty solid. I've really just been picking up the ones that have been for like Arcwing for the, I pick up like the Arcwing ones for the Kuba, and then the Tenet, like actual Tenet weapons for like the actual weapons, Warframe weapons for the Tenet.
Oh, little meat. Really? The system won't be the same without you.
Whatever
Little
you,
meat,
whatever you say,
really
Abui,
cannot keep
Abui
interfering
Zeratree.
like this. You know I have to stop you. Those troopers were cheap and expendable anyway. You did me a favor. Now I can really cut loose. When you get to hell, say hello to all the other Tenno I put down. Our affair is concluded. For now.
No, not for now. Forever.
What is this?
Forever.
Baby's first vendetta?
Baby's first vendetta. Oh my god.
Me hitting you, you hitting the floor, then me hitting you 95 more times. Naughty, naughty.
Tenno? Tenno? Here? Protect me! You! And you! And you! And you! All of you! Protect your lich! I needs to think. Go! Tiptoe comes the Tenno.
What is wrong with this goofball?
Wait, no!
Yeah, it's not that I forget the roar or the buffs. It's that, like, I mean, everything dies so quick that it's kind of like, you know, I just haven't been doing it.
Pursuing me. Tactical error incoming here, adversary.
Easy, baby. So much for all those guys protecting him. Yeah, yeah. Ephemera, 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 got an ephemera. Give it to me. Let me out. Let me out. Let me out. I remember when liches were hard. They must have nerfed him pretty hard then, huh?
Enemy routed. Reminds me of the old days. Closing mission. Motherfucker has guns on him? What is that? Zaku? Zaku? Easy, baby. Got my Koopa back. Vengeful Toxin Ephemera. Domo. Sick. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm torn between Incarnans because they kind of ruined all non-incarnate weapons. Yeah, kind of.
Would you care to check your mail?
Barbados. Have you ever watched Berserk? If yes, I have a skin cosplay to show you. Thank you for the field drawn. Yeah, yeah. Of course I've watched Berserk. I have the manga. I have the collector's volume. What did I do? Oh yeah. Abu Zarati Kuba Zar. Remember to level that up. Oh, this is actually a primary weapon? What the fuck? Looks cool. Even an even stronger Tsar cannon to meet the demands of Kuva liches, with stronger explosive barrages and a longer range flak shots. 45.7%. Not bad. Not bad. Pirate ship gun in your hands? Yeah, I know. I know. That's exactly what it looks like. That's crazy. Appearance.
Oh,
Attachment.
sorry. Artists will play with the volume off.
Oh, that's kind of cool. I like that. It's very subtle. Very subtle. Oh yeah, I definitely like that. That's really nice. You can put it on pets too. I didn't know that. I didn't know you can put ephemera on pets. It's less suitable, or it's less subtle when the frame is darker. The ephemera is the same color as energy too, so it blends well. Yeah. I mean, if I change...
An unexpected color combination, operator. My sensors are bleeding. Pleased.
Oh my god. I don't know what kind of color I want it to be. Have you done Belly of the Beast yet? Order Such a Savage, I love it. Yeah, we did it earlier. It's so funny. Hi, Bubs. Are you mad because I've been paying attention to the computer for 7 hours? Yes. Yes. Cato. Yeah, I know. Yo, it's your drug dealer? I saw that. We're not supposed to meet in public, man. We're not supposed to meet in public. I like how even in like party chat they're even being like hey, how's business, you know. Luckily my face covers the party chat, so I can't let you guys see like any illegal proceedings that may or may not happen on, you know, on camera, off camera.
Your enemies have grown fierce. Use all that you have learned.
Mark, are you still watching? Are you in chat? I just saw him log into a game, so I kind of figured he was probably in chat somewhere. Lurking. Stalker. Who's green? Still holding a grudge, huh? Needs to be at home taking care of his baby. I should have scanned him. I forgot to do that. Did you like the Jade quest? Yeah, I really liked it. It was good. I think they handled it really well, especially for, you know, how touchy of a subject that can be. Jade Shadows is great. I just wish there's a few more minutes of gameplay. Yeah, I feel like they could have maybe stretched it out a little bit more. I think it would have been a little bit better personally. What cinematic quest you like best? The quest cinematically that I like best is obviously it's New War. It's New War. It's the best sequence of quests. It's the best like cinematic experience. It's the best like overall. Like it's just like fucking. It's all S tier. Imagine if that baby is the operator in Eternalism and they pull a Darth Vader, I am your father for the Stalker, and teaching them to get stronger. Oh, like we're gonna take them in as where's this goober at? I want to take his picture. Ah.
Reinforcements available.
You should use Helios because it scans automatically. Oh, that's actually a good idea. I'm just gonna pass. I'm just trying to clear nodes. Actually, I will switch to Helios. It's probably not a bad idea. Sevagot's quest is pretty cool too. Yeah, but I feel like Sevagot's quest, even though it was like solid, like it also isn't like I don't know, it's not like massive. It just like, I mean, like the Call the Tepasari, the song, obviously, like Cold Below is like fucking fantastic, but I feel like that was the best part of that quest. You know what I mean? Like, bar none, that was the best part of that quest. Looks fucking goofy.
Ordis is how angry. I may require maintenance after all.
Need to just go live in arbitrations for like a fucking week. Honestly. Did you play much of the operation? Oh, the new mission? I think we did like one run of it. I'll end up going back to it. I'm not fond of the songs, but most of the instrumentals are awesome. Yeah, I like all of it actually. I do love that Warframe. I do love that with Warframe, you never feel forced like you do with other MMOs to take like a year break. With a week catch up to the end game. Yeah, except for the thing is that like Warframe doesn't really have like a true end game though. So I feel like that's like it's a strength and a weakness. You know what I mean? Like you have a obviously there's like a limited limited investment that you get from seasoned players, or it can limit investment from seasoned players, but it also makes it easier for you to get in and get out. Fashion is the end game. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
taken a tower. You must recapture it.
But I looked away for 5 seconds. Try saying that to an LR4. Hey, I'm not saying that like people can't stay. I'm not saying that people can't stay invested. For sure, people can stay invested. Like I'm just saying that like it can sometimes limit investment from those kinds of players. But I wouldn't even say it's like that. There's a certain set of players that probably don't play Warframe specifically because it doesn't have what we would consider a classic endgame. I would guarantee it. There's people that they like Destiny and Destiny 2 weekly lockouts on fucking raids and shit. They like that shit, man. There also, I will say this, there is something that is really enjoyable. There's something really enjoyable about like a weapon dropping and you got that weapon. Right, like
in total control.
Like, don't get me wrong. In this game, we get, you know, you can still get drops and stuff like that, rare drops and whatnot like that. But like for the most part, like loot drops don't, they just don't. It's not the same. You know what I mean? It's not the same. When you like even though like yeah, I can get a blueprint and be like, oh cool, I got this blueprint for this weapon, and like yeah, that's sick. But it's like, nah, I gotta wait and I gotta make it. You know what I mean? I gotta wait for it to fucking, I have to wait for it to craft. Like there's something about like earning something instantly right when it drops. You know what I mean? Where it's just like, oh shit. Same thing goes for like random stat rolls and stuff. I realize like part of that is like ribbons. Ribbons are kind of filling that kind of, you know, gap a little bit, but there's something about weapons specifically, like weapons and armor and stuff like that. That's the reason why people like playing games like World of Warcraft, or like playing games like Destiny and stuff like that. Keep in mind the other thing is too that while that works for those games, I feel like again that Warframe takes a lot after Final Fantasy 14. You know what I mean? Because like if you think about it, like itemization is as bare bones as it gets in Final Fantasy 14. There's no variety, there's no diversity in build. There's no such thing as builds. You have the character, you get the loot, you play the game, that's it. At least this game does have that going for it. Build crafting and build diversity and stuff like that. Playing the game how you want to play it and whatnot. I think that's really important to have stuff like that. God damn, Saren looks so fucking good.
Message decoded. Leave none alive. Clear out the remaining enemy forces.
There's a lot of gear in this game that is quite a grind.
More
as soon
data
as
is
you
being
get the last
broadcasted.
component,
Are you willing to risk going back into the field?
it's easily as exciting as D1 Year 1 Galahorn.
They are broadcasting another message.
I believe you.
Make sure the enemy never receives it.
What you have learned here will serve you well.
Deep Archimedian is on the edge of currently reasonable, in my opinion, depending on the modifiers. It's barely doable. LR3, Jade away from 4. That's crazy. What is Deep Archimedian? Is that like one of the planets or something? I don't even know what that is. Oh, it's rep. Oh, okay. Endgame is whispers in the wall content. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. I have to get to the max rank with them for me to be able to do that anyway, which that's gonna take some time to get to. The issue with Deep Archimedean is that it randomizes your loadout. So sometimes you could have Revenant or Saren with an S tier in Karnan, or you could have Limbo with a Stug. Difficulty is RNG. Ooh, fuck, that's ugly. Ew. Yes, buddy. I know. All right. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that's it for me for the day. I'm gonna get some food in me. I'm hungry. Been streaming for 7.5 hours. I'm gonna get some food. Today was good.
The index.
I'm gonna have to like really think about my overall like thoughts and things like that, and try to like, I don't know. We'll end up having probably the next like stream or so. We'll have like an actual like talk where I kind of go through like the whole experience, and probably take notes and stuff like that, so I can prepare for like the ultimate review and then all that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? Because I do want to have that chat. I want to talk about, you know, the entire experience as a whole and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, he's getting needy because he wants to play and he wants attention, and he's upset that 7.5 hours have gone by and I haven't given him enough. I truly believe they should listen to your opinions in the game, because a lot of us with less than 150 hours in the game don't have a clue how much better this game gets. Yeah. I like my whole thing is that like anything that I want to tell them is specifically to make sure that you can get more people to the second dream, because I think that they're gonna have no problem capturing people past that point. The problem is that you're not getting enough people to the second dream, so you need to do something about that. And I think once you get more people past that point, you're gonna have a lot more people that are gonna be dedicated, a lot more people that are buying stuff. It's just better for the game in general. So, yeah. Anyway, thanks for hanging out, guys. Stay cool, stay righteous, stay safe. I hope you guys have a fantastic rest of your evening, rest of your weekend. Tomorrow, maybe Elden Ring stream. Maybe. It depends on if I'm going to work on the video or not. I have to look into some stuff first, and then I'll kind of figure it out. Maybe I might end up just trying to push it and work on it on Sunday instead. We'll see. Anyway, see you guys. Bye. Bye. Say bye, cat.